in the frozen shadows of Copenhagen, a child's fall from a rooftop pierces the ice of silence, demanding a truth only one woman can uncover. Welcome to this third-person retelling of Smilla's Sense of Snow by Peter Høeg, a chilling mystery inspired by the author's own fascination with Greenland's Inuit culture, drawn from his travels there and the stark clash of Arctic folklore with modern Danish society. Before we begin, a couple of quick notes. This is part 1 of the story, and you can find part 2 on the end screen once this part finishes. Also, the visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always be perfectly accurate to every scene in the story, but they are meant to help you visualize the atmosphere and moments of the narrative, so please bear with me. First published in 1992, the book has sold over 10 million copies worldwide. Its author, Peter Høeg, is a Danish literary force known for award-winning works like The History of Danish Dreams and Borderliners. The story later captivated global audiences in a 1997 film adaptation starring Julia Ormond and Gabriel Byrne. Told from my narrative perspective, this tale will draw you into a world of hidden snow tracks and buried secrets, leaving you questioning the cold lies we all live with. Stay until the end for fascinating facts about the book, behind-the-scenes details from the film, and trivia most readers miss. Now, the story begins. The cold bites deeper than any thermometer can measure, a raw, wet chill that seeps through every layer and settles in the bones. 0 Fahrenheit, and the snow falls in heavy, almost weightless clusters. Quonic, the word surfaces, unbidden from a language she no longer claims as hers, big crystals that drift and settle, turning the ground into a soft, pulverized white frost. Darkness rises from below as though the earth itself is exhaling night, vast and starless, swallowing everything except the pale glow of faces around her. Her own cheeks feel exposed, luminous in the gloom, while the disapproval radiates toward her like heat from a distant fire. The pastor's steady gaze, the verger's tighter mouth, both fixed on the sheer black net of her stockings, then sliding to Julianne's broken whimpers. The grief pours out of Julianne louder now. Sharpened by the disulfiram she swallowed this morning. No alcohol to dull the edges, only the sober weight of loss crashing against her. She stands apart from their judgment, feeling the stockings cling coldly to her thighs, the pills, a small, deliberate armor Julianne has chosen. Both choices, hers and Julianne's, are offerings to the same implacable cold, to Isaiah himself. The hymn begins, Gutiga Ilaimi. The voices rising around her in West Greenlandic, steady and familiar, pulling the scene toward some remembered fjord town. Upernavik, Holsteinsborg, Quanok, where wind carries the same cadence across ice. Julianne's knees give way. The sobbing swells. A tide, the other women join without hesitation, their voices braiding into hers until the sound becomes a single current of sorrow. The pastor's words shift to Ephesians, redemption through blood, spoken with the quiet certainty of someone who must have known the boy, though she has no memory of Julianne ever crossing a church threshold. Yet the illusion fractures the instant her eyes lift. Beyond the bowed heads and the lowered coffin, the high, sheer wall of Vestra prison cuts the night like the prow of a ship at anchor. Copenhagen, not Greenland. The realization settles cold and final in her chest. The procession moves slowly behind the hexagonal coffin, dark wood already dusted with snow that clings like tiny feathers. Julianne's friends brace her upright. The mechanic walks alone. A handful of Danes trail behind, faces she half recognizes. The social worker, the investigator. The pastor speaks again, words she cannot quite catch, but the tone carries the weight of personal memory. Then the weeping surges once more. A black flood the Greenlanders let themselves be swept into, diving deep where no outsider can follow. She stands on the edge of it, unable to cross. The sorrow is theirs in a way it can never be hers. She looks down at the coffin for the first time with real attention. Small. So small against the open grave. Snowflakes settle on the lid in delicate drifts. The pastor scatters earth. The sound is soft, final. A long silence follows, thick enough to press against the eardrums, waiting for something to give. Julianne drops to her knees, presses her face into the frost-covered ground. The other women step back, granting her the solitude of that collapse. Inside her own body, something ruptures. Not grief exactly, but recognition. All this time, an unspoken pact has held firm. She would never abandon him, not even here at the edge of the grave. They live in the White Palace together, those prize-winning rows of prefabricated concrete boxes perched on donated land beside the harbor, handsome on paper, flimsy in truth, rents so punishing that only the state-supported, the desperate, and the marginal can afford them. The nickname stings and fits at once. She thinks of the water that has become her anchor here. All winter she has watched the harbor freeze, first in November when the wind drove clammy rain against her face and she answered with fur-lined boots, alpaca leggings, long skirt, sweater, black Gore-Tex cape. Later, when true cold arrived, the sea surface dropped to 29 degrees, crystals forming a fragile skin. The waves shattered into frizzle. Then grease ice, then pancake floes that locked together into a single sheet under a Sunday noon sky. Bridges of crystals trapping pockets of brine like veins in wood. Life and ice, she has come to believe, share the same quiet architecture. She crosses Knippel's Bridge that December afternoon and sees not ice first, but light. Yellow city winter light, sharpened by fresh snow into a bright reflection low against one of the old warehouses. Blue emergency pulses revolve farther down. Red and white tape, a small, dark shape pressed to the building's base. Her legs are already moving, running, heart loud in her ears, arriving minutes before the ambulance. Isaiah lies curled in the snow, knees drawn high, hands cupped around his head, as though shielding his eyes from the spotlight, or shielding himself from whatever he glimpsed through the white window of the ground. The young officer's face is pale and queasy. He keeps his gaze averted, lets her stand just outside the tape without asking her name. She looks up. The warehouse rises 7 or 8 stories. Scaffolding climbs the neighboring building under renovation, ladder swaying slightly in the wind. She climbs, breath short, until she reaches the roof. Snow lies loose and untouched except for one set of tracks, basketball sneakers, worn soles, leaving faint concentric circles where the player would pivot. The mechanic huddles at the edge, arms wrapped around his knees, rocking in small, helpless arcs. Even folded into himself, he looks large, yet restrained, as though grief itself must be held at a distance. The rooftop glitters under the city's borrowed brightness. 4 inches of powder still pristine, still breathing, condensing, rising, settling in imperceptible shifts. Only Isaiah has walked here. The prints step out diagonally, follow the edge at arm's length for 30 feet, pause, then turn inward 9 feet for a short run before cutting straight to the drop. The opposite roof falls away steeply, black glazed tiles bare of snow. Nothing to grip, nothing but air. No other tracks mar the surface. The mechanic's voice breaks the quiet. He found him. Tears carve tracks through the grime on his face. He has stopped trying to wipe them away. She tells him strangers are coming. Two men appear along the roofline. One carries heavy camera gear and breathes hard. The other moves flat and sharp, irritation radiating from him like heat. He demands who they are. She answers, upstairs neighbor, same floor neighbor, and he barely registers it before his eyes lock on the footprints. Only the boy's prints, he mutters, already composing the report in his head. Mother, a drunk, playing up here. He orders them down. Confusion swirls through her, thick and directionless. She has confusion enough to share, so she stays exactly where she is. The rooftop wind cuts sharper now, carrying the faint metallic tang of the harbor below. She stands her ground, cashmere soft against her skin, fur hat framing her face, gloves smooth and expensive. The words form in her throat and come out calm, almost casual. She asks if he thinks it's a strange way to play. The question hangs between them like frost smoke. She knows some would call her vain for the way she dresses, the deliberate elegance she wears like armor, and she wouldn't argue. Vanity has its uses. Right now it buys her this moment of hesitation from the flat-faced officer, the one she thinks of as Toenail, who clearly wants her gone but can't quite dismiss the polished figure who doesn't belong up here among tarpaulins and snow. Elegant ladies are rare on Copenhagen rooftops. He pauses. He asks what she means. She presses gently, asking whether, when he was that age, left alone while his parents were still away at whatever hard labor kept them gone, he ever ran straight along the edge of a barrack roof just for the thrill of it. The image is deliberate, conjured to make him remember his own childhood solitude, the kind that teaches reckless balance. He chews the thought, eyes never leaving her face. He answers that he grew up in Jutland. The words are flat, deflecting, but the gaze holds curious, almost wary. He turns to his colleague then, voice brisk. Lights needed up here, and someone should escort the lady and the gentleman downstairs. The request registers as dismissal, yet she feels no sting. Solitude has always been her church, her private sacrament. Every time she closes her apartment door, she performs the same quiet mercy on herself, granting herself the infinite room to breathe. She recalls Cantor's hotel parable with a flicker of private delight, an establishment bursting with guests, every room taken, yet when one more arrives, the manager simply shifts everyone down the line, room 1 to 2, 2 to 3, endlessly, until room 1 stands empty for the newcomer. Everyone accepts the infinite reshuffling as ordinary, all so a single soul can have silence and space. She savors that tribute to aloneness. Her own apartment mirrors the story. Sparse, hotel-like, furnished as though she might leave tomorrow. The explanation she gives herself is thin. Her mother's people were nomads, always moving, but it suffices. 2 tall windows face the water. Tonight, the marble of the National Bank glows the same pale, icy blue as the harbor ice. Holman's Church and the Marine Insurance Building stand sentinel in the dark. She had expected grief to arrive like a wave after the funeral, after speaking to the police, after guiding Julianne to a friend's door. All day, she held it back with one hand, telling herself her turn would come. Now, alone, she waits for it. Nothing. Grief, she understands, must be earned. It is not automatic. She brews peppermint tea, the sharp herbal steam rising against her face, and stands at the window. Traffic on Knippel's Bridge thins to separate red streaks sliding through the night. Peace creeps in slowly, enough that sleep finally claims her. Memory pulls her back to an August day 1.5 years earlier. The air hung heavy, humid, pressing Copenhagen into a slow cooker of coming madness. She stepped off the bus in a new white linen dress, low-backed, edged with Valencia ruffles she had labored to press crisp. Already they drooped in the heat. Most people flee south in summer. She has never gone farther than Køge, and has no intention of going until the continent cools, after whatever nuclear winter arrives. On such a day, life can feel meaningless. Something rustled on the landing below her apartment. At first, she thought a dog, then realized it was a child. Filthy, nearly naked, glistening with sweat. She told him to beat it. He looked up, answered in Greenlandic, "Beat it yourself!" Few Danes see past her surface, mistaking the faint Asian cast, especially when she shadows her cheekbones, for something else. But the boy's gaze cut straight through, newborn clear. The fearless directness adults lose, and only the very old sometimes recover. That look has always kept her from children. Too much truth in it. He asked if she would read him a story. She held a book in her hand. She told him to piss off, said she ate children. He stepped aside, called her a liar in Greenlandic as she passed. In that instant, she recognized two things that bound them. He was alone, the way an exile is always alone, and he was unafraid of it. He shouted after her, asking what the book was. "Euclid's Elements," she answered, and shut the door. That evening, the bell rang. He stood there again, still in underpants, staring. She stepped aside. He walked in and, without ceremony, entered her life. She took Euclid down from the shelf, as defense, as boundary, as proof they could never meet over anything a child might want. They sat on the sofa. He perched on the edge, legs crossed like the Thule children she remembered from summer tents. Balanced on the edge of a dog sled bed, she began. A point cannot be divided. A line has length without breadth. The book never drew comment from him, yet they returned to it again and again. She tried others once, Rasmus Klump on the ice cap. He listened politely to the opening pictures, then pointed at the toy bear and asked what it tasted like. She read on. A semicircle contained by a diameter. The greater of two unequal lines. Irritation came first. Then the old reverence for Euclid, the foundation stone, the place where geometry begins, and if you trace backward far enough, ends. At some point, the words faded. Only her voice remained in the room, bathed in the long sunset light from South Harbor. Then even the voice dissolved, just the two of them sitting, gazing forward, as though they were teenagers who had reached the point beyond which retreat was impossible. He rose quietly later and left. She watched the sun linger, reluctant to set, as though it had found something worth staying for. Of course Euclid didn't frighten him. The text never mattered. She could have read the telephone directory or ice classification tables. He came anyway to sit beside her. Some days he arrived every evening, just as darkness gathered and Julianne lay insensible. Other weeks passed with only distant glimpses. When he came, she sometimes bathed him. He hated hot water, endured it silently under the hand shower, but his eyes never left her face, reproachful, steady. The memory of boarding school dormitories flickered then. Thin blankets, open windows all night. The cold that never quite left the body. She pushes those recollections down most days. They surface only in fragments. Now, in the basement morgue of the Institute of Forensic Medicine, the dead rest in chilled dormitories just above freezing. Clean, modern, final. The examination room pretends to be a living room, floor lamps, a struggling green plant. A white sheet covers the small form. Someone has placed a modest bunch of flowers on top, a frail gesture of comfort. Julianne stands beside her, dressed in black, sober for the second day running. The attendant in the white coat lifts the sheet from the face. Isaiah looks untouched, almost serene, as though all color and blood have been carefully withdrawn and the body laid to rest. They walk down the hallway. The coat follows. He asks if she is a relative, a sister. He introduces himself, doctor, then curses quietly when he realizes his name tag is missing. She keeps walking, he keeps pace, mentions he has children of his own, asks if a doctor found the boy. A mechanic, she answers. He rides the elevator up with them. She feels a sudden need to know who handled Isaiah. Did you examine him? No answer. Perhaps he doesn't hear. At the glass door, he pulls out a card with a quick flourish. Jean-Pierre Lagerman, he says, like the flute player, like the licorice. Julianne and she have not spoken. At the taxi, Julianne suddenly grips her hand. She calls her a damn great lady, 100%, as though speaking of someone absent. The cab pulls away. She straightens. Almost noon. An appointment waits. The glass door reads State Autopsy Center for Greenland. She walks back along Frederick Fick Street, past the Telam building and the main Forensic Institute, into the new annex. The elevator climbs past floors for the Greenland Medical Association, the Arctic Center, the Institute for Arctic Medicine, up to the 6th floor penthouse. That morning, she had called police headquarters, Division A. The toenail came on the line. He told her she could see the boy in the morgue. She said she also wanted to speak to the doctor. Lyan, he answered. Talk to Lyan. Beyond the glass door, a short passage leads to a sign. Professor J. Lyan. A doorway. A cloakroom. Then a cold office where 2 secretaries sit beneath photostats of icebergs gleaming on blue water under brilliant sun. And beyond that, the inner office begins. The office breathes wealth and restraint. No tennis court in sight despite the generous floor space. Likely because Lyan already keeps a pair in his Hellerup garden and 2 more at the Skagen summer place on Dune Road. A tennis court would shatter the deliberate gravity here. Thick carpet muffles every step. Books line 2 walls in orderly ranks. Picture windows frame the city and the dark sweep of filled park beyond. A wall safe gleams discreetly. Gold-framed paintings hang at precise intervals. A microscope rests on a light table. A glass case displays a gilded Egyptian mask, serene and ancient. 2 clusters of sofas wait for conversation. Twin monitors stand dark on pedestals, yet the room still feels vast enough for a private run if desk fatigue sets in. He rises from behind the enormous mahogany ellipse of his desk, 6'7", perhaps 70, back straight as a flagpole, skin tanned the deep bronze of a desert ruler beneath the immaculate white coat. The face carries gentle benevolence, the look of someone perched high on a camel, surveying the world below with patient kindness. He says his name, Lyan, without the professor prefix, though the title hangs in the air anyway, along with the unspoken reminder that most of humanity stands a head shorter, that ranks of lesser doctors stretch beneath him, and only sky and ceiling rise above. He invites her to sit, the words wrapped in courtesy that feels like velvet over steel. She perches on the chair's edge, lays her dark gloves and veiled hat carefully on the mahogany rim. Across from him, she becomes once more the black-clad figure others have seen before, grieving, questioning, uncertain. He asks if she is Greenlandic. Professional instinct, nothing more. She confirms her mother came from Thule. Then she asks whether he examined Isaiah. A small, affirmative gesture. She wants to know what killed him. The question jars him slightly. He is unused to spelling out the obvious. From the fall, he answers. She presses, physiologically, what does that mean? He pauses, weighing how much explanation the layperson deserves. A 7-story drop collapses the body as a whole. yet he looked so untouched. Normal in accidental falls, he assures her, until the internal view reveals shattered bone and massive hemorrhage. But there was none of that, he adds. He straightens, signaling the end. Other duties call. The exchange feels finished before it began, like so many before it. She asks about signs of violence. No surprise registers on his face. At his age and in his field, little startles anymore. None whatsoever. Silence follows. She lets it stretch, knowing Europeans find emptiness unbearable. That tension coils in the quiet until it becomes intolerable. He asks what prompted the question, the endearment gone. She ignores him. Instead, she asks why this office and department sit in Copenhagen rather than Greenland. He explains, the institute is only 3 years old, a temporary measure. Before, XIII's district attorney forwarded cases to the Copenhagen Forensic Institute when needed. Relocation to XIII is scheduled for next year. And him? He heads the Institute for Arctic Medicine, but trained originally as a forensic pathologist. For now, he acts as director here. Does he perform all forensic autopsies on Greenlanders? The question lands hard. He blinks once. No. He sometimes assists the main Danish center. They handle thousands of cases nationwide. She thinks of Jean-Pierre Lagerman. Did he conduct this one alone? Routine calls for one doctor, assisted by a technician or nurse, except in unusual circumstances. May she see the report? He dismisses the idea. She wouldn't understand it, and what she did grasp, she wouldn't like. For an instant, control slips, then it snaps back. The reports belong to the police, who request the autopsies and decide when burial may proceed after signing the death certificate. Public access applies to civil, not criminal, matters. His tone softens, conciliatory now. In any case of doubt, both they and the police pursue exhaustive investigation. They search for everything and miss nothing. Molestation leaves traces, fingerprints, torn fabric, defensive wounds, skin under nails. None existed here. Point made. She rises, draws on her gloves. He leans back. They reviewed the police report, of course. The footprints proved the boy was alone on the roof. She walks slowly toward the center of the room, then turns to look back at him. Something hovers just out of reach. He sits high again, unruffled. She may call again, he offers. Dizziness washes through her briefly before it ebbs. Everyone carries a phobia, she says, something that truly terrifies. She has hers, he must have his when the white coat comes off. Isaiah's was heights. He raced to the second floor, but crawled the rest of the way. Eyes shut, hands clamped to the banister, sweat on his brow, knees trembling. 5 full minutes from second to 4th floor. Lyan tried for a ground floor flat before they moved in, but welfare and Greenlandic status limit choices. A long pause. Nevertheless, he was up there, Lyan replies. Yes, but no hydraulic lift or Hercules crane would have budged him 1 foot up that scaffolding. What torments her, what keeps sleep away, is the question of what could possibly have drawn him there at all. Isaiah's small, curled form flickers in memory down in the basement morgue. She does not look at Lyan again. She simply walks out. Julianne stands in her doorway later, transformed despite the disulfiram and the apple wine layered over it. The usual stiffness melts. She glows with drunken warmth. She says she loves her. Alcohol flows freely in Greenland, far beyond what outsiders grasp. That knowledge shapes her own wary distance from anything stronger than peppermint tea. She remembers the old days in Thule before voluntary rationing. She has visited Julianne's kitchen before, always respectful of boundaries. But today, urgency overrides courtesy. Something has been missed. She searches while Julianne permits it, partly buoyed by the wine, partly numbed by years under official scrutiny. The apartment carries the patina of hard use: scuffed hardwood from wooden-soled boots, cigarette burns on tables, sofa cushions hollowed by hangovers. Only the large black television looks new and flawless. Isaiah's room holds a bed, low table, wardrobe, a cardboard box on the floor. On the table, 2 sticks, a hopscotch marker, a suction cup, a model car, colorless as wave-worn stones. In the wardrobe, clothes crammed haphazardly: raincoat, boots, clogs, sweaters, underwear, socks. Nothing hidden on shelves or in pockets but last year's dust. Hospital belongings arrive in a clear plastic bag: rain pants, sneakers, sweatshirt, underwear, socks. From one pocket, a soft white stone he used for chalk. Julianne weeps in the doorway. The only thing she discarded was the diapers. Once a month, when the fear of heights sharpened, he wore them for days. She once bought them herself. Where is his knife? Julianne doesn't know. On the windowsill, a model ship stands out of scale with the room's quiet: a bold SS Johannes Thomsen of the Cryolyte Corporation of Denmark. She has never before asked how Julianne survives. She slips an arm around the thin shoulders. Would Julianne show her the papers? 7 greasy envelopes hold the paper trail of Julianne's life: appointment slips from the Sundholm Clinic, birth certificate, bakery coupons, old tax cards, bank statements, clinic receipts, insurance papers, electric bills, credit letters, a sunny photograph in the King's Garden, a passport, a thin stack of pension stubs, 9,400 kroner monthly. At the bottom, official letters. She skips the private ones. Then one catches her eye. Typed formally, the Cryolyte Corporation directors grant a widow's pension after Norsak Christensen's death, 9,000 kroner monthly, indexed to living costs. Signed E. Lubing, chief accountant. Proper, impeccable. Yet someone rotated the page 90 degrees and in fountain pen ink, slanted across the margin, added, "I am so sorry. Elsa Lubing." Margins reveal people. Fermat's vanished proof lived in one too narrow to hold it. 2 years ago, a woman dictated this letter, signed it, reread it, then turned the paper and wrote her regret. What killed him? An expedition accident on Greenland's west coast. He ate something that made him sick, Julianne thinks. She looks helpless. Death happens. Wondering how changes nothing. Later on the telephone, the toenail's voice carries exhaustion. The case is closed. Death certificate signed at 4. She mentions the footprints. If she had children or had seen what he has seen, she would understand how reckless and unpredictable they are. His own have caused him plenty of grief. It's just a shitty Greenlander, she says. Silence. Then cold fury. They do not discriminate, pygmy or predator. They pursue every case fully. He fetched the forensics report himself. No indication of anything but accident. Tragic, but 175 such cases yearly. She mentions filing a complaint. By all means. They disconnect. She hadn't truly planned to complain. The day has worn her thin. She grasps the police workload, his fatigue, his words. All but one detail. 2 days earlier, giving her statement, she answered most questions. One, she refused: marital status. None of your business, she told the officer, unless you're asking for a date. The question lingers in her mind like frost on glass. Why would the police ever need to know anything about her private life? How could the toenail have known she has no children? The answer refuses to surface, a small, nagging absence that refuses to explain itself. It is only a minor detail, yet the world never tires of probing the same wound. Why a woman of her age, alone, has no husband, no charming toddlers trailing behind her? Over the years, the question has become an allergen. Even the thought of it tightens her throat. She spreads unlined sheets across the kitchen table, seals an envelope, and begins to write at the top, Copenhagen, December 19th, 1993. To the Attorney General. Her name follows Smilla Jasperson, and the formal declaration that she wishes to file a complaint. The pen moves steadily, the ink dark against the white page. Later, she stands on the manicured lawn of his property, watching him prepare. He appears to be in his late 40s, though the truth is 20 years older. Black thermal jogging suit, cleated shoes, American baseball cap, fingerless leather gloves. He slips a small brown bottle from his breast pocket, tips it to his lips with practiced discretion, propranolol, the beta blocker that keeps his pulse slow and even. He studies his open hand, large, pale, manicured, perfectly steady. He chooses a #1 club, a tailor-made driver with a polished rosewood head shaped like a bell. He sets it beside the ball, draws back, and swings. Every ounce of his 190 pounds funnels through that tiny point of contact. The yellow ball vanishes in an instant, reappearing only when it drops softly near the flag at the far edge of the green. Cayman balls, he says, from McGregor. Half the distance of ordinary ones. No more complaints from the neighbors. He is her father. The entire performance unfolds for her benefit, yet she sees straight through to the child beneath. A small boy begging for affection she has no intention of granting. From where she stands, Denmark feels uniformly middle class. Real poverty and real wealth remain exotic rarities. She has known many of the poor, most of them Greenlanders. Her father belongs to the truly rich. A 67-foot swan waits at Rungsted Marina, crewed full-time by 3 men. He owns a private island at the mouth of Ice Fjord, a Norwegian log cabin where he can order intruders away with whatever vulgarity suits the moment. One of the few in Denmark to possess a Bugatti, he employs a man solely to polish its body and warm the axle grease with a Bunsen burner twice a year for the vintage races. The rest of the time, he contents himself with a phonograph record from the club, the sound of cranking, choke adjustment, the roar of ignition. This house gleams white, adorned with cement seashells, roofed in natural shale, approached by a winding stair. Rosebeds spill down the steep front yard toward Strand Drive. The backyard accommodates a 9-hole practice course, perfect now with the shorter balls. He earned the fortune-giving injections. Anyone curious can consult Who's Who, Chief of Staff at 30, Denmark's first professor of anesthesiology, then departure from the hospital system 5 years later for private practice. Fame carried him abroad, not as a wanderer but in private jets. He administered anesthesia for pioneering heart transplants in South Africa. He traveled with the American medical delegation to the Soviet Union when Brezhnev died. Rumor holds that he prolonged the leader's final weeks with his long syringes. He looks like a longshoreman and cultivates the resemblance. Beard allowed to grow, now gray, but once blue-black, still demanding 2 shaves daily with a straight razor to appear civilized. Those hands never tremble. With them, he threads a 150-millimeter syringe through the flank, retroperitoneally, past deep muscles into the aorta. He taps the needle tip against the artery wall to confirm position, then deposits lidocaine at the nerve plexus behind it. The central nervous system governs arterial tone. His theory claims the blockade improves circulation in the legs of wealthy, overweight patients. During the procedure, his focus narrows to absolute precision. Nothing else exists. Not even the 10,000 kroner bill his secretary prepares for delivery before New Year's. For 25 years, he has competed among the 200 golfers vying for the last 50 euro cards. He lives with a ballet dancer 13 years younger than his daughter, a woman who gazes at him as though her entire existence depends on the moment he removes her tutu and toe shoes. He possesses everything within reach, and this golf course display is meant to prove it. Wealth, desire fulfilled, even the beta blockers that steady his hands for a decade with minimal side effects. They walk the raked gravel paths around the house, edges sharp enough in summer to cut bare feet if one is careless. She wears a sealskin coat over an embroidered wool jumpsuit with zipper. From a distance, they might pass for a father and daughter, brimming with vitality and privilege. Up close, the scene reveals only a quiet, generational tragedy. Inside, the living room opens across bog oak flooring edged in stainless steel, glass wall framing the bird bath, rose bushes, and the steep social drop toward Strand Drive. Benja stands at the fireplace in leotard and wool socks, stretching her feet, pointedly ignoring the visitor, pale, lovely, impish, like an elf who traded wings for a pole. Smilla greets her by name, Brentan. Benja corrects the pronunciation, each syllable crisp from Royal Theatre training. For fungus between the toes, Smilla explains. Over the counter now. It isn't fungus, Benja replies coldly. That comes with age. Juveniles get it too, especially those who train hard, and it spreads easily to the crotch. Benja retreats snarling into the next room. Raw energy in abundance, yet a sheltered upbringing and swift success have left her psyche untested by real hardship. Senora Gonzalez sets the tea things on the low table, a thick glass slab atop polished marble. It has been a long time, Smilla. He speaks of new paintings, memoirs in progress, piano practice, delaying the inevitable. Grateful for the buffer she allows him. Neither harbors illusions. She cuts through. Tell me about Johannes Lyan. Memory pulls her back to the beginning. Her father arrived in Greenland in his early 30s and met her mother there. The old Inuit stories tell of a world once inhabited by two great sorcerers, both men. To multiply, one reshaped his body to bear children. Together they created many. In the 1860s, the catechist Hans Sirach recorded women who hunted as men did. Legends collected by Rink and reports from Greenland confirm it happened. Rarely. Driven by necessity, excess women, death. The collective's quiet acceptance that each sex holds the seed of its opposite. Usually, such women dressed as men and forsook family life. The community tolerated the change, but not the ambiguity of transition. Her mother was different. She laughed, bore children, gossiped, scraped skins like any woman. Yet she shot, paddled kayak, hauled meat like any man. At 12, she accompanied her father onto the April ice. He fired at an utok, a seal basking, and missed. For other men, a miss might have many causes. For her grandfather, only one, irreversible calcification of the optic nerve. Within a year, he would be blind. That day, he continued to check a long line while she stayed behind. Time stretched. She weighed her future. Welfare payments barely sustained life then, less than now. Starvation waited nearby. Dependence on relatives already stretched thin offered no refuge. The seal surfaced again. She shot it. Before, she had jigged for sculpins and halibut, hunted grouse. With this seal, she became a hunter. She rarely stepped outside herself to examine her role. Once, though, at the summer encampment near Atikirluk, where auks swarm the mountain in such numbers that black and white breasts fill the sky beyond counting, They had come from the north after narwhal fishing on small diesel cutters. One day, 8 animals trapped by ice, boats out of contact, too much meat, even for dogs. One female was pregnant. The nipple sits just above the genital slit. When her mother slit the abdomen to remove the intestines, a perfect white pup, 2.5 feet long, slid onto the ice. For nearly 4 hours, the hunter stood in near silence beneath the midnight sun, perpetual light at that season, eating mattock narwhal skin. She could not swallow a single bite. A week later, they camped near the bird mountain, 24 hours without food. The method is to blend into the landscape, wait, then net the birds. On the second attempt, she caught 3. The birds are females, heavy with worms carried in their beaks for the young waiting on the steep ledges above. The chick's cries fill the air with constant piercing noise. She presses the heart of each one she catches, 3 in all, and feels the small life stop beneath her fingers. So many birds before these, so many killed, baked in clay, consumed, their faces blur in memory, yet now their eyes open like dark tunnels, leading inward to the waiting young, whose own eyes become tunnels reaching farther, to the white narwhal pup sliding onto the ice, its gaze pulling deeper still, away into some endless interior. The net trembles in her hands. Slowly she turns it over. With a sudden roar of wings, the 3 birds explode upward into the sky. Her mother sits motionless beside her. The gaze that rests on her daughter carries something new. Recognition, perhaps, or quiet astonishment. She cannot name what halted her. Compassion holds no place as virtue in the Arctic. It signals only numbness, a failure to feel the animals, the land, the raw demands of survival. Her mother speaks her name, Smilla, and mentions the amat, the pouch on her back where she once carried her. May light bathes her skin in deep brown gloss like layer upon layer of varnish. Gold earrings catch the sun, a chain bears 2 crosses and an anchor against her throat. Hair drawn into a tight bun at the neck, large, beautiful, the most beautiful woman she will ever know. She must be about 5. The words carry a first hazy understanding. They share the same sex. And yet, her mother continues, she is as strong as any man. The red and black checked cotton shirt rolls up one sleeve to reveal a forearm broad and hard as a paddle blade. Buttons open slowly. "Come, Smilla," she says, the voice low and calm. No kisses, seldom touch, but in these rare moments of closeness, she offers what lies always beneath the skin, steady as her blood. Legs part, the child steps between them. Bearskin pants, roughly tanned, carry the scent of ash and coal. Her mother sometimes eats the ashes straight from the fire and smears them beneath her eyes. In that smell of burned earth and animal, Hyde the girl leans forward. The breast gleams white, rose aureole wide and delicate. There she drinks inamuk, her mother's milk. Later, her mother tried to explain the cycles, how 1 month, 3,000 narwhals fill a single fjord, alive and churning. The next, the ice locks them in and they freeze. How auks darken the cliffs black in May and June. The next month, 500,000 starve. Behind every Arctic population runs this violent swing, numbers that swell and crash. What humans take registers as nothing against those tides. She understood every word, then and afterward, yet it changed nothing. The following year, the year before her mother vanished, she began to feel sick when she fished. 6 years old, too young to analyze, old enough to sense the alienation, Some part of nature had closed to her, the natural access severed. Perhaps even then the wish to understand the ice had begun, a desire to reclaim what was slipping away. The present pulls her back. Her father pronounces the name Professor Lyan. With the measured respect one ancient beast accords another. A very talented man. His broad palm rasps across cheek and chin, the sound like coarse file on driftwood. He created the Institute for Arctic Medicine. She asks about his interest in forensic work, his appointment as pathologist for Greenland. Originally a forensic pathologist, her father explains, Lyan accepts whatever brings distinction, likely views it as a shrewd career step. What drives him? A pause. In old age, her father has grown fascinated by motives, having drifted through most of his life half blind to them. 3 kinds of doctors in his generation, he says. Those who remain assistants or settle into private practice, many fine people among them. Those who complete the dissertation, the arbitrary, laughable ticket to advancement, and become chiefs of staff, petty kings in their local medical realms. Then the 3rd kind, those who rise above, who come out on top. No irony colors the words. He could declare, without blinking, that his greatest burden is failing to appreciate himself as fully as he deserves. The final strokes demand special force, ambition for money, power, perhaps insight. Medicine's history marks the struggle with fire, the alchemist's eternal flame beneath the retort. His eyes fix forward as though holding a syringe, needle poised at its target. For Lyan, from school days onward, only one thing has mattered. Everything else pales. Recognition as the absolute best, not in Denmark among the provincials, but in the universe. That ambition burns inside him, not a steady gas jet, but a midsummer bonfire. She never learned precisely how her parents met. She knows he arrived in Greenland because the land has always invited scientific trials. He was refining a technique for trigeminal neuralgia, previously dulled by alcohol injections that left partial paralysis, drooping lip, loss of sensation. The condition struck even wealthy families. That drew his interest. North Greenland held many cases. He came to treat them with partial heat denaturing of the nerve. Photographs survive, him in Castinger boots, down clothing, ice axe, glacier goggles, standing before the house assigned on the American base, hands resting on the shoulders of 2 short, dark interpreters. For him, North Greenland was utter Thule, a wind-scoured ice desert without even a golf course. He planned 1 month, no more. Yet he stayed 4 years. Something in the white heat between them kept him. He urged her onto the base. She refused. Like all born in the far north, confinement felt suffocating. So he followed her to the plywood and corrugated tin barracks erected after the Americans displaced the Inuit from the base site. Even now, she wonders how he endured it. The answer is simple. While she lived, he would have abandoned golf clubs and comforts instantly to follow her, even into the heart of blackest hell. People say they had a child. More accurate, her mother had her and her little brother. Her father existed outside that circle, present yet peripheral, dangerous as a polar bear, trapped in a land he despised by a love he could neither comprehend nor control. The man of syringes and steady hands, the golfer Moritz Jasperson. He left when she was 3. Or rather, his own nature drove him out. In the depths of absolute love grows hatred for the beloved, who alone holds the key to joy. She remembers the departure, seething, profane rage. Only the equal and opposite longing ever dragged him back, an invisible rubber band stretched between them, taut, unbreakable, a drive belt the rest of the world could not see. When present, he had little to do with the children. From her first 6 years, Only fragments remain. The smell of Latakia tobacco, the autoclave sterilizing instruments, the occasional sight of him in cleats, stance wide, driving a bucket of balls across new ice. And the atmosphere he carried, the sum of his feelings for her mother, a soothing warmth like the glow from a nuclear core. Her mother's part in it all remains unknowable. Those who study such things claim both partners must collude if a bond is to wreck itself. Possible. From 7 onward, she has repainted her childhood in false hues. Some color may have bled onto her mother too, yet her mother stayed, setting nets, braiding hair, a constant, immense presence, while Moritz oscillated between total surrender and putting an ocean between them. No one who falls into Greenland water resurfaces. At less than 39 degrees Fahrenheit, decomposition halts. In Denmark, stomach gases lift suicides to the surface. Here, they remain below. They found only the remains of her kayak. Enough to conclude a walrus. Unpredictable creatures, timid in one mood, hypersensitive. Farther south in autumn, when fish grow scarce, they turn into swift, precise killers. Tusks can stove in ferocement hulls. She once watched hunters offer a live cod to a captured walrus. It pursed its lips as for a kiss and sucked the flesh clean from bone. Her father suggests she come for Christmas. Christmas holds no meaning for her. Would she leave her father alone? The question mixes malice and sentimentality. An irritating habit age has sharpened in him. She suggests the old men's home. She stands. He approaches. "You're heartless, Smilla," he says. "That's why you've never held on to a man." His father stands close to the edge of tears, the nearest he ever comes. She calls him father and asks for a prescription. The shift happens instantly, complaint giving way to concern in the same lightning reflex he once turned toward her mother. "Are you ill, Smilla?" "Very," she answers. But this piece of paper could save her life and let him keep his Hippocratic oath. It needs 5 figures. He winces. The sum strikes at his vital organs, his wallet, his checkbook. She draws on her fur. Benja stays hidden, offering no goodbye. At the door, he presses the check into her hand. He knows this thin pipeline is his only tether to her existence, and even this he fears losing. Doesn't she want Fernando to drive her home? Then realization dawns. "Smilla," he shouts, "you're not going away, are you?" A snow-dusted lawn stretches between them. It might as well be the ice cap itself. Something weighs on her conscience, she tells him. It will take money to set right. In that case, he murmurs half to himself, "I'm afraid that check isn't nearly enough." He claims the last word. Victory slips away sometimes, perhaps coincidence, perhaps not, that he arrives precisely when the workers break for lunch, leaving the rooftop empty under bright sunshine laced with faint warmth. Blue sky arches overhead, white seagulls wheel. Across the sound, the Limhamn shipyard stands sharp in Sweden. No trace remains of the snow that once blanketed everything. She stands with Mr. Ram, the district attorney's investigator. He is no taller than she is, yet the oversized gray coat, thickly padded at the shoulders, makes him resemble a child costumed for a Prohibition-era musical. His face is dark, scorched, gaunt, the skin stretched tight across bone like a mummy's, but the eyes are alive, watchful. He thought he'd just stop by. She notes how very kind. Does he always make personal visits for complaints? Only rarely. Usually the matter goes to the local board. This time, he says, it's the nature of the case and the thought-provoking letter she wrote. She lets silence settle between them. It has no visible effect. His sand-colored gaze holds steady, unblinking, unembarrassed. He will wait as long as necessary. That patience alone marks him as unusual. He mentioned speaking with Professor Lyan. The professor said she visited that she believed the boy feared heights. His position in the world blocks any deep trust on her part. Still, an impulse rises to share a fragment of what gnaws at her. The tracks in the snow? Few people truly listen. Most rush ahead, mentally editing, rehearsing their reply. Not this man. When she speaks, he attends only to her words, without distraction. He read the report, studied the photographs. There was something more. The admission edges them into territory that must be voiced, yet resists explanation. Acceleration tracks. When launching from snow or ice, the ankle pronates, slight outward rotation like walking barefoot in sand. She demonstrates with a small turn of her wrist. If the motion comes too fast, not planted firmly enough, a backward slip occurs. As with any child at play, when someone grows up moving in snow, that slip doesn't appear. The weight shifts differently, inefficient, like poor distribution on cross-country skis climbing a slope. Even to her own ears, the argument sounds thin, unpersuasive. She braces for dismissal. None comes. He gazes across the roof. No fidgeting, no habitual gestures, no hat touching, pipe lighting, weight shifting. No notebook appears. Simply a small man listening, considering. Interesting, he says at last, but also rather insubstantial. Hard to convey to a layman, hard to build anything upon. He is right. Reading snow resembles hearing music. Describing what you read is like transcribing melody onto paper. The first time it happened felt like waking while the world slept, equal measures of solitude and power. They traveled from Kennesaut toward the mouth of Inglefield Bay. Winter winds scoured the air, cold so fierce that when women needed to urinate, they lit a primus beneath a blanket to lower their pants without instant frostbite. Fog had been approaching for some time, yet when it arrived, it struck suddenly, a shared blindness. Even the dogs pressed close. For her, though, no fog existed, only a wild, bright certainty about direction. Her mother trusted her. The others trusted her mother. They placed her on the lead sled. She felt they followed a silver thread stretched taut between her and the house in Quannock. The instant before a corner emerged from the dark, she knew it waited. Perhaps not the true first time, but that is how memory holds it. Perhaps such awakenings to the self do not arrive in isolated, dramatic bursts. Perhaps love, the sharp knowledge of death, the affinity for snow, never fully vanish. Perhaps they remain always present, only sometimes rising to the surface. Another fog memory surfaces, possibly from that same summer. She never sailed much, never learned the underwater terrain. Unclear why they brought her along, yet she always knew their position relative to shore landmarks. From then on, they took her nearly every time. At the American Coldwater Laboratory on Pilot Island, researchers studied the sense of orientation. Thick volumes and article lists described how constant ground winds angle ice crystals, allowing compass points even in low visibility. How a faint, higher breeze cools one side of the face. How the subconscious registers overlooked light. One theory claimed the Arctic brain detects electromagnetic turbulence from the nearby magnetic North Pole. Lectures on music's experience? Her only spiritual kin is Newton. At university, the passage in Principia Mathematica moved her, tipping a bucket of water, using the tilted surface to argue for absolute space, enveloping the rotating earth, sun, stars, No fixed starting point, no constant frame in life. Absolute space, the still point, the anchor. She could have kissed him. Later, Ernst Mach's critique of the bucket experiment, foundation for Einstein, brought despair. Younger then, more easily shaken. Now she knows they merely exposed Newton's reasoning as incomplete. Every theory reduces intuition. No one has dislodged her or Newton's certainty about absolute space. No one will navigate home to Quanach with his nose buried in Einstein. So what does she think happened? Nothing disarms like sympathy. I don't know, she answers, close enough to truth. What does she want them to do? In daylight, with melted snow, traffic moving across Nipples Bridge, a courteous man speaking gently, her objections feel suddenly thin, transparent. No answer rises. He will review the case from start to finish, he promises, in light of what she has said. They descend the scaffolding. The drop mirrors the depression waiting below. He is parked at the corner. Then he makes his error. While they re-examine, he suggests she withdraw the complaint so they can work without interference. If newspapers call, she should decline comment. Mention nothing of what she told him. Refer inquiries to the police. Say the matter remains under review. Heat rises in her cheeks, not shame, but anger. She is far from perfect. Snow and ice rank higher than love in her affections. Mathematics draws her more readily than people do. Yet she remains tethered to something constant. Call it orientation, woman's intuition, whatever name fits. She stands on solid ground, no farther to fall. Her life may lack neat organization. Still, she keeps at least one fingerhold on absolute space. The certainty settles in her like frost locking into place. There is a limit to how far the world can bend before it reveals its fracture. Something is wrong. She knows it now without question, a quiet, unshakable fact lodged in her chest. No driver's license? When she dresses with care, every line deliberate, every fold controlled, too many variables crowd in if she must also balance on a bicycle, watch traffic, preserve poise, and keep the small hunter's hat from Vagans on Oster Street from flying off. So she walks or rides the bus. Today, she chooses to walk. Tuesday, December 21st, the air bites clear and cold. She heads first to the Geological Institute Library on Östervoldgade. Dedekind's postulate has always appealed to her. Within any interval, no matter how infinitesimally small, along a continuous line of numbers, infinity waits. The library computer yields a similar abundance when she searches for the Cryolyte Corporation of Denmark, material enough to fill a year of reading. She selects white gold. The book glitters from cover to cover. Workers in the quarry shine with purpose in their eyes. Industrial magnates sparkle with profit. Greenlandic cleanup crews gleam with quiet pride. Even the fjords reflect endless flashes of sun on blue water. She continues past Oosterpoort Station, down along Strand Boulevard to number 72B. Once the Cryolyte Corporation of Denmark stood here beside its rival, the Øresund Cryolyte Corporation, 500 employees, 2 laboratory buildings, a raw cryolite hall, sorting hall, canteen, workshops. Now only railroad tracks remain, the demolished plant, scattered sheds and shacks, and one solitary red brick structure. From her reading, she knows the great deposits at Sakak in Greenland ran dry in the 60s. By the 70s, the company had shifted to other work. A barricaded lot, a driveway, a cluster of workmen in white coveralls sharing a quiet Christmas beer, easing toward the holiday. A bolder woman might stride up, offer a scout salute, speak their language, draw out stories about Mrs. Lubing and her fate. She lacks that directness. Strangers unsettle her. Danish workmen in groups unsettle her more. Men in groups, any men, unsettle her most. Lost in thought, she circles the block. The workmen spot her, wave her over. They prove courteous. 30 years on the job, now tasked with shutting the place down. Yes, Mrs. Lubing is still alive, living in Fredericksburg, listed in the phone book. Why? The interest. She tells them the woman once did her a favor. Now she wants to ask about something. They nod. Mrs. Lubing helped many people, they have daughters her age, come back anytime. Walking back toward the city along Strand Boulevard, she reflects that even the most paranoid suspicion hides a kernel of humanity, a longing for connection waiting to surface. She once took Isaiah to the Natural History Museum to see the seal room. He found them sickly. The aurochs model captivated him. On the way home through Field Park, warm autumn mist drifting around them, he asked how old it was. 40,000 years. Then it's going to die soon. Probably right. When you die, Smilla, can I have your hide? All right. They crossed the triangle. The air hung soft. Smilla, can we go to Greenland? She never spares children unavoidable truths. They must grow into the same weight the rest carry. No. All right. She has never promised him anything. No one can promise anyone anything. But they can read about Greenland. He says we when they read aloud. Knowing his presence contributes as much as her voice. In what book? Euclid's Elements. Darkness has fallen by the time she reaches home. The mechanic wheels his bicycle down into the basement. Broad as a bear, he could tower if he straightened fully. Instead, he keeps his head lowered, perhaps apologizing for his size, perhaps dodging the low door frames of the world. She likes him. A weakness for the overlooked runs through her. The lame, the foreign, the fat boy, no one dances with. Her heart tilts toward them. Perhaps because she has always known she belongs among them in some permanent way. Isaiah and the mechanic had been friends before the boy mastered Danish. Words were never essential. One craftsman recognizing another. Two solitary males, each alone in his fashion. She follows him down. An idea about the basement has been forming. He has claimed a double room for his workshop. Cement floor, warm, dry air, bright yellow light. The space bulges with order. Workbench along two walls. Bicycle wheels and tubes hung on hooks. A milk crate of faulty potentiometers. A pegboard of nails and screws. Another of small insulated pliers for electronics. Hooks holding tools. 10 square yards of plywood displaying what seems every tool ever made. Soldering irons in a row. Shelves stacked with plumbing parts, paint cans, dismantled stereos, socket sets, welding rods, a full Metabo power tool collection. Against the wall, large CO2 welder canisters and smaller ones for a blowtorch. A disassembled washing machine. Buckets of dry rot solution, bicycle stand, foot pump. So much gathered here that chaos hovers, waiting for the smallest trigger. Left alone, she could walk in, flip the light, and unleash pandemonium. No one would find the switch again. Yet everything stays exactly where it belongs, held by the pragmatic order of a man who must always locate what he needs. The room lives in 2 scales. Above, adult workbench, tall office chair, tools at hand. Below, under the table, a miniature duplicate world. Small masonite table with coping saw, screwdriver, chisel, tiny stool, Miniature workbench, small vise, beer crate, cigar box holding perhaps 30 cans of Humbrol paint. Isaiah's domain. She has been here once before, watching them work. The mechanic bent over a stand magnifier in the chair. Isaiah on the floor in his underpants, utterly absorbed. The air carried burning solder, epoxy hardener, and something deeper. Complete, consuming focus. She stood 10 minutes. Neither looked up. Isaiah never dressed warmly enough for Danish winter. Julianne managed it only sporadically. After 6 months with her, he suffered his 4th severe middle ear infection in 8 weeks. Emerging from the penicillin fog, he was hard of hearing. After that, she read facing him so he could follow her lips. In the mechanic, he found communication beyond words. For days, she has carried something in her pocket, anticipating this encounter. Now she shows him the suction cup from Isaiah's room. "What's this?" "A cup," he explains. "Glaziers use them to lift large glass sheets." She lifts the contents from the beer crate. Carved wood pieces emerge. A harpoon, an axe, a boat shaped from dense speckled wood, perhaps pear, smoothed outside, hollowed inside, with careful gouge strokes. An umiak, slow, meticulous work. Also a small car of bent, glued aluminum strips cut from near paper-thin sheet. The workshop light casts harsh yellow pools across the clutter, turning every tool and half-finished project into something sharp-edged and expectant. She stands in the doorway, the small stool drawn up beneath her, knees drawn close so she can survey the entire space without moving. The mechanic has shrugged at her question about the knife. No knowledge, no guess, and lumbered off, his heavy steps fading up the stairs. He carries keys to every basement door in the building, trusted by custodians and tenants alike, the world's 200-pound gentle giant who never quite straightens to his full height. She waits. The room holds its breath with her. At boarding school, each child had a narrow cupboard, 12 by 20 inches, with a lock only the owner possessed a key for. Everyone else could. Jimmy it open with a steel comb. People imagine children as transparent, their inner worlds leaking out like light through paper. The opposite is true. No one guards secrets more fiercely than a child. No one needs to more desperately. The adult world pries constantly with its can opener, eager to see what's inside and decide whether to replace it with something more convenient. Boarding school hunger never truly eased, but the deeper craving was for peace. Dormitories offered none. So the longing twisted inward became a hunger for hiding places, for sealed rooms no one could reach. She tries to map Isaiah's world in her mind. The apartment, the block corridors, the kindergarten yard, the harbor embankment, spaces too vast and scattered to search exhaustively. She confines herself to this one. Her eyes move slowly, methodically. Nothing new surfaces beyond the lingering presence of the boy himself, the faint echo of solder smoke, the low hum of focus that once filled the air when he and the mechanic worked side by side. She calls up older images. The room, as it looked months ago. Twice she had sat here watching them. Half an hour passes in stillness before the detail clicks into place. 6 months earlier, the building underwent a dry rot inspection. The insurance company brought a trained dog that sniffed out 2 small patches. Workers knocked them open, treated the wood, then bricked the openings shut. One repair happened right here. 3 feet off the floor, a rectangle of 6 by 6 inch bricks remains unplastered, still rough against the smooth wall behind the workbench shadow. She almost misses it. The mortar has hardened perfectly. The brick fits so flush that no gap shows. Yet when she presses, it yields. A knife blade would find no purchase, but the brick slides inward with surprising ease. She understands immediately how he managed it. He must have waited while the masons finished, mortar still soft. Then, in quiet intervals, perhaps every 15 minutes, He slipped down to the basement, nudged the brick a fraction deeper, waited, nudged it back. Patient, calm, through an entire evening until the mortar set. Ingenious, silent. She lifts the suction cup from the crate, the same black rubber disc with its small handle, and presses it to the brick face. Suction grips, she pulls. Resistance fights her at first, then gives. The brick comes free. On its inner side, a blue nail has been driven in. Thin nylon cord twists around it, secured by a hard drop of epoxy, now solid as stone. The cord trails down into the cavity. At its end hangs a flat cigar box, bound with 2 thick rubber bands. The entire mechanism speaks of careful, shared invention, child and adult working together in perfect secrecy. She slips the box into her coat pocket. The brick slides back into place with a soft scrape. The wall looks untouched again. Memory carries her elsewhere. When she first arrived in Denmark, Copenhagen County gathered immigrant children at Rugmarken School near the Sundby Welfare Barracks on Amager to learn the language. She sat beside a boy named Baral, 7 years old, hair cropped short. At recess, she played ball with the boys. 3 months in, during a name lesson, the teacher asked Baral, who sat next to him. "His name is Smilla," he answered. "Her name is Smilla. Smilla is a girl." He stared in silent shock. After the surprise faded, one change lingered through the rest of the year. A gentle, courteous helpfulness whenever he addressed her. She saw the same shift in Isaiah. Once he grasped the respect, folded into the formal D in Danish, he sometimes switched to it deliberately when speaking to her. In the last 3 months, when Julianne's self-destruction burned hottest and most focused, he occasionally refused to go home at night. "Do you think," he asked once, using the polite form, "that I could sleep here?" After bathing him, she would set him on the toilet seat while she smoothed lotion over his skin. From there, he could study his own face in the mirror, sniffing warily at the rose scent of Elizabeth Arden night cream. Awake, he never touched her. No hand-holding, no caresses given or sought. But in sleep, he sometimes rolled toward her, pressing close for minutes at a time. Against her skin, she felt the small, fleeting erection that rose and fell like a puppet's sudden movement. On those nights, sleep eluded her. The slightest shift in his quick breathing woke her. Often she simply lay awake, breathing in the air he had just exhaled. Bertrand Russell wrote that pure mathematics is the realm where we do not know what we speak of, nor whether what we say is true or false. That is how she feels about cooking. She eats mostly meat, fatty cuts. Vegetables and bread leave her cold. She has never grasped the logic of her kitchen, the raw materials, the basic reactions of heat and ingredient. Her single rule: always make hot food. It serves mental hygiene when living alone. It keeps momentum alive. Tonight it buys time before 2 telephone calls. She dreads, she dislikes phones, she needs to see the face on the other end. Isaiah's cigar box rests on her table. She removes the rubber bands. Her own knives barely manage envelopes or coarse bread. Anything sharper invites danger on bad days. The temptation to stand before the bathroom mirror and draw a line across her throat. Better to keep blades dull and borrow a proper one from a neighbor when needed. Yet she understands the fascination with a gleaming edge. One day she bought Isaiah a puma skinner. No thanks came. No surprise crossed his face. He lifted the short, wide blade from its green felt case with care, then vanished 5 minutes later. Both of them knew he headed straight to the basement beneath the mechanic's workbench to curl up with his treasure, to spend months absorbing the fact that it truly belonged to him. Now the knife lies before her in its sheath, hilt of polished antler gleaming. 4 other items share the box. A child-found harpoon point of the kind Greenland children collect from old sites, knowing they should leave them for archaeologists yet carrying them anyway. A bear claw, heavy and razor-sharp, astonishing in its density. A cassette tape wrapped in faded green graph paper covered with figures labeled in block capitals. Niflheim, a plastic bus pass holder, the pass removed, now sleeving a color photograph. The photo shows summer in North Greenland, the man's jeans tucked into kamiks. He sits bare-chested on a sunlit rock, laughing wide at the camera, black diver's watch on his left wrist, every tooth and wrinkle sharpened by joy. Isaiah's father. It is late, yet this seems the hour when those who keep society's machinery turning deliver one final push before Christmas, earning the frozen duck and the director's perfunctory kiss behind the ear. She opens the phone book under the dim kitchen light, fingers tracing the columns until they land on the Copenhagen District Attorney's office on Jens Kofod's Gade. The address feels solid, official, a place where answers might still be possible. She dials Raven, uncertain what words will come, perhaps only that she has not been fooled, has not surrendered, that she is watching. A quiet declaration. You know what, you little fart? I'm keeping an eye on you. She braces for deflection, irritation, anything. Not the voice that answers, cold, female, clipped. There is no one by that name working here. The receiver grows heavy against her ear. She sinks into the chair, breathing softly into the mouthpiece to buy time, to let the silence stretch. To whom am I speaking? The woman asks. She nearly hangs up. Something in the tone holds her, small-town curiosity, narrow and prying. Inspiration flares. This is Smilla, she whispers, muffling her voice as though through spun sugar. From Smilla's sauna parlor. Mr. Raven had an appointment for a massage he wanted to change. The woman's breathing quickens. Is this Rav short and thin? Like a toothpick, honey. Wears big coats? Like huge tents. A delighted intake of air. It's the guy in the fraud division. The woman's satisfaction radiates through the line. Christmas gossip secured for tomorrow's coffee break with the other office women. You've saved my day, she tells the stranger. If you ever need a massage. The line clicks dead. She carries her tea to the window. Denmark lies quiet and beautiful below. The police are especially lovely, escorting the royal guard to Amalienborg, guiding lost ducklings across streets. When a small boy falls from a roof, first the uniforms arrive, then the detectives, and finally the assistant district attorney for special economic crimes dispatches his people. How comforting. She pulls the phone jack free. Enough voices for one day. The mechanic has wired the doorbell so she can silence that too. On the sofa, the day's images drift past first. She lets them go. Then childhood memories rise and fall between faint depression and faint joy. She releases them. Peace follows. She puts on a record. Kremer's violin enters, Brahms unfolding slow and luminous. Tears come then, not for anyone or anything particular. The life she has built is hers alone. She would change none of it. She cries because the universe contains something as pure as this, music. According to one theory, existence can only be certain for what one has personally experienced. Few people then are fully convinced Gothobsvej exists at 5 a.m. The windows stand dark, streets empty. Bus number 2 rumbles along with only the driver and her inside. 5 o'clock in the morning carries its own weight. Sleep reaches its lowest point. The REM curve turns upward, lifting the sleeper toward the reluctant knowledge that rest cannot last. Vulnerability peaks. newborn fragility. The great predators hunt, then. The police arrive to collect overdue parking fines. She rides the bus to Braunschweig to Kabeleve at the edge of Utterslev to visit forensic expert Lagerman. He had recognized her voice on the phone before she spoke her name, rattled off 6:30. Can you make it? She arrives a little before 6. Small disruptions to routine often reveal something unexpected. People cling to the clock to hold their lives steady. Kabeleve lies dark, houses dark. The marsh at the street's end, black. Frost coats the sidewalk pale gray. Parked cars wear glittering white fur. She wonders what the sleepy forensic expert will look like. One house glows, not merely lit, but blazing. Figures moving behind the windows as though a ball has raged all night and refuses to end. She rings. Smilla, good fairy. Last guest before dawn. 5 children open the door at once, wedging into the frame, small to medium, dressed for assault, ski boots, backpacks, hands free to strike, milky skin, freckles, copper red hair under ear-flap hats. They radiate restless, destructive energy. At their center stands a woman with the same pale skin and red hair, built like an American football player. Broad shoulders, solid back. Behind her, Lagerman appears. 1.5 feet shorter than his wife, fully dressed, permanently red-eyed, cheerfully awake. He shows no surprise at her early arrival. He dips his head, they push through the shouting, past rooms bearing traces of barbarian passage, wild hordes come and gone, through a kitchen stacked with battalion-sized sandwiches, out a door. It closes. Sudden, quiet, dry heat, a purple glow. They stand in a greenhouse extension, a winter garden. Narrow paths wind between white wrought iron furniture and a small terrace table. Everywhere else, the floor disappears beneath cactuses, beds, and pots, from tiny spikes to 6-foot giants. Every stage of thorn and bloom. Ultraviolet grow lights bathe them in violet. Dallas, he says. Great for building a collection. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend it. Hell if I know. Saturday nights, we get up to 50 murders. Work downstairs next to the emergency room. Autopsy's right there. Practical. Learn plenty about gunshot and stab wounds. My wife said I never saw the children. She was right. He stares at her steadily as he speaks. You're early, all right? Doesn't matter. We're up anyway. My wife got the kids into the Alla Road nursery so they could run in the woods. Did you know the little boy? I was a friend of the family, especially him. They sit facing each other. What do you want? You gave me your card. He ignores the deflection. Too much seen to indulge pretense. If he speaks truth, he expects it in return. She tells him about Isaiah's terror of heights, the tracks on the roof, her meeting with Professor Lyan, investigator Robin. He lights a cigar, gazes at his cactuses. Perhaps he has not followed. Perhaps she herself no longer understands. We have the only real institute, he says. The others fumble with 4 people, no money for pipettes or mice to graft cell tests. We have a whole building, pathologists, chemists, forensic geneticists, basement warehouse, teach students, 200 employees, 3,000 cases a year. Odense might see 40 murders. I've had 1,500 here in Copenhagen, same in Germany, the States. Only 3 people in Denmark can truly call themselves forensic experts. Lyan and I are 2. Beside his chair, a cactus erupts, tree stump base, languid green arms, exploding into purple and orange bloom. The morning after the boy arrived, we were swamped. Drunk drivers, Christmas parties, police wait every afternoon at 4 for reports. So 8 o'clock I start on him. Not squeamish, are you? Routine. External first, nail scrapings for tissue, rectal for sperm, then open him up, examine organs. Were the police present? Only unusual cases, strong murder suspicion. Not this one. Routine. He wore rain pants. I hold them up. Not long jump gear, trick I use. Light bulb inside the legs. Helly Hansen. Sturdy, I wear them gardening. Near the thigh, a perforation. I examine the boy. Routine. Find a hole. Should have caught it on the surface exam. Frankly, we're all human. Then I frown. No bleeding. Tissue not contracted. Know what that means? No. Means whatever happened there happened after his heart stopped. He leans closer. Now I look closer at the rain gear. Small indentation around the hole, rings a bell. I get a biopsy needle, big syringe on a handle. Plunge in for core sample. Geologists use them. Sports physiologists at August Crow, too. Damn if it doesn't fit. The circle could come from someone in a hurry, jamming it hard. He pauses. I'll eat my hat if someone didn't take a muscle biopsy from him. The ambulance medic? Thought of that. Makes no sense. Who else? I call them. Driver, medic, orderlies who received the body, all swear they did nothing like it. Why didn't Lyan tell me? For a moment, he seems ready to explain. Then the closeness fractures. Must be a fucking coincidence, he mutters to himself. He switches off the grow lights. Night had surrounded them. Now faint daylight edges in. The house breathes quietly, gathering strength before the next storm. She walks the narrow paths among the cactuses. Something stubborn in them draws her. Sun presses down, desert wind, drought, night frost, all try to crush them. Yet they thrive. They bristle, retreat behind thick armor, refuse to yield an inch. She regards them with quiet fellow feeling. Lagerman stands beside her among the cactuses. The purple grow lights now dimmed, leaving the room in soft gray pre-dawn. He reminds her of his plants, armored, unyielding, shaped by forces that would crush most things. Without knowing his history, she senses the concrete he must have broken through, yard after cubic yard, to reach whatever light he claims. Now, they pause next to a bed of green sea urchins that look storm-tossed in cotton fluff. Pilosarius senilis, he says. Nearby, a row of smaller pots holds green and violet specimens. Mescaline, he explains. Even the big collections, the botanical gardens in Mexico City, Cesar Manrique's museum on Lanzarote, have no more than this. One sliver, and you're gone. Or so he has heard. He is a sensible man, a rationalist. They examine the brain, slice away a piece, replace the skull cap, pull the scalp back into place. No one can tell the difference. He has seen thousands of brains. Nothing mysterious. Chemistry, all of it. Enough information, and the puzzle dissolves. Why does she think the boy ran onto that roof? For the first time, she feels like giving the truth. Someone was after him. He shakes his head. Children don't run that far. His own sit down and howl, or freeze. Memory flickers. The mechanic rebuilt a bicycle for Isaiah. The boy had never learned to ride in Greenland. When it was finished, he vanished. The mechanic found him 6 miles out on the old Cougar Highway, training wheels still on, lunchbox strapped to the rack, headed for Greenland. Because Julianne had once been in Vadovra Hospital for the DTs. From 7, when she first came to Denmark, until 13, when she gave up, she ran away more times than she can count. Twice she reached Greenland, one time all the way to Thule. Attach yourself to a family, Pretend your mother sits 5 rows ahead on the plane or stands farther back in line. The world celebrates lost parrots, Persian cats, French bulldogs that find their way home to Friedenholmsvich. Nothing compared to the miles children have walked searching for a life worth living. She could try explaining this to Lagerman. She does not. They stand now in the front hallway amid boots, skate blade guards, remnants of provisions, scattered debris from the children's morning raid. What now? She is looking for the logical explanation he mentioned earlier. Until she finds it, Christmas spirit will stay out of reach. Don't you have a job to go to? She does not answer. Suddenly his thorns retract. When he speaks again, the swearing has vanished. He has seen hundreds of grieving relatives overwhelmed, hundreds of determined amateurs convinced they could outdo the police and the experts. He has watched their ideas, their persistence, and told himself 5 minutes, no more. With her, he is not so sure. She tries a smile to match his cautious optimism. Too early in the morning, even for her. Instead, she turns, blows him a small kiss from one desert plant to another. She knows little about cars. In her view, the entire global fleet could be compacted and fired into orbit around Mars. Except taxis. Those must remain at her disposal when needed. She does recognize a Volvo 840. For years, Volvo sponsored the Europe Tour golf tournament and used her father in their ads, men and women who had succeeded on the international stage. One shot showed him teeing off on the terrace at Sula Road Golf Club. Another placed him in a white lab coat before a tray of instruments, eyes saying, "If you need a block straight into the pituitary, I'm your man." Both photos taken from the angle that gave him Picasso's profile with a toupee. Caption, "Those who never miss." For 3 months, the image haunted buses and subway stations. It etched the angular, slightly shrunken shape of a Volvo 840 into her mind forever. When temperature rises just before sunrise, as it did today, frost retreats last from a car's roof and above the wipers. A banal fact few notice. The blue Volvo 840 on Cabellevage has no frost at all, either wiped away or recently driven. Reasons exist for parking there at 6:20 in the morning. At the moment, she cannot think of one. She walks to the car, bends over the hood, peers through the tinted windshield. A man sleeps in the driver's seat. She watches a moment. He does not stir. She turns and strolls toward Bolshoi Square. Sleep matters. She would have welcomed another 2 hours herself that morning. She would not have chosen to take them in a Volvo on Cabellevage. My name is Smilla Jasperson. Groceries from the store? No, Smilla Jasperson. Phone conversations rank low among communication forms. Security intercoms rank lower. The building, tall, silvery gray, imposing, matches its intercom, anodized aluminum shaped like a conch shell. Unfortunately, it has also captured the roar of distant oceans, drowning every word. The cleaning lady? No, she says, and not the pedicurist either. She has questions about the Cryolyte Corporation. Elsa Lubing pauses. Privilege of standing on the warm side of the door, finger near the release buzzer. This is most inconvenient. Write or come back another time. The line clicks dead. She steps back, looks up. The building stands alone in the Fugelbakken section of Frederiksberg at the end of Hesjervesch, unusually tall for Copenhagen. Lubing lives on the 7th floor. Below her balcony, the wrought iron drips with planters, Mr. and Mrs. Show, according to the directory. She presses their bell, short, authoritative. Yes, the voice carries at least 80 years. Delivery from the florist. Bouquet for Elsa Lubing upstairs. She's not home. Would you let me in? Sorry, we have strict instructions not to open for other apartments. She feels sudden fondness for octogenarians who still follow strict instructions. Mrs. Show, they are orchids, straight from the plane out of Madeira. They're wilting down here in the cold. That's terrible. Awful. But a tiny press on that buzzer would bring them into the warmth where they belong. The door buzzes open. The elevator invites lingering, plush sofa built in, polished Brazilian rosewood, gold grating, sandblasted cupids on the glass panels, through which the cable and counterweight descend into the shaft she leaves behind. She could ride up and down 7 or 8 times just for the pleasure. Lubing's door remains closed. Downstairs, Mrs. Skoo has opened hers to listen, checking whether orchids mask a Christmas assault. She slips a paper through the mail slot among loose coins and university library reminders. Then she and Mrs. Show wait. The door has a brass mail slot, hand-painted nameplate, panels of gray and white. It opens. Elsa Lubing stands in the frame, taking her time to study the visitor. "Well," she says finally, "you are certainly persistent." She steps aside. Smilla walks past her into the apartment. Lubing and the building share the same palette, polished silver and fresh cream. Tall, nearly 6 feet long, simple, off-white dress. Hair pinned up, yet loose strands fall like liquid metal across her cheeks. No makeup, no perfume, only a silver cross at her throat. An angel, the kind trusted to guard with a flaming sword. She looks at the letter Smilla dropped through the slot. Julienne's pension award. I remember this letter quite well. A painting hangs on the wall. From heaven to earth streams long-bearded patriarchs, plump infants, fruit, cornucopias, hearts, anchors, royal crowns, cannons, and Latin text readable only to those who know the language. The room's sole luxury, otherwise bare white walls, parquet floor with wool carpets, oak desk, low round table, high-backed chairs, sofa, tall bookcase, crucifix. Nothing more is needed, because another presence fills the space. A view normally reserved for pilots, bearable only without vertigo. The apartment unfolds as one vast, bright room. Along the balcony, a wall of glass opens onto all of Frederiksberg, Bellahoy, distant Hoye Gladsaxe. Winter morning light pours in, white as though they stood outdoors. Opposite, another window frames Copenhagen's spires across endless rooftops. High above the city, in a bell jar of glass, they stand measuring each other. Lubing offers a hanger for the coat. Without thinking, Smilla slips off her shoes. The room demands it. They sit in the high-backed chairs. This time of day, Lubing says, I am normally in prayer. She speaks as naturally as though she usually joined the Heart Association's exercise class at this hour. So, unbeknownst to you, you have chosen an inconvenient time. I saw your name on the letter and looked you up in the phone book. Lubing glances at the paper again, removes her thick reading glasses. A tragic accident, especially for the child. A child needs both parents. That is one practical reason marriage is sacred. Mr. Lubing would be pleased to hear that. If he is dead, no insult given. If alive, a graceful compliment. There is no Mr. Lubing. I am the bride of Jesus. She says it seriously yet with a coquettish lilt, as though the marriage happened recently and remains happy, promising to endure. But that does not mean I regard love between men and women as anything less than holy. It is, however, only a stage along the way. A stage I permitted myself to skip, so to speak. She looks at Smilla with sly humor, like skipping a grade in school. Or, Smilla says, like going directly from bookkeeper to chief accountant at the Cryolyte Corporation of Denmark. When Lubing laughs, the sound resonates deep, almost masculine. My dear, are you married? No, never have been. They draw their chairs closer, two mature women who both understand life without men. Lubing seems to manage it better. The boy is dead, Smilla says. 4 days ago he fell from a roof. Lubing rises, walks to the glass wall. Aging with such dignity would be a pleasure if one could grow another foot. Smilla abandons the thought. I met him once, Lubing says. When you met him, you understood why it is written that unless you become as children, you will not enter paradise. I hope his poor mother will find her way to Jesus. Only if you can find him at the bottom of a bottle. Lubing looks at her without smiling. He is everywhere, even there. In the early 60s, the Christian mission in Greenland still carried the quivering energy of imperialism. Later decades, especially Thule Air Base, with its containers of pornography, whiskey, and demands for semi-prostitution, pushed them to the edge of religion, into a vacuum of wonder. She has lost the skill of engaging a believing European. She stands at the glass wall with Elsa Lubing, the winter morning light pouring across Frederiksberg like spilled milk, softening the rooftops of Jen Forening's plaids, Bronsjø in the distance, everything hushed under fresh snow. The neighborhood feels suddenly small, village-like from this height, as though the city has shrunk to fit inside a snow globe. Hedgervøge runs narrow below, feeding into Duevo, where cars line the curb in patient rows. One catches her eye, a blue Volvo 840, roof and wipers bare of frost, while every other vehicle wears its glittering coat. The detail prickles at her. Either someone wiped it clean, or the engine ran recently enough to melt it away. Volvo products travel far, she thinks. Far enough to sponsor golf tours, far enough to pay the fee her father still brags about for posing in their advertisements. The car sits there like a quiet anomaly, patient and waiting. Lubing asks what Isaiah's father died of. Food poisoning, she answers, then gently probing. You are interested in the past, Miss Jasperson? The question hangs between them. Smilla feels the fork in the path. Invent some harmless story, or offer the harder truth. On the low table lies the Bible, open like a silent witness. A memory surfaces. Moravian Sunday school in Greenland, a catechist obsessed with the Dead Sea Scrolls, his voice reciting Jesus' words, "Thou shalt not lie." The command settles over her like frost. She chooses truth. I think something scared him, she says. That someone was chasing him up onto that roof he fell from. Lubing's composure does not flicker. The last days have brought Smilla. Only people who regard the most startling things with perfect calm. The devil assumes many forms. It's one of those forms I'm searching for. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. That kind of justice is too long-term for me. It was my understanding that for the short term, we have the police. They've closed the case. Lubing stares at her, then announces tea. She has offered nothing to drink. On her way to the kitchen, she pauses in the doorway. Do you know the parable of the talents? It's about loyalty. There is loyalty toward the worldly as well as the heavenly. I was an official of the Cryolyte Corporation for 45 years. Do you understand? They drink tea from Tranquebar royal porcelain, poured from A. Georg Jensen's silver pot. Lubing's taste reveals itself as elegant rather than modest upon closer look. Every few years, the corporation outfitted geological expeditions to Greenland. The expedition in the summer of '94 to Gella Alta on the west coast cost 1,870,747 kroner, and 50 ore, she says. Half in Danish kroner, half in Cape York dollars, the company's own currency, named after Knud Rasmussen's trading post in Thule in 1910. That is all she can tell. Smilla sits gingerly. Roermann, on Ordrup Vege, sewed silk lining into her kidskin pants. The seamstress warned the movement would shred them, but Smilla insisted. Small pleasures matter. The cool, warm slide of silk against her thighs is one. The price is caution when she sits. The back-and-forth motion strains the seams. Her minor difficulty in this conversation. Lubing carries a larger one. Something presses against her now, and Smilla senses it. The effort to filter what must not reach the visitor. Lubing joined the corporation in 1947, when manufacturer Verl offered 240 kroner a month, free lunch, 3 weeks vacation. She said nothing aloud. Inside, she thought, look at the birds of the air. They neither sow nor reap. So will he not look after you? At Greenlandic on Kongens Nytorv, she had earned 187 kroner. Since then, no one has complained about the corporation's generosity or openness. Complaints were satisfied. When she began, there were 6 cafeterias, one for workers, one for office staff, one for skilled technicians, one for supervisors and chief accountant and bookkeepers, one for scientific staff in the laboratories, one for director and board. That changed. Perhaps you made your influence felt, Smilla suggests. Politicians sat on the board. Minister of Social Welfare Steinke was one. What she saw troubled her conscience. On May 17, 1957, at 4 p.m, the very day she was named chief accountant, she went to him. I don't know anything about socialism, Mr. Steinke, but I know it shares certain things with the first Christian congregation. They gave to the poor, lived as brothers and sisters. How can these ideas be reconciled with 6 cafeterias? He quoted scripture, "Render unto God what is God's, unto Caesar what is Caesar's." A few years later, 1 cafeteria remained. She pours tea through a sieve to catch stray leaves, places cotton under the spout to prevent drips. The same filtering happens inside her. Careful, deliberate, keeping certain truths from spilling over. The corporation was partially state-supported, not half like Orson Cryolyte, but the government held a seat on the board and 33.33% of shares. Accounts were open, photostat copies made, portions examined by the audit department, later the National Bureau of Auditing. The difficulty lay in private sector cooperation, Swedish diamond drilling, GreenX, later Greenland's Geological Survey, half-time, quarter-time employees, complex arrangements, and the hierarchy. Every company has one. Sections of the ledgers even she could not access. Her own books were bound in gray moleskin, stamped red, kept in the archive safe. Yet there was a smaller, confidential ledger. There must have been. A large corporation required it. Keep them in the archives, she says. Present tense. She retired last year, remains associated as accounting consultant. Smilla tries once more. The accounts for the summer '91 expedition, was anything special about them? For an instant, she believes she is close to breaking through. Then the filter returns. I'm not certain I remember. One final, tactless attempt. Could I see the archive? Lubing shakes her head. Her mother once smoked a pipe carved from an old shell casing. Never lied. When she wished to conceal truth, she scraped the bowl, placed the scrapings in her mouth, said Mamartag, lovely, and pretended speech had left her. Silence, too, is an art. Wasn't it difficult, Smilla asks as she slips her shoes back on, for a woman to hold financial responsibility for a large corporation in the 50s? The Lord has been merciful. Smilla thinks the Lord has found an effective instrument in Elsa Lubing. What makes you think the boy was being chased? There was snow on the roof he fell from. I saw his footprints. I have a sense of snow. Lubing gazes straight ahead, weariness suddenly visible in the lines of her face. Snow is the symbol of inconstancy, she says, as in the book of Job. Smilla pulls on her cape. Bible fragments cling to her mind from childhood lessons. Yes, and a symbol of the light of truth. As in Revelation, his head and his hair were white as snow. Lubing looks at her with anxiety as she closes the door. Smilla Jasperson, the dear guest, spreader of light. When she leaves, blue sky and good spirits remain. The moment Smilla steps onto Hezervaj, the intercom buzzes. Would you please come back up for a moment? The voice is hoarse, perhaps the underwater distortion of the conch shell. She rides the elevator again. Lubing receives her in the doorway. Nothing is as before, as Jesus says somewhere. I have a ritual, Lubing says. I open the Bible at random when in doubt, to seek a sign. A little game between God and me, if you like. With anyone else, the habit might seem a tick born of solitude. Not with her. She is never alone. She is married to Jesus. Just now, when you closed the door, I opened the Bible. The first page of Revelation, which you mentioned. I have the keys of Hades and of death. They stand looking at each other. The keys of hell, Lubing says. How far will you go? Try me. For a moment, something struggles inside her. There is a double archive in the basement of the building on Strand Boulevard. The first holds accounts and correspondence. Supervisors, bookkeepers, I myself, sometimes department heads, all have access. The second archive lies behind the first. There the expedition reports are kept, certain mineral samples, a whole wall of topographical maps, a case of drilling cores, geological samples the size of narwhal tusks. Technically, access requires board or director permission. She turns her back. Smilla feels the solemnity of the moment. Lubing is about to commit one of her life's rare breaches of regulation. Naturally, I cannot mention a passkey system, or that the Ebloy key on the board is for the main entrance. Smilla turns slowly. 3 brass hooks behind her. 3 keys. One is a Bloy. The building itself has no security system. The archive key hangs in the safe in the office, electronic safe, 6-digit code, the date I became chief accountant, 0575757. The key fits both basement rooms. Lubing turns back, steps close. This proximity, Smilla guesses, is the nearest she ever comes to touching another human being. Do you believe? I don't know whether I believe in your God. That doesn't matter. You believe in a supreme being? There are mornings when I don't even believe in myself. Lubing laughs for the second time that day. Then she turns and walks toward her panoramic view. Halfway across the room, Smilla slips the key into her pocket. Her fingertips check that Rormon's silk lining is not torn, at least not there. She leaves, takes the stairs. If divine providence exists, one great question is how directly it intervenes. Whether the Lord himself saw her at 6 Hezervaj and said, "Let there be a break," and there was a break, in one of his own angels. When she rounds the corner onto Duavje, the ballpoint pen already rests in her palm cap removed, ready to scratch the license plate number onto the back of her hand. The impulse feels urgent yet vague, a reflex born of unease. Nothing comes of it. By the time she reaches the intersection, the spot lies empty. No blue Volvo, no lingering exhaust, only the quiet street under street lamp glow. From dust you have come. Memory lifts her north. Occasionally, gyr falcons appeared when they hunted auks, first two distant specks against the horizon. Then the mountain itself seemed to rise and dissolve into the sky as 1,000,000 birds erupted in flight, turning space black for one breathless instant, as though winter had slammed back without warning. Her mother would fire at the falcons. A gyr falcon dives at 125 miles an hour. She rarely missed. Nickel-plated small-caliber rounds. They retrieved the fallen birds for her. Once the bullet entered one eye and lodged in the other, so the dead falcon stared back at them with a single, glittering, accusing gaze. A taxidermist on the base prepared them. Gyr falcons are protected. On the German or American black market, a fledgling fetches $50,000 for breeding into hunting birds. No one believed my mother had broken the ban. She did not sell them. She gave them away to her father, to ethnographers who sought her out because she was a female hunter, to officers from the base. The stuffed falcons were both grotesque and magnificent gifts. She presented them with grave, open-handed ceremony, then let fall a casual remark. She needed tailor's shears, or 80 yards of nylon rope, or 2 pairs of thermal underwear for the children. Whatever she named, she received. She wrapped her guests in a net of fierce, reciprocal obligation. The display shamed her and filled her with love at once. It was her answer to European culture. She met it with courtesy pale and deliberate, opened herself to it, then closed around what she could use: scissors, rope, the sperm that carried Moritz Jasperson into her womb. That is why Thule will never become a museum. Ethnographers draped a dream of innocence over North Greenland, the Inuit forever bow-legged, drum-dancing, legend-telling, widely smiling figures the first explorers thought they met south of Qaanaaq at the century's turn. Her mother gave them a dead bird and made them buy half the store. She paddled a kayak built in the 17th century manner before the craft vanished from the far north. Yet she used a sealed plastic container for her hunting float. To dust you shall return. She watches the women supporting Julianne, searching their shapes for any sign of pregnancy, a boy who might carry Isaiah's name. The dead live on through names. 4 girls were named Ain after her mother. She has visited them often, sat with them, hoping to glimpse the lost woman through the living one. They draw the ropes through the eyelets along the coffin's sides. For a moment, the longing feels like insanity. If they would only open the lid once more, let her lie beside his cold, small body, the body someone pierced with a needle, opened, photographed, sliced, stitched shut. If she could feel once more that fleeting erection against her thigh, a gesture of boundless, innocent eroticism, the soft beat of a moth's wing on her skin, the dark insects of happiness. The cold is so deep, they must leave the grave open when they depart. The earth will wait to receive him. She walks beside the mechanic. His name is Peter. Less than 13 hours since she first spoke it. 16 hours earlier, it was midnight on Kalkbrandervej. She bought 12 large black plastic bags, 4 rolls of duct tape, 4 tubes of superglue, a Maglite flashlight. She slit the bags, doubled them, glued them together, then folded the mass into her Louis Vuitton handbag. She wore high boots, red turtleneck, Greenlandic sealskin coat, Scottish corner skirt, nicely dressed. Explanations come easier. What followed lacked grace. The factory grounds were fenced 12 feet high, single strand of barbed wire along the top. She pictured a rear gate facing Kalkbrandervej and the tracks. She had seen it before. What she had not seen was the sign, Danish watchdogs on guard. It might mean nothing. Many signs exist only for atmosphere. She tested the gate with a kick. Within 5 seconds, a dog appeared. perhaps a German shepherd. It looked like something people wiped their feet on, foul-tempered accordingly. Some Greenlanders have a way with dogs. Her mother did. Before nylon became common in the 70s, they used sealskin towel lines. Other teams' dogs chewed through theirs. Theirs never touched the harnesses. Her mother forbade it. Others are born afraid of dogs and never overcome the fear. She is one. She retreated along Strand Boulevard and took a taxi home. She did not go to her own apartment. She went to Julianne's, took a pound of cod liver from the refrigerator. Julianne's friend at the fish market gives it free when split. In the bathroom, she emptied half a bottle of Halcyon into her pocket, recently prescribed. Julianne sells them, marketable among junkies. The money buys her own medicine, the kind customs officers tax. In Rink's collection, a West Greenland story tells of a bogeyman who cannot sleep, must watch forever. He never tried Halcyon. Half a tablet sends the first-time user into deep coma. Julianne let her take what she needed. She has given up almost everything, including questions. "You've forgotten me," Julianne called after her. She took another taxi back to Kalkbrandereive. The cab began to smell of fish. Under the viaduct streetlight facing the free harbor, she crushed the pills into the liver. Now she smelled of fish, too. This time, she did not call the dog. He waited, hoping she would return. She tossed the liver over the fence. So much talk of dogs' keen noses, she feared he might detect the pills. Unnecessary worry. He inhaled the liver like a vacuum. They waited. Dog for more. Liver. She, for the pharmaceutical industry's effect on sleepless animals. A station wagon arrived. Danish watchdogs. No hiding on Kalkbrandereive. She simply stood. A uniformed man stepped out, studied her, found no explanation. Solitary woman in fur coat at 1 a.m. on Österbro's edge. He unlocked the gate, leashed the dog, led him to the sidewalk. The dog growled at her. Then his legs buckled. He looked mournfully at the man. The man opened the wagon's rear. The dog managed his front paws inside. The man pushed the rest. Mystified, he drove away. She considered Danish watchdogs' methods. Random patrols, short shifts. The dog headed to the next post. She hoped it offered something soft to sleep on. She tried the key in the gate lock. It did not turn. Of course. Elsa Lubing always arrived when a guard opened the gate. She had not known the perimeter used a different system. She would go over the fence. It took time. She threw her boots first. A piece of sealskin caught and tore. She needs to look at a map only once for the landscape to rise from the paper. Not learned, though she acquired nomenclature, symbols, ridged elevation peaks on Geodetic Institute topographicals, red-green parabolas on military ice pack charts, discus-shaped gray-white X-band radar photos, multi-spectrum Landsat 3 scans, candy-colored geologist sediment maps, red-blue thermal images, like learning a new alphabet, then forgetting it when reading begins. The text of ice. The Geological Institute book held a map of the Cryolyte Corporation of Denmark, cadastral aerial floor plan. Now, standing inside, she knows how it once appeared. Demolition site now. Dark as a cave, white drifts where snow collected. She entered where the rear of the raw Cryolyte building once stood. The foundation remains. Abandoned soccer field of frozen concrete. She looks for the railroad tracks and stumbles over the ties. The line that carried ore from the company dock, silhouetted ahead. The workers' shed, once smithy, machine shop, carpentry. A cellar of bricks, former cafeteria basement. Svanemolava bisects the grounds. On the far side, the residential district. Electric Christmas stars, candles, nuclear families. And beyond their windows, the 2 rectangular laboratory buildings still standing. a portrait of Denmark's relation to its former colony, disillusionment, resignation, retreat, while retaining final administrative hold. Foreign policy, mineral rights, military interests. Ahead, against the glow of Strand Boulevard, the building looms like a small castle. L-shaped, entrance at the top of a fan-shaped granite stair in the wing facing the boulevard. This time, the key turns. The door opens to a small square foyer, black and white marble tiles, acoustics that echo however softly she moves. One stairway descends to darkness and the archives. Another climbs 5 steps to the floor, where Elsa Lubing exerted influence for 45 years. The stairs lead to French doors. Beyond them, one long room runs the wing's length. 8 desks, 6 bay windows onto the street, file cabinets, telephones, word processors, 2 copiers, metal shelves of red and blue plastic folders. Wall map of Greenland, long table with coffee machine and mugs, corner safe, electronic, small window, glowing, closed. One desk stands apart, slightly larger, plate glass top. A small crucifix rests on the glass. No private office for the chief accountant, merely a desk in the open pool, like the first Christian congregation. She sits in the high-back chair to feel what it was like to occupy it for 45 years amid erasers and bank stationery, part of her mind lifted to a spiritual plane where a light burns so fiercely she can shrug at earthly love, which for the rest of us mixes Nuke Cathedral with the potential for Third World War. After a moment she rises, no wiser. The safe door swings outward with a low, metallic sigh when she enters the code. May 17th, 57. The date Elsa Lubing became chief accountant. No handle, only a broad ridge she grips and leans into with her full weight. Inside, narrow metal shelves hold the account books of the Cryolyte Corporation, stretching back to 1885, when government charter separated it from the Øresund Corporation. 6 ledgers per year, hundreds of volumes bound in gray moleskin, stamped red. A quiet monument to the most politically and economically significant investments in Greenland. She pulls down the volume marked 1991, opens it at random. Salary, pension, harbor fees, labor costs, room and board, tonnage charges, laundry and dry cleaning, travel expenses, shareholders, dividends, payments to Struer Chemical Laboratory, rows of precise entries. To the right of the safe, keys hang in neat rows on the wall. One marked Archives catches her eye. She takes it. When she pushes the safe door shut, the glowing digits vanish one by one. She leaves the room, descends the dark stairway, and the small window on the safe reads closed once more. The first archive room fills the entire basement beneath one wing. Low ceiling, endless wooden shelves, brown-wrapped bundles of ledger paper exhaling the dry, enervating air that hangs over vast deserts of documents. The second room lies perpendicular, same shelving but also flat drawer cabinets for topographical maps, hanging files with hundreds of sheets, some clamped to brass rods, a locked wooden cabinet 10 yards long like a coffin where drilling cores must rest. 2 windows high on the Strand Boulevard side, 4 toward the factory grounds. Here, her preparations matter. She had imagined covering the windows to risk a light. Women, she knows, paint attic apartments themselves, reupholster furniture, sandblast facades. She has always hired professionals or postponed until next year. These windows are large iron bars inside. 45 minutes pass while she drapes all 6 with the doubled black plastic sheets glued together. When finished, she hesitates, then decides against the overhead lights. The maglite will suffice. Merciless order should rule archives, the past crystallized so busy young people can enter, Select one case, one core sample, one precise segment of history, and leave. These archives disappoint. No labels on shelves, no dates or letters on spines. Random pulls yield cold petrographic analyses on seams from ATD, low group profiles. Nixuak, West Greenland. On the use of processed raw cryolite in the production of electric light bulbs. Demarcation of borders at the land parceling of 1862. She climbs the stairs again, dials from the office telephone. Calling from the scene feels wrong, as though she has patched directly into police headquarters to confess. This is Elsa Lubing. I'm standing amid mountains of papers trying to remember where it says that even the chosen ones risk being led astray. A brief hesitation, then laughter. In Matthew, but perhaps more appropriate now is Mark, where Jesus says, "Are you not therefore mistaken, because you do not know the Scriptures nor the power of God?" They giggle together across the line. "I disavow any responsibility," Lubing says. "I've asked for a cleanup and cataloging for 45 years. I'm so glad there's something you didn't manage to get done." Silence on the other end. "Where?" Smilla asks. 2 shelves above the bench, the long wooden case. Expedition reports, arranged alphabetically by mineral sought. Volumes closest to the window are those with both geological and historical purpose. The one you want should be among the last. She is about to hang up. "Miss Lubing." "Yes?" "Did you ever take a sick day?" "The Lord has watched over me." "I thought so." I could sort of tell. They hang up. Less than 2 minutes to find the report. Black ring binder, 40 numbered pages. The right size to slip into her handbag. Afterward, she will remove the blackout curtains and vanish down Kalkbrand Deriva without trace, as she arrived. Curiosity wins. She carries the binder to the far corner, sits on the floor, leans against a bookcase. It gives under her weight. Flimsy wood. They never anticipated the archives would swell so large that Greenland would prove so inexhaustible. They simply filled the shell. Time's traces on a fragile skeleton. The geologic expedition of the Cryolyte Corporation of Denmark to Jella Alta, July through August 1991. 20 closely typed pages skimmed quickly, objective to investigate granular ruby crystal deposits on Barren Glacier. 5 European members listed, including Professor of Arctic Ethnology, Dr. Andreas Feinlicht, Ph.D. The name stirs something deep, then fades. His presence explains the note of support from the Institute for Arctic Ethnology. Next, English and Danish sections on a rescue operation, Holsteinsborg to Barren Glacier by helicopter. Engine noise risked avalanche, so the helicopter turned back. A Cherokee 6 to 3,000 landed on water instead. Pilot, navigator, doctor, nurse. Brief rescue team report, hospital doctor certificate, 5 fatalities. 1 Finn, 4 Inuits. 1 Inuit Norsak Christensen. 20-page appendix. Summary of mineralogical samples, logs, black and white aerial photos of glacier splitting around a bright fractured conical cliff. A plastic folder holds copies of 20 letters concerning transport of the bodies. The whole file appears clean, tragic, but plausible. Nothing to explain why a small boy 2 years later falls from a Copenhagen rooftop. For the first time, she wonders if she has conjured ghosts, strayed into imagination. The room presses with the weight of the past. Hundreds of days, numbers, people who ate 2 sandwiches in the cafeteria, shared 1 beer with Amanda. Never more, except at Christmas, when the laboratory spiked a 6-ounce gallon carboy of 96-proof disinfecting alcohol with cumin for the party. The archives shout contentment. The library book said it. Lubing said it. We were content. It was a good place to work. As so often before, She feels the longing to belong, to participate. In Tuli and Saropaluk, no one asked what people did. Everyone hunted, everyone worked. In Denmark Wage, labor lends meaning. Roll up sleeves, pen behind ear, pull up bootstraps, go to work. Off hours, television, friends, badminton, night course in basic, not living in a basement beneath Strand Boulevard at Christmas midnight. She closes the report, then reopens it, turns to the medical certificate, sees something, knows then that every risk has been worth it. She has watched Greenlandic girlfriends discover pregnancy and suddenly care for themselves as never before. That same fierce protectiveness washes over her now. From this moment, she must guard herself. Traffic has ceased, no watch, but it must be near 3 a.m. She switches off the mag light. The building holds its breath. In the silence, a sound arrives. Wrong. Too close for the street, too faint for anything but a whisper. From her place, the doorway to the first room is a pale gray rectangle. One moment visible, the next eclipsed. Someone has stepped inside, blocking the light with his body. She shifts her head slightly, tracks the movement along the shelves, removes her boots, useless for running. Stands, shifts again, places the figure within the lit frame of the doorway. Fear has limits until the unknown arrives. Then terror becomes boundless. She grips a bookcase and topples it toward him. As it gains momentum, the first volumes spill, warning him. He raises his hands to stop it. First, a sound like snapping forearm bones. Then, 15 tons of books crash to the floor. He cannot release the case. It bears down. Slowly, his legs buckle. The belief that violence favors the physically strong is widespread and wrong. Outcome depends on speed in the first yards. When she transferred to Skogard School after 6 months at Rugmarken, she met classic Danish persecution of the different. At Rugmarken, all were foreigners in the same boat. In the new class, she alone had black hair and broken Danish. One older boy was especially brutal. She learned where he lived, rose early, waited where he crossed Skofshovd Veg, 30 pounds heavier. No chance. She struck his face, broke his nose, kicked both kneecaps to bring him down. 12 stitches for his septum. No one believed she had done it. This time, she waits for nothing. From the wall, she seizes a brass rod holding 50 topographical maps, swings it hard against the back of his neck. He drops instantly. The bookcase buries him. She waits, listening for companions, for a dog. Only his breathing from beneath 30 yards of shelves. She shines the mag light on his face. Dust coats him. The blow split the edge of one ear. Black sweatpants, dark blue sweater, black wool cap, dark blue deck shoes. Guilty conscience. The mechanic. "Clumsy Peter," she says. "What's the matter? Did you trip?" He cannot answer under the weight. She tries to shift the case. It refuses. Professional caution abandoned, she turns on the overhead lights, begins shoveling papers, books, folders, reports, steel bookends away, 9 feet to clear, 15 minutes. Then she lifts 1 inch. He crawls free, backs to the wall, sits, feeling his skull. Only then do her legs begin to shake. "My vision is blurry," he says. "I think I have a concussion." We can always hope so. 15 minutes before he stands, even then he sways like Bambi on ice. Another half hour to write the bookcase, remove papers first, lift, replace, heat builds. She strips her skirt, works in tights, he moves barefoot and bare-chested, frequent hot flashes and dizziness forcing him to rest. Shock and unanswered questions drift with dust, thick enough to fill a sandbox. "It smells like fish in here, Smilla." "Cod liver," she says. "It's supposed to be so healthy." He watches without a word as she opens the electronic safe once more and returns the archive key to its hook. They lock the office behind them. He leads her across the grounds to a gate in the fence facing Svanemollevej. It stands open. After they pass through, he bends to the lock. It clicks shut with a small, decisive sound. His car waits on the next street. She supports him with one hand. The other carries a garbage bag stuffed with the rest of her plastic sheets. A patrol car glides past slowly but does not stop. At this season, they see so much on the streets. People should be allowed their amusements. He tells her he is trying to get the car accepted by a classic car museum. A 1961 Morris 1000, red leather seats, wooden top, and dashboard. "I can't drive," he says. "I don't have a license." "Ever driven before?" "Snowcats on the ice cap?" He refuses to subject his Morris to that, so he drives. His large frame barely fits behind the wheel. The roof is riddled with holes. Cold pours in. She wishes the museum had taken it long ago. The temperature drops from near freezing to hard frost. On the way home, snow begins. Quonic, fine-grained powder, the most treacherous kind. Powder snow avalanches start from tiny disturbances. A loud noise will do. Low mass, yet they travel at 125 miles an hour, leaving a deadly vacuum. There are accounts of lungs torn from bodies by the suction. In miniature, that is the avalanche that began on the steep, slippery roof Isaiah fell from. One lesson snow teaches is how immense forces and catastrophes always exist in small, daily forms. Not one day of her adult life has passed without amazement at how poorly Danes and Greenlanders understand each other. Worse for Greenlanders. A tightrope walker cannot thrive when the rope holder misunderstands every signal. In this century, the Inuit life has been exactly that. A tightrope stretched between the world's least hospitable land, its most severe and variable climate, and the Danish colonial administration. That is the large view. The small, everyday view is that she has lived above the mechanic for a year and a half, spoken to him countless times, had him fix her doorbell and repair her bicycle, helped him correct a letter to the housing authorities, 20 misspellings in 28 words. He is dyslexic. They ought to shower, rinse off dust, blood, cod liver smell. But what has happened binds them. They both go up to his apartment, a place she has never entered. Order fills the living room. Furniture of sanded, lye-treated blonde wood. Cushions and upholstery of woolen horse blankets. Candlesticks with candles. Bookcase with books. Bulletin board holding photographs and children's drawings from friends' kids. To Big Peter from Mara, 5 years old. Rose bushes in large porcelain pots bear red blossoms. Someone waters them, speaks to them, promises they will never be sent to her place, where for some reason the climate kills green things. Sea coffee? Coffee is poison, yet she suddenly craves it. Yes, please. She stands in the doorway while he works. The kitchen gleams white. He positions himself in the center like a badminton player on court, minimizing movement. An electric grinder. First, light-colored beans, then tiny, almost black, shiny as glass ones. He mixes them in a small metal funnel attached to an espresso machine on a gas burner. Greenland taught her bad coffee habits. Hot milk straight onto Nescafé, powder dissolved in tap-hot water. He pours 1 part whipping cream to 2 parts whole milk into 2 tall-handled glasses. When he draws the coffee, it is thick and black as crude oil. He froths the milk with the steam nozzle, divides the espresso between the glasses. They carry the drinks to the sofa. She appreciates being served something good. In the tall glasses, the mixture is dark as old oak, carrying an overwhelming, almost perfumed tropical scent. "I was following you," he says. The glass burns her fingers. The coffee scalds her tongue. Normally, hot drinks cool when poured. Here, the steam nozzle heated the glass to 200 degrees along with the milk. The door's open, so I go in. I had no idea you'd be sitting in the dark waiting. She sips cautiously at the rim. The strength makes her eyes water. She feels her heart beat harder. "I'd been thinking about what you said on the roof, about the footprints." His stammer has nearly vanished. Sometimes it disappears completely. "We were friends, you know. He was so young, but we were still friends. We don't talk much, but we have fun. Damn, we sure have fun." He makes faces, puts his head in his hands, raises it, looks like a sick old monkey, hides it again, raises it, rabbit, again. Frankenstein's monster. I'm on the floor, finally have to tell him to stop. I give him a block of wood and a chisel, knife and soapstone. He sits swaying, rumbling like a little bear. Every so often he says something, in Greenlandic, talking to himself. So we sit and work, independently but together. I'm surprised he can be such a good person, with a mother like that. He pauses long, hoping she will speak. She does not rescue him. They both know she deserves the explanation. So one night we're sitting there, as usual. Then Peterson, the custodian, comes in, keeps his wine carboys under the stairs next to the furnace, comes for apricot wine, not usually there that time of day. So there he is with his deep voice and wooden clogs. And then I look down at the boy. He's huddled up, like an animal, knife you gave him in his hand, shaking all over, looking ferocious. Even after he realized it was only Peterson, he kept shaking. I take him on my lap for the first time. I talk to him. He doesn't want to go home. I bring him up here, put him on the sofa. Think about calling you, but what would I say? We don't know each other very well. He sleeps here. I stay up, sitting next to the sofa. Every 15 minutes, he bolts up like a spring, shaking and crying. He is not a talker. In the last 5 minutes, he has said more to her than in a year and a half. He has left himself so exposed, she cannot meet his eyes. She stares into her coffee. A film of tiny clear bubbles has formed on the surface, catching light and scattering it into red and purple. From that day on, I have the feeling that he's afraid of something. What you said about the footprints keeps going through my mind, so I sort of keep my eye on you. You and the Baron understood each other. Isaiah arrived in Denmark a month before she moved in. Lyan had bought him patent leather shoes, stylish in Greenland. They could not force his fan-shaped feet into pointed toes. Lyan found rounded ones. After that, the mechanic called him the Baron. When a nickname sticks, it captures deeper truth. Here, Isaiah's dignity, his self-sufficiency, how little he needed from the world to be happy. By accident, I see you go up to Julianne's apartment and leave again. I sneak after you in the Morris, watch you feed the dog. See you climb over. I open the other gate. That is how it fits together. He hears something, sees something, follows someone, opens a gate, gets bashed in the head, and they sit here. No mysteries, nothing new or disturbing under the sun. He gives her a crooked smile. She smiles back. They sit, drinking coffee and smiling at each other. They both know. She knows he is lying. She tells him about Elsa Lubing, the Cryolyte Corporation of Denmark, the report now lying on the table in a plastic bag. Ravan, who does not exactly work where he claims, but somewhere else. He sits looking down as she speaks. Head bent, motionless. Something hovers at the edge of consciousness. They both feel they are bartering, trading information with profound mutual suspicion, revealing only enough to draw more in return. Then there's the law lawyer. Outside, above the harbor, light appears, as though it slept in the canals, under bridges, and now rises hesitantly onto the ice, which brightens. In Thule, the sun returned in February. For weeks they could see it while it lay far below the mountains, rays falling on Pearl Island, hundreds of miles out to sea, glowing like Rose, mother of pearl. She was certain, whatever adults said, that the sun hibernated in the sea and was waking. It all started when I noticed the car, a red BMW, on Strandgate. Yes, cars on Strandgate change daily. Once a month, he picks up the Baron. When he got home, the Baron was impossible to talk to. I see. Slow people need all the time in the world. Then one day I open the car, I have a tool with me, and look in the glove compartment. Belongs to a lawyer. Name of Ving. You might have been looking in the wrong car. Flowers. It's like flowers. When you're a gardener, I see a car once or twice, and I remember it. The way you are with snow, the way you were up on the roof. Maybe I was mistaken. He shakes his head. I watched you and the Baron play that jumping game. Much of her childhood passed playing it. She still plays it in sleep, jump across untouched snow. Others wait, backs turned, then reconstruct the path from footprints. She and Isaiah played it. She often took him to kindergarten. Sometimes they arrived an hour and a half late. Trouble followed. Kindergarten could not function if children drifted in late, but they were happy. He could leap like a flea, the mechanic says, daydreaming, sly. Turned halfway in the air, landed on one foot, walked back in his own prints. He looks at her, shakes his head, but you guessed right every time. How long were they gone? Jackhammers on Nipples Bridge? Traffic starting? Seagulls. Distant bass vibration of the first hydrofoil to Sweden. Short toots from the Bornholm ferry turning before Amalienborg. Almost morning. Maybe several hours. But a different car brought him home. A cab. He always came back alone in a cab. He makes an omelet while she stands in the doorway telling him about the Institute of Forensic Medicine. Professor Lyan. Lagerman. The trace that might be a muscle biopsy taken from a child after he fell. He slices onions and tomatoes, sautés them in butter, whips egg whites stiff, folds in yolks, cooks both sides, carries the pan to the table. They drink milk, eat slices of moist black rye bread that smells of tar. They eat in silence. When she eats with strangers or when very hungry, she remembers the ritual meaning of meals. In childhood, she linked solemn companionship to great gustatory experiences. Pink, slightly frothy whale blubber from a communal platter, the sense that almost everything in life is meant to be shared. She rises. He stands in the doorway as though to block her. She thinks of how inadequate his story remains. He steps aside. She passes with boots and fur coat in hand. I'll leave part of the report. It'll be good practice for your dyslexia. She closes the door on him with the last word still hanging in the air, the mechanic's mischievous glint lingering like a spark behind her eyelids. His question about her rough voice had landed lightly, almost playfully, yet it carried an edge she could not quite ignore. She answers without softening. Sorry if the impression is only her mouth is rough. She does her best to be rough all over. The door clicks shut. She stands in the hallway for a moment, feeling the day's weight settle deeper into her bones. She slept through the morning, rose too late, leaving barely an hour and a half to shower, dress, and apply the careful funeral makeup that demands far more time than anyone who has ever tried to look composed will admit. The rush leaves her flustered, nerves frayed, as though someone has unscrewed her skull and run a bottle brush up and down inside. At the chapel, the service passes in a blur of cold air and murmured hymns. Afterward, she walks beside the mechanic, still unsteady, the inner turbulence refusing to settle. Something warm drapes across her shoulders, his coat, heavy and oversized, falling nearly to her feet. She does not protest. They stop and look back toward the grave. Their footprints mark the snow. His large, worn at the heels, slightly bow-legged, though barely noticeable. Hers tiny perforations from high heels, slanted downward black marks at the bottom where the points pierce through to frozen ground. Deer tracks, almost. The women pass them. She sees only boots and shoes. 3 hold Julianne upright. The tips of her shoes drag faint lines in the snow. Beside the pastor's robes, a pair of black boots appears, embroidered leather. Above the gate, a street light glows. When she looks up, the woman lifts her head, tossing long hair aside so her face catches the light. White skin, dark eyes like deep water amid pallor. She holds the pastor's arm, speaks earnestly. The 2 figures freeze in Smilla's vision, locked together in the dusk. Miss Jasperson? Robin's voice, with companions. 2 men in coats as oversized as his, yet filled out properly. Blue suits, white shirts, ties, sunglasses against the 4 o'clock winter gloom. He wants a word. At the fraud division? About her investments? He listens without reaction. His face carries the wear of too many years seeing everything. Nothing marks it anymore. He gestures toward his car. She's not sure she feels like it right now. He does not move. His 2 companions ease closer, almost imperceptibly. Smilla, if you don't feel like it, I don't think you should go. The mechanic, blocking their path. When threat approaches, most bodies rigidify, inefficient physiologically, yet universal. Polar bears are the exception. They can wait relaxed for hours while muscles remain primed. Now she sees the mechanic as another exception. Posture, almost loose, yet a physical ferocity focuses on the men before him, reminding her again how little she truly knows him. Ravan remains unmoved. The 2 in blue suits step back, unbuttoning jackets. Perhaps they are overheated. Perhaps a shared tic. Perhaps each carries a blackjack with lead core. Will she be driven home? Right to her door. In the car, she sits in back with Rav. At one point, she leans forward, removes the driver's sunglasses. "I'm silent as the grave, you little shit," she says. "My lips are sealed with 7 seals. Rav won't hear from me that you were sleeping on the job." At 6:30 in the morning on Kabaliji Road. They drive between red brick buildings of the Division of Motor Vehicles, heading for a low red barracks facing the harbor. No sign on the building, no one met, no typewriter clatter, no nameplates on doors, only quiet, like a reading room. Or the morgue beneath the Institute of Forensic Medicine. The 2 blue-suited men vanish. They enter a dark office. Venetian blinds on windows. Through slats, she sees electric lights, docks, water, Iceland wharf. A room that must flood with daylight. Nothing else in it. Bare walls, empty tables, empty windowsills. Ravn switches on the light. In the corner, a man sits waiting in darkness. Sinewy, close-cropped, almost plush black hair, distant blue eyes, harsh mouth, meticulously dressed. Ravn sits behind the desk. "Smilla Jasperson," he says, "Captain Telling." She faces the 2 men back to the windows. No cigarettes, no plastic coffee cups, no tape recorder, no bare bulb, no interrogation mood. Only waiting. In that atmosphere, she withdraws into herself. A woman enters with a tray, tea, sugar, milk, lemon slices on white porcelain. The abandoned building swallows her again. Raven pours tea. He takes a folder from a drawer. Pink. Reads slowly, as though trying once more to experience it fresh. Smilla Kavagak Jasperson, born June 16, 1956 in Quanach. Parents, Ain Kavagak, hunter, and Dr. Jørgen Moritz Jasperson, physician. Grade school in Greenland and Copenhagen. Birkerode High School, 1976. Courses at H.C. Ørsted Institute and Geographical Institute. Glacial morphology, statistics, fundamental problems of mathematics. Trips to West Greenland and Thule in 75, 76, 77. Planned outfitting of Danish and French expeditions to North Greenland in 78, 79, 80, employed by Geodetic Institute, 1982. Scientific participant in expeditions to Ice Cap, Arctic Ocean, Arctic North America, 82 to 85. Various references attached. One from Major Goldbranson, Sirius Patrol, 1979, complains she refuses dog team driving. Afraid of dogs? Just caution. Adds he would recommend any civilian expedition take her as navigator, even if carried on backs. Scientific articles. Dozen or so, several abroad titles, beyond Raven and Telling. Statistics on glacial graphology. Mathematical models for brine, drainage from seawater ice. Compendium for students. Main characteristics of the glacial morphology of North Greenland. He closes the report. Other references from teachers, colleagues at U.S. Army Coldwater Laboratory on Pilot Island. Unanimous. Consult Smilla Jasperson for anything about ice. Raven removes his coat, thin as a pipe cleaner underneath. She takes off her shoes, pulls legs up cross-legged on the chair, massages numb toes. Ice clumps still cling to stockings. Information matches curriculum, VT submitted for visa to North Greenland with Norwegian Arctic Institute, polar bear tagging expedition. Sniffed around. Correct. Conclusion. Independent young woman, unusual resources, administered with ambition and talent. Don't you agree? You can arrive at any conclusion you like. Also, other information. Dark green folder, thin. Largely identical with report Captain Telling's office used to stamp denied on last visa application to North Greenland. Summarizes private matters. Mother reported missing June 12, 1963. Hunting, presumed dead. Brother suicide, September 81. Upernavik. Parents married 1956, divorced 1958. Custody to father after mother's death. Contested by mother's brother, denied by Ministry of Justice, May 1964. To Denmark, September 1963. Reported missing, searched for, found by police 6 times 63 to 71, twice in Greenland. Danish Immigrant Grade School 1963. Skovgård School, Charlottenlund, 64 to 65, expelled. Stenhøj Boarding School, Humlebæk, 65 to 67, expelled. Brief terms, smaller private schools. Junior high, after private home instruction. High school, repeated senior year. Diploma 1976, after private instruction, admitted Copenhagen University, dropped out 1984 without degree. Political activity, arrested several times during Council of Young Greenlanders' occupation of Ministry of Environment. Active in founding IA after CYG split. Inuit Ataqatigiit, those who will succeed. Aggressive Marxism, leaves party same year over disagreements. Since then, unaffiliated, minor infractions. 3 unresolved breaches. Canadian territorial law, Parry Sound. Why? Parry Sound. Tagging polar bears. Bears can't read maps. Don't respect boundaries. several minor traffic violations, defamation verdict over Arctic ice research and the profit motive in Denmark in connection with exploitation of oil resources in Arctic Ocean, excluded Danish Glaciology Society. Any institution you haven't been thrown out of, Miss Jasperson? As far as I know, still listed in National Registry of Citizens. Also looked over shoulders of tax authorities, public administration, income from articles, sporadic jobs, state support, doesn't match expenses. Wonder if patron, how's relationship with father? Warm and respectful. Might explain much. Captain Telling looked at his tax returns. No surprise they know this. Since Thule Air Base, civilian aircraft passengers to Greenland limited intelligence time to check Lutheran confirmation, good family, ideological immunity to red fever from East. Astonishing. They tell her what they know. Information paints complicated picture. Never finished course of study. Unemployed. No family. Conflict wherever present. Never fit in. Aggressive. Vacillates political extremes, yet participated 9 expeditions, 12 years. Don't know Greenland, but imagine frustration with life easier to hide on ice cap. No comment. Filed in mental black book under his name. Each expedition she served navigator. Confidential map material, satellite radar photos, military meteorological observations. 9 times, last 12 years, signed secrecy confidentiality declaration. Copies held. Beginning to see direction? Main point? In small country like ours, you are sensitive issue, Miss Jasperson. Seen and heard much, automatic when allowed into North Greenland, yet past and character would ensure denial in any other Danish territory. Circulation returns to feet. Anyone with smidgen common sense would keep very low profile in your position. Is it my clothes you don't like? What we don't like is your fruitless or outright damaging attempts to meddle in investigation, of case I already promised I would look into. The depression arrives in familiar layers, each one settling heavier than the last. One way to fight it is European. Bach's organ works echoing through Our Savior's Church, or a thin white line arranged on a pocket mirror, razor blade flashing, straw ready. Or pick up the telephone and call for rescue, knowing exactly whose ear the plea will reach. She chooses the Greenlandic path instead. Dive straight into the dark mood. Place the defeat under a magnifying glass and study every magnified edge until the sight fills the entire field of vision. When it is truly bad, like now, she sees a black tunnel opening before her. She walks up to it. She peels away the elegant clothes, the underwear, the hard-won Danish passport, the invisible hard hat she wears every day. Naked, she steps inside. She knows a train is coming, a lead-lined steam locomotive hauling strontium-90. She walks toward it. At 37, she can do this because she has learned there is a small circle of light beneath the wheels between the ties, a place where the dark does not quite reach. It is Christmas Eve morning. For days, she has been withdrawing, step by careful step. Now the final descent begins. It has to, because Raven cowed her, because she failed Isaiah, because her father's face keeps surfacing behind her eyelids, because she has no idea what to say to the mechanic, because it feels as though she will never grow any wiser. She skips breakfast to hurry the confrontation, locks the door, sits in the big chair, invokes the mood deliberately. Here sits Smilla, hungry, in debt, Christmas Eve morning. While others have families, lovers, canaries, while others have each other, it works quickly. She already stands at the tunnel mouth, aging, failing, abandoned. The doorbell rings, the mechanic. She recognizes the hesitant pressure, cautious as though the bell were wired directly into an old woman's skull, and he fears disturbing her. She has not seen him since the funeral, has not wanted to think about him. She disconnects the bell, returns to the chair, begins to summon the memory of the second time she ran away, when Moritz came to collect her in Thule. They stood on the uncovered concrete platform, leading the last 20 yards to the plane. Her aunt whimpered. She took deep breaths, trying to carry the clear, dry, faintly sweet air back to Denmark inside her lungs. Someone knocks on the back door. Julianne. She drops to her knees, calls through the mail slot. Smilla, I'm making fish balls. Leave me alone. Offended now. I'll pour the batter through your mail slot. Right before they climbed the aircraft stairs, her aunt pressed a pair of indoor comics into her hands. The beadwork alone had taken a month. The telephone rings. There's something I would like to talk to you about. Elsa Lubing's voice. I'm sorry, she says. Tell it to somebody else. Cast not thy pearls before swine. She pulls the jack. Raven's isolation cell suddenly seems appealing. This is the kind of day when someone might start knocking on fifth-floor windows. Someone knocks on the window. Outside stands a green man. She opens it. I'm the window washer. Just wanted to warn you so you don't go and take off your clothes. He gives a wide smile, as though he cleans panes by taking them one at a time into his mouth. What the hell do you mean? Are you implying you don't want to see me nude? The smile fades. He presses a button. The platform descends out of reach. I don't want my windows washed, she shouts after him. At my age, I can barely see out of them anyway. During her first years in Denmark, she spoke almost no words to Moritz. They ate dinner together, he insisted. Rigid silence while successive housekeepers served successive dishes. Mrs. Mikkelsen, Dagny, Miss Holm, Bolognese, risol, hair and cream sauce, Japanese vegetables, Hungarian spaghetti. Not one word exchanged. When people speak of how quickly children forget, how swiftly they forgive, how sensitive they are, the words slide past her. Children remember. Children freeze out those they choose to freeze out. She must have been 12 before she grasped even part of why he brought her to Denmark. She had run from Charlottenlund School, hitchhiked west, heard Frederikshavn led to Oslo, Oslo to Nuuk freighters. Near Soro, late afternoon, a forest ranger gave her a lift, took her home, offered milk and sandwiches, told her to wait. While he telephoned the police, she listened at the door. Outside the garage, she found his son's motorbike, rode across fields. The ranger chased in slippers that stuck in mud. Winter. On a curve near a lake, she skidded, crashed, tore her jacket, scraped her hand, walked much of the night, slept in a bus stop shelter, woke on a kitchen table while a woman disinfected rib scrapes with rubbing alcohol, felt as though a pile driver had struck her. Hospital, asphalt picked from wound, cast on broken wrist bones. Then Moritz arrived. Very angry, shaking as they walked the corridor together. He held her arm, released it to take car keys. She bolted. Oslo, still the goal, but she was injured, he was quick. Golfers jogged to endure courses, 72 holes over 2 days, 32 miles. He caught her instantly. She had a surprise. Surgical scalpel from emergency hidden in her hood. Cuts flesh like butter left in sun. Right hand in cast, she managed only a gash across his palm. He looked at the blood, raised the hand to strike. She stepped back. They circled in the parking lot. When violence has shadowed a relationship long enough, sometimes it brings relief to let it surface. Suddenly, he straightened. You're just like your mother. He began to cry. In that instant, she glimpsed his soul. When her mother vanished, she must have taken part of Moritz with her. Or worse, drowned part of his physical world. There in the parking lot, winter morning, blood dripping and burning small red tunnels through snow while they stared at each other. She remembered him in Greenland before the loss. Amid unpredictable mood swings, there had once been gaiety, even warmth. Her mother carried those colors away. Since then, he had lived in black and white. He brought her to Denmark because she was the only living reminder of what he lost. Lovers worship photographs, kneel before scarves, journey to touch a wall. Whatever can rekindle coals that both warm and burn. For Moritz, it was worse. Love without hope, clinging to memory. She was that memory. With enormous effort, he brought her here, endured endless rejection in a desert of hostility so he could look at her and find fleeting relief in the traits she shared with the woman who was her mother. They both straightened. She threw the scalpel into bushes. They returned to emergency for his hand bandaged. Last time she tried to run away. Not forgiveness, never forgiveness for adults who cannot bear love's pressure and take it out on children, but understanding in some measure. From the chair, she sees the mail slot. Last entrance the world has not forced. Now a long strip of gray cardboard slides through, writing on it. She lets it lie. Hard to ignore a message nearly a yard long. Anything is better than suicide. 2 or 3 spelling mistakes in the brief text. His door stands open. He never locks it. She knocks, enters. She has splashed cold water on her face, perhaps brushed her hair. He sits in the living room reading. First time she has seen him in glasses. Window washer outside spots her, decides to descend to lower floor. Mechanic still bandaged at the ear, looks healing. Dark circles beneath eyes, yet freshly shaven. There was another expedition. He taps papers before him. Here's the map. She sits beside him. He smells of shampoo and garlic. Somebody wrote on the map. First, close look at glacier detail photocopy. Pencil note in margin. Clearer after copying. Mixture of English and Danish. Revised according to the Carlsberg Foundation Expedition, 1966. He looks at her expectantly. So I think to myself there must have been a second expedition, thought about going back to archives. Without a key. I've got some tools. No doubt he has tools that could open National Bank basement. Then idea, call Carlsberg. Difficult, transferred several times, ended at Carlsberg Foundation, funded 1966 expedition. No one from that time still there, no report. But account books existed, list of participants, and salaried colleagues. Said I was calling from tax authorities, names given instantly. Know what, old friend? He places paper before her, printed list, 2 names she recognizes. He points. Odd name, isn't it? Here once, remember. On both expeditions. Andreas Fine Licht, 600 CYD 912. CYD. Cape York dollars. Cryolyte Corporation's Greenland currency. Called National Registry, needed names, social security numbers, last known addresses, called Foundation back, 10 names, 3 Greenlanders, 7 others, only 2 alive. 1966, long time ago. One is Licht, other, a woman. Carlsberg paid her for translation, didn't know what. Benedict Klahn. One more, she says. He looks puzzled. She places medical report before him, points to signature. He spells slowly. Lyan. Nods. He was there in 66 too. He makes dinner. On principle, when people feel at home, they end in kitchen. In Quannock, they lived in kitchen. Here she settles for doorway. Kitchen spacious, yet he fills it alone. She stands in the doorway watching him work. The kitchen filled with steam and the clean smell of cardamom and star anise rising from the rice. The fish waits in neat pieces on the cutting board. Salmon, mackerel, cod, flounder, tails and heads and fins still glistening, 2 large crabs beside them. Carrots, onions, leeks, parsnips, fennel, Jerusalem artichokes pile in separate heaps, already washed and trimmed. He cleans and boils the vegetables first, the pot lid rattling softly as the water heats. She tells him about Rav and Captain Telling, how they sat in that bare room, how they laid out her life in folders, pink and green, how they recited every expulsion, every arrest, every signature on a confidentiality clause as though reading a criminal record. He listens without looking up, adding rice to the pot, measuring with the same careful attention he gives everything. She tells him about the threats, that they can arrest her whenever they choose. He strains the vegetable broth, sets the pot back on the flame, begins to add the fish gradually. She remembers this from Greenland. Different fish need different times. Cod, first, quick to cook. Mackerel next, salmon last, needing the longest. "I'm afraid of being locked up," she says. He places the crabs in last, lets them boil, no more than 5 minutes. He says nothing, does not raise his voice, does not reassure. He is the only other person who knows how much they have uncovered, how much they will now have to pretend to forget. The silence feels necessary. She explains her claustrophobia anyway. "Do you know what the foundation of mathematics is?" He splits the crab claws with a nutcracker, pulls the meat free with curved tweezers. Numbers. If anyone asked what truly makes me happy, I would say numbers. Snow and ice and numbers. And do you know why? He adds cream, several drops of orange juice to the soup. Because the number system is like human life. First, the natural numbers, whole, positive, the numbers of a small child. But consciousness grows. The child discovers longing. And do you know the mathematical expression for longing? He stirs once gently. The negative numbers, the formalization of missing something. Consciousness expands further, discovers the spaces between stones, moss, people, numbers. That leads to fractions. Whole numbers plus fractions give rational numbers. He warms French bread in the oven, fills the pepper mill. But consciousness refuses to stop at reason. It adds root extraction, an absurd operation, produces irrational numbers. She has stepped into the center of the room for space, rare to explain herself to another person. Usually the floor must be fought for. This matters. It doesn't stop. Never stops. Irrational numbers are infinite, cannot be written down. They force consciousness beyond limits. Add them to rationals and you get real numbers. Her voice rises slightly. It keeps going. Expand real numbers with imaginary square roots of negatives. Numbers we cannot picture, normal consciousness cannot grasp. Add imaginary to real, and you have the complex number system. The first system that can fully explain ice crystal formation, a vast, open landscape, horizons. You approach that, keep receding. That is Greenland. That is what I cannot be without. That is why I cannot be locked up. She stands before him now. "Smilla," he says, "can I kiss you?" She has always seen herself as Miss Fierce, big mouth, sharp edges. Now she has no words, feels betrayed, not listened to properly, deceived somehow. Yet he does nothing, stands before steaming pots, looking at her. She cannot speak, stands frozen, uncertain what to do with her hands, her body. Fortunately, the moment passes. Merry Christmas! They eat without words. Partly because what was unsaid still hovers. Mostly because the soup demands silence. It shouts from the bowl, requires full attention. Isaiah was the same. When she read aloud or played Peter and the Wolf, if her mind drifted, he would clear his throat, friendly, remonstrating. Smilla, you're daydreaming. Same with this soup. She eats from a deep plate, he drinks from a large cup. It tastes of fish, deep Atlantic, icebergs, seaweed. Rice carries faint tropics, folded banana leaves, floating spice markets in Burma, if imagination is allowed. They drink mineral water. He knows she avoids alcohol, has never asked why. He sets down his spoon. That ship, the model in the Baron's room, looked expensive. He places a printed brochure before her. That box he had, the cave, was the box for the ship. Found this inside. Why had she missed it? Front reads, Arctic Museum. The SS Johannes Thomsen of the Cryolyte Corporation of Denmark. Scale 150. What's the Arctic Museum? She asks. He doesn't know. But there's an address on the box. He has cut it from the cardboard with a knife, likely to avoid spelling errors. Places it before her. Law Office of Hammer and Ving. Address on Øster Street near Kongens Nytorv. He was the one who picked up the Baron in his car. What does Julianne say? She's so scared she's shaking. He makes coffee. 2 kinds of beans. Grinder, funnel, machine. Same meticulous care. They drink in silence. Christmas Eve. For her, silence usually allies. Today, it presses gently against her ears. Did you have a Christmas tree when you were a kid? Question safe, superficial, asked to learn who he is. Every year, until 15. Then the cat jumped up. Fur caught fire from candles. What did you do? Only after asking does she realize she assumed he acted. Took off my shirt, wrapped it around the cat, put out the fire. She pictures him shirtless in candle glow, Christmas glow, cat on fire glow. Pushes the thought away. It returns. Some thoughts have glue. Good night, she says, rising. He walks her to the door. I'm positive. I'm going to dream tonight. Something sly in the remark. She scans his face for mockery. Expression, serious. Thanks for the nice evening. One sign life needs cleaning. Possessions consist of borrowed things never returned. Too late now. Rather shave head than face owner bogeyman. Her cassette player stamped Geodetic Institute. Built-in speakers, 70% distortion, built-in indestructibility. No excuse for new one. On the table, Isaiah's cigar box. She has weighed each item in her palm, looked up harpoon tip in Burkitt Smith's The Eskimos. Dorset culture, AD 700 to 900. At least 5,000, found spread over 2,000 miles coastline. Tape is Maxell XLIS, high quality for music. No music. A man speaking. Greenlander. East Greenlandic, southern dialect, incomprehensible to her. Tone suggests conversation, yet no interruptions. Kitchen or dining room, occasional silverware clinks, engine noise sometimes, generator perhaps, or electronic bleed from recorder. He explains something important, lengthy, urgent, complicated. long pauses. In pauses, faint hiss of distant music, wind instrument remnants, inadequately erased previous recording. She gives up understanding words, lets thoughts drift. Speaker cannot be Isaiah's father, wrong dialect. Voice finishes sentence, stops, pause button pushed, no crackle. 1 minute voice, next, white noise. Far background, faint music remnants. She lets it hiss, puts feet on table. She sometimes played music for Isaiah, moved speakers close to damaged ears, turned volume high. He leaned back, closed eyes, often slept. Quietly slumped sideways without waking. She gathered him, carried downstairs. If too noisy below, carried back up, put to bed. Instant he touched mattress, he woke. Half asleep, hoarse, he seemed to hum bars of what he had heard. She stands alone in the darkened apartment, eyes shut against the night that has finally settled over the city. The last of the Christmas visitors have driven away with their trailers heavy with gifts, already dreaming in their beds of returns and refunds the day after tomorrow. The quiet feels vast now, almost expectant. Peppermint tea steams in her cup. She turns toward the wide window, drawn by the faint, childish hope that snow might have begun to fall behind her back while she wasn't looking. The city lights below blur into soft halos. She searches the dark glass for any drifting white. Then the laugh comes. It erupts without warning, low, theatrical, resonant, nothing like a child's giggle. Her body reacts before her mind can catch up. She is on her feet, arms extended, palms forward, as though to ward off an attacker. Every instinct screams phantom, menace, the masked figure from some half-remembered opera. She feels the pulse hammering in her throat, the certainty that she will fight, that she will make whoever or whatever pays dearly for this intrusion. 4 precise taps follow. Then music floods the room. A trumpet cuts through first, bright and brassy, unmistakably from Isaiah's old cassette. She lunges for the machine and stabs the stop button. The silence rushes back, heavy. Her breath comes in shallow bursts. Panic had ignited in a heartbeat, but dismantling it will take the rest of the night. She exhales slowly, forces her fingers to rewind the tape, presses play again. The laughter returns exactly where it left off, deep, victorious, rolling like distant thunder. 4 more taps, then the music resumes. It pretends to be jazz, yet refuses to settle into any familiar shape. The instruments sound wild, almost deranged, 4 voices chasing one another in gleeful disorder. Yet beneath the apparent chaos lies an eerie exactness, the kind of discipline that makes a clown's pratfall look effortless, precision disguised as pandemonium. The tune stretches on for perhaps 7 minutes before the tape hisses to its end and the final note snaps off. Even through the fear, the music carries a strange buoyancy, an electric lift that buoys her at 3 a.m. on Christmas Day. She remembers singing in the church choir back in Quannock, eyes on sheet music she never truly read, learning every line by ear. She used to imagine the 3 wise men trudging across the ice on snowshoes and dog sleds, faces lifted toward the star, filled with the quiet certainty of direction. They had locked onto something absolute, an energy blazing in the sky. That star for her had always been the infant in the manger, an unreachable column of light. Now, decades later, standing in this white-walled palace of an apartment, the feeling returns. She has never borne a child of her own. Yet the lack no longer stings like theft. The sea, the ice, the vastness, they are enough. A newborn is a thing to hunt for across the dark. A star, an aurora, a sudden flare of pure energy. But a child who dies. That is violation, an offense against the order of things. The decision crystallizes inside her. She moves downstairs, rings the doorbell. Peter opens the door in rumpled pajamas, eyes swollen with sleep. She tells him she is afraid, but she will do it anyway. He smiles through the haze of half-waking, murmurs that he knew she would come to this. 30, he says, is a number weighted with meaning. Judas's silver, Christ's baptism, and now 30 years since the Cryolyte Corporation turned to automated bookkeeping. December 27th finds them in the same chairs, same teapot, same coasters, same dizzying view, framed by winter light, so pale it seems to hang motionless. Time could have frozen them here for a week. Yet Elsa Lubing has changed. Resolve hardens her features. Her deep-set eyes are shadowed, her skin almost translucent, as though the decision has cost her every hour of sleep since they last spoke. She speaks of those 30 years. Some things transformed utterly. Others remained untouched. The director then, Counselor Ebel, owned twin custom Rolls-Royces, one always parked outside with a livery driver when he or his wife visited the plant. They themselves were never seen. His wife kept a private rail car in Hamburg for journeys to the Riviera. Day-to-day power rested with the finance director, the sales director, and chief engineer Otteson. Otteson stayed buried in the laboratory or out at the Sakak quarry. The sales director was perpetually abroad, returning only to scatter charm, trinkets, and risky stories. She remembers the silk stockings he brought back from Paris after the war. The memory draws a small, rueful laugh from her now. She observes that an interest in fine clothes fades with time. For the past 30 years, she has worn nothing but white, believing restraint in the material world liberates the spirit. The remark lodges in the listener's mind like a bright stone to be turned over later. Elsa describes the old accounting machine, 65 inches long, 3 feet high, 45 inches deep, operated by twin levers, one for continental decimals, one for British pounds and pence. Data entered via punched cards in coded holes, information deliberately obscured. Centralization, the director had called it. Centralization always carries a price. She notes how the modern world has grown easier to navigate in some ways, everything international now. Yet the Greenland Trading Company, in the name of that same centralization, shuttered its outpost on Maxwell Island in 1979. Her brother had ruled that place like an unchallenged patriarch for a decade. The store's closure drove him south to Upernavik, then to Sweeping Docks, then to the Noose. That was the year Greenland's suicide rate became the world's highest. Official statements spoke of the difficulty in reconciling centralization with the hunting life. They left the human cost unspoken. 4 precise taps follow. Then music floods the room. A trumpet cuts through first, bright and brassy, unmistakably from Isaiah's old cassette. She lunges for the machine and stabs the stop button. The silence rushes back, heavy. Her breath comes in shallow bursts. Panic had ignited in a heartbeat, but dismantling it will take the rest of the night. She exhales slowly, forces her fingers to rewind the tape, presses play again. The laughter returns exactly where it left off, deep, victorious, rolling like distant thunder. 4 more taps, then the music resumes. It pretends to be jazz, yet refuses to settle into any familiar shape. The instruments sound wild, almost deranged, 4 voices chasing one another in gleeful disorder. Yet beneath the apparent chaos lies an eerie exactness, the kind of discipline that makes a clown's pratfall look effortless, precision disguised as pandemonium. The tune stretches on for perhaps 7 minutes before the tape hisses to its end and the final note snaps off. Even through the fear, the music carries a strange buoyancy, an electric lift that buoys her at 3 a.m. on Christmas Day. She remembers singing in the church choir back in Quannock, eyes on sheet music she never truly read, learning every line by ear. She used to imagine the 3 wise men trudging across the ice on snowshoes and dog sleds, faces lifted toward the star, filled with the quiet certainty of direction. They had locked onto something absolute, an energy blazing in the sky. That star for her had always been the infant in the manger, an unreachable column of light. Now, decades later, standing in this white-walled palace of an apartment, the feeling returns. She has never borne a child of her own. Yet the lack no longer stings like theft. The sea, the ice, the vastness, they are enough. A newborn is a thing to hunt for across the dark. A star, an aurora, a sudden flare of pure energy. But a child who dies, that is violation, an offense against the order of things. The decision crystallizes inside her. She moves downstairs, rings the doorbell. Peter opens the door in rumpled pajamas, eyes swollen with sleep. She tells him she is afraid, but she will do it anyway. He smiles through the haze of half-waking, murmurs that he knew she would come to this. 30, he says, is a number weighted with meaning. Judas's silver, Christ's baptism, and now 30 years since the Cryolyte Corporation turned to automated bookkeeping. December 27th finds them in the same chairs, same teapot, same coasters, same dizzying view, framed by winter light, so pale it seems to hang motionless. Time could have frozen them here for a week. Yet Elsa Lubing has changed. Resolve hardens her features. Her deep-set eyes are shadowed, her skin almost translucent, as though the decision has cost her every hour of sleep since they last spoke. She speaks of those 30 years. Some things transformed utterly. Others remained untouched. The director then, Counselor Ebel, owned twin custom Rolls-Royces, one always parked outside with a liveried driver when he or his wife visited the plant. They themselves were never seen. His wife kept a private rail car in Hamburg for journeys to the Riviera. Day-to-day power rested with the finance director, the sales director, and chief engineer Otteson. Otteson stayed buried in the laboratory or out at the Sakak quarry. The sales director was perpetually abroad, returning only to scatter charm, trinkets, and risky stories. She remembers the silk stockings he brought back from Paris after the war. The memory draws a small, rueful laugh from her now. She observes that an interest in fine clothes fades with time. For the past 30 years, she has worn nothing but white, believing restraint in the material world liberates the spirit. The remark lodges in the listener's mind like a bright stone to be turned over later. Elsa describes the old accounting machine, 65 inches long, 3 feet high, 45 inches deep, operated by twin levers, one for continental decimals, one for British pounds and pence. Data entered via punched cards in coded holes, information deliberately obscured. Centralization, the director had called it. Centralization always carries a price. She notes how the modern world has grown easier to navigate in some ways, everything international now. Yet the Greenland Trading Company, in the name of that same centralization, shuttered its outpost on Maxwell Island in 1979. Her brother had ruled that place like an unchallenged patriarch for a decade. The store's closure drove him south to Upernavik, then to Sweeping Docks, then to the Noose. That was the year Greenland's suicide rate became the world's highest. Official statements spoke of the difficulty in reconciling centralization with the hunting life. They left the human cost unspoken. Elsa offers cookies. Specula she baked herself. She has spent a lifetime mastering the trick of releasing them from the mold without marring the pattern. She confesses to a small cheat. For the most delicate details, the eyes of a husband and wife, she uses a knitting needle after they cool. "Close enough," she says. Companies do the same thing and call it good accounting practice. The cookies are thin, dark, fragrant, with butter and spice, studded with slivers of scorched almond. They tempt endlessly. One could devour 100 before the richness turns queasy in the stomach. She explains the structure of responsibility in a publicly listed company. Management answers to the board to shareholders. Yet in those years, the finance director effectively held absolute power. Audison was always absent at the quarry, the sales director always traveling. The man was attorney, accountant, former city councilor, social democrat, board member of housing societies and savings banks, trusted beyond question. She passes the bowl. In Denmark, she observes, the strongest emotions often surface around food. The shares, she continues, were scattered among heirs of the original 8 partners who claimed the mineral rights long ago. No quorum could ever be assembled. The director's influence grew unchecked. All major decisions about Greenland's most valuable mineral concessions rested with one man. She recalls January 7, 1967. Balancing the half-year accounts, she found a single unitemized entry, 115,000 kroner. Large for the time, yet perhaps invisible, in a turnover of 50 million. But she handled the daily figures. The absence of detail was intolerable. The corresponding punch card was missing from the numbered sequence. She went to the director's office, 20 years under his authority. He listened, glanced at his papers, then told her he had authorized the entry. Itemization was technically impractical. The auditor deemed the current format acceptable practice. Anything further, he said, lay beyond her competence. She returned to her desk and posted the figures as instructed. In that moment, she became complicit in something she could not comprehend, something she still does not fully grasp. She had failed to steward the trust placed in her. She had proven herself unworthy. She sits facing Elsa Lubing across the low table, the winter light slanting pale and cold through the high windows. The older woman's confession has left a raw space between them. The air feels thinner, charged with the weight of breached loyalty. Smilla feels the sting not in the withheld information, not in the curt dismissal of her competence, but deeper, in the quiet violation of the one ideal Elsa had clung to through decades of ledgers and precision, unflinching honesty. That principle had been tampered with, bent until it broke, and the fracture still aches in the silence. Elsa offers to reveal where the mysterious 115,000 kroner surfaces in the records. Smilla guesses before the words are fully formed. She suggests it hides in the expenses for the corporation's geological expedition to the barren glacier on Jella Alta, off Greenland's west coast, in the summer of 1966. The reference in the 1991 report to an earlier journey had been the thread she needed. The connection clicked into place like a missing punch card finally found. Elsa's eyes narrow, appraising. Then she confirms there had been an accident that summer, too. Explosives gone wrong. 2 of the 8 team members killed. The purpose of the summons sharpens in Smilla's mind. Elsa sees her not merely as a listener, but as a kind of secular confessor, an auditor sent to balance an account left unsettled since January 7, 1967, someone who might help settle the debt owed to truth, and perhaps to something higher. Elsa asks what occupies her thoughts. Smilla's mind swirls, chaotic. She deflects with the safest truth she can voice. The barren glacier seems a cursed place for expeditions. They sit in lengthening quiet. Teacups empty. Speculoos crumbs scattered like dark constellations on the plates. Below them, the city lies snow-draped and ordinary. a band of weak sunlight slicing across Solsort Road, and the school soccer field on Dew Road. Yet Smilla senses the story is far from finished. The older woman's posture holds something still coiled, waiting. Elsa resumes. Counselor Ebel died in 1964. With him, people said, an entire era of Danish finance passed. His will demanded theatrical finality. His Rolls-Royce sunk in the North Atlantic while the Swedish actor Gösta Ekman recited Hamlet's soliloquy on the ship's deck. Smilla pictures it vividly, the absurd grandeur, the symbolic burial of colonial arrogance. Around the same time, the old Greenland policy began to dissolve, giving way to the rhetoric of equality and education for the North. The corporation reorganized. New faces appeared in the office, a different manager, 2 additional women in bookkeeping. The real shift happened in research. Cryolyte yields were dwindling. Extraction methods grew more elaborate as ore quality declined. Rumors of fresh discoveries flared in the cafeteria like brief fevers, always extinguished days later. The laboratory staff swelled from 5 to 20. A permanent research group formed then in 1967, the Advisory Scientific Commission, representatives from major partners, Swedish diamond drilling, Denmark's underground, the Geologic Institute, Greenland's Geologic Survey. Secrecy thickened, bookkeeping grew tangled with new fees, expedition costs. Through it all, the unresolved 115,000 kroner gnawed at Elsa like an open wound. Smilla imagines the daily torment, Elsa's instinctive feel for numbers, her bedrock faith in transparency, forced to coexist with suspicion of deliberate concealment. Elsa supplies the scripture that sustained her through it, a verse from Mark promising that nothing hidden would remain veiled forever. Divine justice, she believed, required only patience. Computerization arrived in 1977. Elsa never adapted. She insisted on keeping parallel manual ledgers. When she retired in 1992, she refused to let anyone else balance the final sheet. 3 weeks before her last day, she sat once more with the books. January 7th, exactly 25 years after the original entry. An omen, she felt. She pulled the old 1966 accounts, compared them line by line to the previous summer's expedition to Gjella Alta. The largest item in 1991, 450,000 kroner, routed through the Scientific Commission. She telephoned for details. Indignation still colors her voice as she recalls the response, a reprimand for bypassing her superiors. Too late. Over the phone, they had already disclosed the purpose, chartering a ship. Smilla struggles to make sense of it, a coaster to ferry 8 men to the west coast for a handful of sample stones? Unthinkable. Routine expeditions use the disco for cryolite hauls, never a dedicated vessel for something so small. Elsa asks if Smilla remembers her dreams. Sometimes Smilla answers. Lately, Elsa confesses she has dreamed repeatedly that Smilla was sent by Providence itself. She quotes scripture again, old men dreaming dreams, her gaze passing straight through Smilla, through the wall, into decades past. Smilla holds her breath. Elsa's voice trembles with the delicacy of this moment. 45 years of loyalty fracturing for the sake of truth. Elsa concludes there can be only one reason. Someone under the corporation's cover dispatched 2 expeditions to that coast. They needed to bring something back, something so heavy it demanded a ship. Smilla rises, draws on the black cape with its hood, the one that makes her feel briefly monastic, appropriate for the gravity of what has passed between them. She mentions the Carlsberg Foundation's partial funding of the 1991 trip, including a fee to Benedict Klan. Elsa's eyes grow distant, paging through flawless mental ledgers. In 1966, too, she says slowly, a translator's fee of 267 kroner unexplained. She remembers the woman, an acquaintance of the directors living in Germany after the war. Berlin, 1946, the Allies negotiating aluminum allocations. Many from the corporation had been there. Adaptation, the sales director, Counselor Abel. Smilla presses. Anyone else? Elsa, exhausted from the outpouring, cannot recall. She grips Smilla suddenly, strong enough to lift her from the floor. What, she demands, will Smilla do about the little boy's death? The question lands like a charge. In Elsa's world, hierarchy ascends ultimately to God. Rejected by superiors, by the board, she has appealed to the highest court. Now she looks to Smilla as an emissary. Smilla asks about the coaster. Did it return with what it sought? Elsa shakes her head. After the accident, the survivors and gear were flown to Gothob, then home. The accounting department covered the freight and tickets. That much is certain. Elsa accompanies her to the elevator. A sudden tenderness rises in Smilla, almost maternal, despite the disparity in age and strength. The doors open. She warns the older woman not to let her own honesty breed nightmares. Elsa replies she is too old for regrets. The elevator descends. At the street door, Smilla pauses, struck by a final question. She dials from the lobby's silvered shell phone. Elsa answers instantly, as though poised beside the receiver. Smilla asks the finance director's name. He plans to retire next year, Elsa says. David Ving, his firm, Hammer and Ving, on Oster Street. Smilla thanks her. God be with you, Elsa replies. The blessing settles over Smilla like unfamiliar warmth. No one has ever spoken it to her outside sacred walls. Perhaps she has never needed it quite so much. Later, in the mechanic's living room, she listens as he recounts a former colleague from the phone company's switching station on North Street. A simple procedure, he explains. A caller claims a court order, clips attached to a relay, and from police headquarters they can monitor any line's incoming and outgoing calls. Smilla admits she has never trusted telephones. He sets a roll of wide red insulation tape and small scissors on the table. He cuts a strip, presses it over his own receiver. Do the same at home, he tells her. Peel it off each time you use the phone. The small ritual will remind her the line may not be private, a safeguard against carelessness, even in moments of intimacy. She thinks how she would never confess love over wires anyway, but keeps the thought silent. His past arrives in fragments that refuse to align. This casual expertise with wiretaps among them. Elsa's eyes grow distant, paging through flawless mental ledgers. In 1966, too, she says slowly, a translator's fee of 267 kroner unexplained. She remembers the woman, an acquaintance of the directors living in Germany after the war. Berlin, 1946, the Allies negotiating aluminum allocations. Many from the corporation had been there. Adaptation, the sales director, Counselor Abel. Smilla presses. Anyone else? Elsa, exhausted from the outpouring, cannot recall. She grips Smilla suddenly, strong enough to lift her from the floor. What, she demands, will Smilla do about the little boy's death? The question lands like a charge. In Elsa's world, hierarchy ascends ultimately to God. Rejected by superiors, by the board, she has appealed to the highest court. Now she looks to Smilla as an emissary. Smilla asks about the coaster. Did it return with what it sought? Elsa shakes her head. After the accident, the survivors and gear were flown to Gothob, then home. The accounting department covered the freight and tickets. That much is certain. Elsa accompanies her to the elevator. A sudden tenderness rises in Smilla, almost maternal, despite the disparity in age and strength. The doors open. She warns the older woman not to let her own honesty breed nightmares. Elsa replies she is too old for regrets. The elevator descends. At the street door, Smilla pauses, struck by a final question. She dials from the lobby's silvered shell phone. Elsa answers instantly, as though poised beside the receiver. Smilla asks the finance director's name. He plans to retire next year, Elsa says. David Ving, his firm, Hammer and Ving, on Oster Street. Smilla thanks her. God be with you, Elsa replies. The blessing settles over Smilla like unfamiliar warmth. No one has ever spoken it to her outside sacred walls. Perhaps she has never needed it quite so much. Later, in the mechanic's living room, she listens as he recounts a former colleague from the phone company's switching station on North Street. A simple procedure, he explains. A caller claims a court order, clips attached to a relay, and from police headquarters they can monitor any line's incoming and outgoing calls. Smilla admits she has never trusted telephones. He sets a roll of wide red insulation tape and small scissors on the table. He cuts a strip, presses it over his own receiver. Do the same at home, he tells her. Peel it off each time you use the phone. The small ritual will remind her the line may not be private, a safeguard against carelessness, even in moments of intimacy. She thinks how she would never confess love over wires anyway, but keeps the thought silent. His past arrives in fragments that refuse to align. This casual expertise with wiretaps among them. He brews tea, milk simmered with fresh ginger, a sliver of vanilla bean, leaves so dark and fine they resemble black dust, strained, sweetened with cane sugar. The taste is rich, invigorating, faintly exotic. It conjures for her the imagined scent of distant eastern markets. She recounts everything from the visit to Elsa Lubing, everything she now knows, save the cigar box, Isaiah's tape, the phantom laughter. He asks who else financed the 1991 expedition, who arranged the ship. Regret flickers. She should have pressed the question herself. She reaches for his telephone. The red tape seals it. He smiles faintly. That's why the tape is there, 5 minutes and you forget. They walk together to the public booth in the square. His stride measures 1.5 times hers, yet the pace feels matched, unhurried, comfortable. She reflects on the lesson her mother's disappearance taught. Every moment might be final. No journey should be mere transit. Every walk should carry the full weight of last things. She demands that ideal of herself, then forgives the 250 daily lapses when she falls short. Elsa answers on the first ring, voice steady, assured. Smilla withholds her name. Who paid the 450,000 kroner? A brief silence. Then the answer, Geoinform. The company held 2 seats on the scientific commission, owned 5% of shares, enough to require registration. A woman owns it. The mechanic has stepped into the narrow booth beside her. His presence fills the space entirely. If he straightened fully, Smilla thinks, he could shatter the glass and carry the whole booth away with them inside. She stands pressed close to the mechanic in the narrow phone booth, glass cool against her palms. His hands rest flat on the pane in front of her, broad, marked by the faint history of labor, yet impossibly smooth, the skin unroughened, unmarked by the day's expected grime. She wonders how anyone can spend hours immersed in engine grease, turning socket wrenches, and emerge with fingers that look as though they have never touched oil. The contradiction nags at her, quiet but persistent. She admits to herself the small, reluctant pleasure of standing this near him. The warmth of his shoulder so close to hers, the shared confinement, it stirs something she has to consciously resist. She could stretch the conversation out indefinitely just to prolong the feeling, but she reins it in. He returns to something she had asked earlier about Berlin after the war. There had been one more figure present then, not yet on the corporation payroll, but later hired in Copenhagen as a medical consultant. Dr. Johannes Lyan, forensic expertise, he believes, contracted for the Americans. She asks how a person becomes a professor. They have compiled a short list on scrap paper. David Ving, attorney and certified public accountant, someone adept at concealing vessel charters, perhaps disguising them as innocuous seasonal gifts dispatched to children in Greenland. Benedict Klan, located through the telephone directory, living barely 200 yards away in one of the converted warehouses along Strand Street. Denmark's most exorbitant condominiums. 3 million kroner for 900 square feet. Thick brick walls, perfect for battering one's head against in despair. Heavy Pomeranian pine beams. Ideally suited for a final suspension. Her number written beside the name. And the two professors, Johannes Lyan and Andreas Feinlich, their names surface in connection with both expeditions to Gella Alta, two journeys about which almost nothing concrete is known. She mentions her father once held a professorship. Now, relieved of the title, he claims most who ascend to that rank possess intelligence that stops just short of excess. He asks what becomes of those who are too clever. She loathes quoting Moritz, yet his formulation cuts cleanest. They either ascend to the stars or descend to ruin. Which path claimed her father? She considers it. Neither entirely. He exists in a permanent split, halved down the middle. They listen together to the city's nighttime pulse, cars crossing the bridge, the metallic rasp of pneumatic tools from the night shift at Holman's dry docks, the erratic chimes from Our Savior's church tower, sometimes precise and lyrical, sometimes the clumsy flailing of someone who has stumbled into the bell ropes after too many drinks at Café Wieland. She recalls Elsa Lubing's advice. The Trade Commission on Campman Street holds balance sheets and ownership records for every publicly listed Danish company. He supplies the address without hesitation. She asks how he knows. He looks out the window. School, he says simply. He paid attention. Some mornings drag her upward through thick sediment limbs, heavy as concrete blocks. The certainty that she died in her sleep and woke only to confirm it. 6 out of 7 dawns feel that way. This morning is the 7th. Clarity arrives like frost on glass. She rises purposefully, performs the 4 yoga postures she absorbed before the library's final punitive reminder arrived via messenger, along with the fine steep enough to have purchased the book outright. Ice-cold shower. Leggings, oversized sweater, gray boots, the Greenland-style fur hat from Jane Eberlein. She tells herself often that cultural identity has slipped away forever. Yet on mornings like this, the conviction returns solid and unarguable. Smilla Jasperson, pampered Greenlander. 7 o'clock. She walks to the harbor, steps onto the ice. Copenhagen's harbor ice offers no playground for children, even in hard frost. Caution is required even for her. 40 yards out, she halts. The surface darkens subtly here. 1 stride farther, and she would plunge through. She stands balanced, rocking gently. Sea ice breathes, porous, elastic, water seeping upward to form twin mirrors around her boots, reflecting the sparse lights of the pre-dawn dark. A silhouette waits on the quay, black against white building walls. Fear vibrates through her like the low note. A seal hears before the hunter's shadow falls, exposed, motionless, fatally visible. Then recognition cuts the tone short. The mechanic, stooped, solid, rectangular as quarried stone. She has not seen him in 2 days, Perhaps she has been avoiding the encounter. From here, the city appears alien, marble-clad, snow-draped, a lost capital, Venice or Atlantis submerged in night. She walks back toward him. They could have been different people. Young lovers meeting at dawn. Instead, they are this. A man who stutters over certain words. A woman armored in bitterness, trading partial truths along a shadowed trail. When she reaches him, he seizes her shoulders. "Dangerous," he says, voice carrying an edge that could almost be pleading. She shrugs free. She has always maintained an excellent relationship with ice. They walk side by side. She thinks of the Young Greenlanders Council dissolving into IA. The long readings of Das Kapital. Its trembling compassion. Its fierce belief that sheer will can reshape the world. She lacks that certainty. Life has granted her much. She has desired much. Yet she possesses little and understands her own wants even less. Education begun. Journeys taken. Moments when purpose felt achieved. Yet always an unseen grip on the nape, steering her downward into unseen sewers whenever she believed ascent had begun, as though a precise quota of filth must be swallowed before air is permitted. Usually she fights the current. This morning she surrenders to it. Walking beside him, she feels an inexplicable, buoyant happiness. The thought surfaces, breakfast together. She cannot remember the last shared morning meal. She has chosen solitude at dawn, too sensitive, needing cold water, eyeliner, juice, time to assemble sociability. But today, the hour has arranged itself. They met, they walk. She opens her mouth to suggest it. Suddenly, she is weightless. He has lifted her, carried her swiftly to the scaffolding. She assumes jest, prepares a retort, then sees what he saw and falls silent. The stairwell lies dark on every landing. A door opens, yellow light spills out. Julianne appears, unsteady, and a man speaks to her. The words strike like physical blows. Julianne sinks to her knees. The door closes. The man descends the exterior stairs. Julianne's usual companions do not depart at 7 a.m. At that hour, they have not yet staggered home. When they do leave, they crawl. Hidden in scaffolding shadow, they watch him pass, long Burberry raincoat, hat. At the building's end, the mechanic squeezes her arm. She continues alone. The man enters a car. The mechanic's little Morris pulls alongside. Seats cold, low. She stretches to peer through the iced windshield. Visibility reduced to a narrow strip from hood ornament to the red taillights ahead. They cross the bridge, turn right before Holman's Church, pass the National Bank, traverse Kongens Nytorv. Traffic may exist, impossible to tell through the frost. He parks near Crinson Park. They idle across from the French embassy. He never glances back. He walks past Hotel d'Angleterre, turns into Struget. 25 yards behind, they follow into the morning crowd. He unlocks a doorway, disappears inside. Alone, she would have halted here. The nameplate requires no inspection. Certainty arrives as though he had presented credentials. But today, they are two. For the first time in too long, two. In an instant, he moves, hand jamming the door before it latches. She follows. The moment carries the wordless synchrony of a perfect pass in ball games. They step into an archway, vaulted ceiling, white and gold bronze, marble panels, soft yellow light, glass pan door with brass handle. Beyond lies a courtyard garden, evergreen shrubs, small Japanese ginkgos, a fountain, all blanketed in 2-week snow, surface now crusted with thin ice. Dawn light drifts down from above like settling dust. An electric cord snakes along the stairwell, curving out of sight. Vacuum cleaner drone echoes from around the corner. A janitor's cart waits. Buckets, mops, scrub brushes, wringer rollers. He lifts the cart effortlessly under one arm. Footsteps descend, light, cushioned by the blue stair runner secured with brass rods. A scent surrounds them. Familiar, unplaceable. They reach the third floor as a door clicks shut ahead. The mechanic carries the cart as though it weighs nothing. Gilding and cream inlay repeat on doors and walls. Engraved brass nameplates. The one before them sits above an oversized mail slot, wide enough for the largest checks. Law office Hammer and Ving. The door stands unlocked. They enter. The cart rolls in behind them. She steps with the mechanic into a spacious foyer, the air thick with polish and quiet wealth. One door stands open to a chain of interconnecting offices, grand, sequential, like the reception suites in old photographs of Amalienborg Palace. Framed portraits of the Queen and Prince gaze down from the walls. Gilt-edged paintings hang in solemn rows. The parquet gleams underfoot with a deep, mirror-like shine. The furniture curves in elegant lines, upholstered in muted luxury. The same scent that trailed them up the stairwell envelops her here, unmistakable now. The faint, metallic perfume of money itself, clean and cold. No one moves through the rooms. She lifts a damp rag from the cart, twists it until water drips in slow beads onto the floor. The mechanic takes up a broad mop, its handle long in his grip. At the far end, a pair of double doors remains closed. She raps once, firmly. Somewhere inside, a control panel must hum. The doors part without a sound. He sits at the opposite end of the long room, framed by a courtyard window, behind a black mahogany desk so massive its 4 carved lion paws seem to grip the carpet for balance. She wonders briefly how such a thing was ever maneuvered through these doors and up the stairs. 3 somber paintings loom on the wall behind him, views of the marble bridge, heavy in dark frames. His age defies easy guess. Elsa Lubing placed him past 70, yet he carries himself with the taut vitality of a man who begins each day with a barefoot run down a private beach, a plunge through chopped ice, then a disciplined bowl of plain muesli and skim milk. The regimen has kept his skin smooth, flushed with health. It has done nothing for his hair. His scalp gleams bare and pink as a fresh egg. Gold-framed glasses catch the light in constant flashes, veiling his eyes entirely. She greets him with casual brightness. Good morning, quality control, routine check on the morning cleaning. He says nothing, only watches. The silence carries the dry, precise timbre of a voice she once heard over a telephone line years ago, clipped and formal. The mechanic retreats to a far corner, begins mopping in slow, deliberate strokes. She moves to the windowsill nearest the desk, runs the rag along the marble. Dirty streaks bloom in uneven lines. He will begin to question soon. She remarks aloud how satisfying a thorough cleaning can be. His brow creases, annoyance flickering, still restrained. A framed sailing ship hangs beside the window. She lifts it down, wipes the back with deliberate care. She compliments the image, confesses her own fascination with ships. After long days, elbow-deep in rubber gloves and bleach, she likes nothing better than to settle in with a good book on maritime history. Now suspicion sharpens behind the reflective lenses, wondering perhaps if she is unhinged. Everyone has favorites, she continues. Hers are the vessels that plied the Greenland route. And by chance, seeing the name on the brass plate downstairs, the realization struck her: Ving, the generous man who once gifted a model ship to a friend's child at Christmas, the good ship Johannes Thomson, presented to a small Greenlandic boy. She rehangs the picture. The water has left faint marks on the frame. Every act of cleaning exacts its small toll. She thinks of Julianne kneeling in the doorway earlier, struck wordless by whatever this man had said. She adds that she never tires of reading about ships chartered for Greenland expeditions. He has gone perfectly still. Only the faint shimmer in his glasses betrays any tremor of light. 2 vessels in particular, she says, for expeditions to Gela Alta in 1966 and 1991. She returns to the cart, wrings the rag again, water pattering into the bucket. She hopes the cleaning meets his standards. Duty calls elsewhere. They withdraw through the enfilade of rooms. From the threshold, she glances back. He remains seated behind the vast desk, unmoved. A middle-aged woman in a white smock waits at the foot of the stairs, one hand resting on her vacuum cleaner, face mournful as though she and the machine have just received bad news about their future. The mechanic sets the cart before her. Regret shadows his posture. He wants to offer some word of solidarity, worker to worker, but no phrase arrives. She explains they are from the firm conducting an inspection. They are thoroughly satisfied. She balances one of Moritz's crisp new 100-krone notes on the rim of a bucket. A bonus, she says, for pastry with morning coffee on such a fine day. The woman regards her with quiet sorrow. "I'm the proprietor," she says. "Just me and 4 employees." They stand in shared silence, the 3 of them. "So what?" she replies. "Even proprietors deserve pastry with their coffee." In the car, they sit overlooking Kongens Nytorv, watching the square settle into mid-morning breakfast. Together has slipped away. They arrange to meet later. Tension drained, their words turn polite, distant, almost formal. As she steps out, he lowers the window. "Was that wise?" he asks. "An impulse," she answers. "And besides, has he ever hunted?" "A little," he says. For shy game, like reindeer, you sometimes let yourself be seen deliberately. You stand tall, wave the rifle butt. Fear and curiosity lie close together in any living brain. The animal approaches, it senses danger, it cannot resist coming closer to see. "What did you do when it drew near?" "Nothing," she admits. She could never bring herself to pull the trigger, but perhaps someone luckier stands nearby, ready to do what must be done. She crosses Knippel's Bridge on foot. 8 o'clock. The day has barely opened. She feels the quiet satisfaction of a morning already well spent, as though she has delivered every newspaper on the route. A rectangular envelope of heavy stock waits in her mailbox, her father's stationery, lined, his initials embossed. The handwriting carries the practiced flourish of a man who once took evening classes in calligraphic self-promotion. During her time living with him, 2 sessions erased his old script. 3 months later, he wrote like a schoolboy. She had forged his signature on patient bills to spare them the sight of the great physician's trembling hand. Later, the style steadied into something admired by the world. To her, it always looked affected. The letter itself is brief. 1 line on watermarked paper she knows costs 5 kroner a sheet, accompanied by a clipped sheaf of photocopied clippings. Dear Smilla Berlingske Tidens archives on Lyan and Greenland. A separate typed sheet lists his scientific publications sourced from Index Medicus via a Stockholm database. Articles in 4 languages, most English, titles she can decipher only half. Moritz has penciled brief notes in the margins. Crash injuries, toxicology, vitamin B12 assimilation complications from gunshot wounds, pieces from the 40s and 50s. By the 60s, the focus shifts to Arctic medicine, trichinosis, frostbite, influenza around the Barents Sea, parasites, extensive work with X-rays. Historical inquiries appear, examination of Iron Age bog bodies, and 3 checked entries on X-ray analysis of mummies, one from Berlin in the 70s at the Pergamon Museum on Tutankhamun's remains, another on pre-Buddhist embalming in Malaysia and Thailand, the third a study of the Kilakitsok mummies from Greenland. At the foot she writes, "With thanks, Smilla," seals it in an envelope addressed to her father, then turns to the clippings. 18 pieces, arranged chronologically. She begins with the latest October announcement of preparations nearly complete for a forensic medical office in Greenland under Professor Johannes Lyan's direction. A year earlier, a photograph at an Ethics Council conference in Gotthab, Lyan's second from left, towering even over those on raised steps behind him, all in kamiks and fur hats. His 70th birthday the year before. Tenure extended exceptionally due to his work establishing the Greenland Autopsy Center. The articles recede through time. Congratulations on his 60th, lectures at Greenland's new university, leadership of the Institute for Arctic Medicine. No mention of the 91 or 66 expeditions. The second to last dates to 1949, a promotional piece on the Cryolyte Corporation's new ore dumpsters, easing transport from the quarry depths. Councillor Ebel and his wife stand in front. Behind them, Chief Engineer Dr. Wilhelm Ottesen and the corporation's medical consultant Dr. Johannes Lyan. The photograph captures the moment the first load surfaces at Sakak. A 10-year gap follows. The earliest clipping, May 1939. A staged harbor scene, a dark ship in the background, a dozen figures in lightweight suits and thin wraps. Caption: the courageous and enthusiastic company from Freya Film departing for Greenland. Actors, director, the film company's Dr. Rosing, and his unnamed assistant. A later hand has added the assistant's name in ballpoint, Lyan. Even in youth, subordinate and behind the camera-facing eccentrics, his height and arrogance cut through the frame. She folds the clipping carefully. After breakfast, she draws on a long suede coat, settles the Jane Eberlein fur hat. Deep inner pockets receive the folded clipping, a bundle of Krona notes, Isaiah's tape, the letter to her father. She steps out. The day has properly begun. At Pronto Print on Torv Street, she has a copy made of the tape, then borrows their telephone directory. The Institute for Eskimology sits on Fjellstrade. From the square's phone booth she dials is transferred to an instructor whose accent carries Greenlandic cadence. She explains she has a tape in East Greenlandic. She cannot parse, not merely translation, but voice identification. The speaker's henna-dyed hair, childhood spankings on the potty in a Kunak in 1947, inferred from vowels alone. He chuckles softly. "Do you have money, madam?" "Do you?" And it's Miss. Svajer Wharf, South Harbor, berth 126, ask for the curator. He is still laughing when the line clicks dead. She takes the train to Enghave Station, then walks. Earlier, she studied Crack's map at the Torv Street Library. The streets twist in her mind like a remembered labyrinth. The platform feels chilled. A lone man stands opposite, staring with quiet longing toward the city-bound train, toward crowds and motion. He is the last person she sees. She steps onto the wharf at Svajer Wharf, berth 126. The sailing ship looming ahead like a restored cathedral of wood and canvas. The name Northern Light gleams in gilded letters across the stern. The figurehead, a man clutching a torch, stares forward with carved intensity. The black hull stretches long and gleaming, masts rising so high they seem to pierce the low gray sky. Tar and fresh sawdust hang sharp in the cold air. Someone has poured serious money into this renovation, layer upon layer of lacquer and care. The gangway creaks under her boots, thick core matting, bronze railings polished to a soft glow. The deck lies cluttered with wooden crates, stamped fragile. Stacks of planks, open tins of paint. Every rope coils in perfect spirals. Every surface reflects the deep sheen of multiple coats of marine varnish, white enamel, bright as porcelain. The air shimmers faintly with the chemical bite of polish, epoxy, joint compound. No voices, no footsteps. The ship feels held in expectant hush, as though the crew has only just stepped away. A narrow ladder threads between the crates to a lacquered double door left unlocked. Beyond it, a companionway drops into shadow. At the bottom, a figure waits, motionless, leaning on a long spear. She approaches slowly. He does not stir, even when she stands close enough to touch. Dim light seeps in thin stripes around covered skylights, enough to reveal the space. A vast hall, perhaps 80 feet long, and as wide as the ship's beam, all interior walls stripped away to create one unbroken chamber. The man before her is Inuit, high kamix, birdskin inner coat, a dart thrower gripped in his left hand, not much taller than she is. She reaches out, pats his cheek. Hollow fiberglass beneath the clever paint, his expression remains alert, frozen in lifelike readiness. A voice drifts from behind a screen. Lifelike, isn't it? She circles a half-wrapped kayak, passes a long glass counter lying empty like an upended aquarium. The screen is stretched high between two whalebones. Behind it, a desk. Behind the desk, a man rises to meet her. He extends a hand. He could be the mannequin's older brother. Same features, 30 years added. Thick gray haircut, page boy style. Greenlandic roots show in the planes of his face the same quiet claim on heritage she carries herself. She asks if he is the curator. He confirms it, gestures at the surroundings. They are still assembling the collection. It has cost a fortune. She places the cassette on the desk. He handles it with careful fingers. She explains she needs to identify the speaker. The Institute for Eskimology directed her here. He smiles, pleased. Word of mouth remains the best and cheapest advertisement. Does she know what real advertising costs? Only personal ads, she replies. He asks if they are expensive, genuinely curious. Humor slides past him untouched. Very, she says. He nods gravely. Newspapers, the tax system, customs, they bleed you dry. The feeling creeps in again that she has seen this face before, or one very like it. Lately, the world seems to repeat itself, faces and places looping in quiet, déjà vu. Perhaps she has simply lived long enough for patterns to surface. Perhaps the mind itself is wearing thin. He slots the tape into a square, matte black recorder on the desk. Sound emerges from distant speakers along the curved walls. Her eyes adjust. She senses how the space follows the ship's hull, intimate yet vast. He listens half a minute, head cradled in his hands, then stops the machine. Mid-40s, he says, grew up near Angmagselek. Minimal formal schooling. East Greenlandic base overlaid with traces of more northern dialects. Too much movement up there to pin it exactly. Likely never left Greenland for any length of time. He regards her with pale, almost milky gray eyes, waiting. She realizes he expects acknowledgement, the small applause after a performance. Impressive, she says. Can he tell her more? The speaker describes a journey across ice by sled. A hunter, judging by the technical vocabulary, Inuit for dog harnesses, for instance. Addressing a European, using English place names, repeating details as though for someone unfamiliar. He listens so briefly she half suspects a jest. You don't believe me, he says, voice cooling. She admits she wonders how so much can emerge from so little. Language is a hologram, he replies, measured and certain. Every utterance contains the speaker's entire linguistic history. He turns the lens on her, mid-30s, raised in Thule or farther north, at least one Inuit parent. Arrived in Denmark after mastering Greenlandic's foundations, but before losing a child's effortless gift for perfect second language acquisition, somewhere between 7 and 11. Traces of several sociolects, perhaps school or residence, in northern suburbs like Gentofte or Charlottenlund. A faint North Zealand inflection. Oddly, a later echo of West Greenlandic. She cannot mask her surprise. It is all essentially accurate. He smacks his lips in quiet triumph. She asks if the conversation's location can be determined. He counters. She really cannot tell. The confidence radiates from him again, edged with satisfaction. He rewinds without watching the controls, plays 10 seconds. What does she hear? Only the voice, still opaque. Behind it, he prompts. Another sound. He replays. Now she catches it, the faint, rising drone of an engine, starting then cutting off. A prop plane, he says, large. He fast-forwards, plays again, distant clatter of dishes. A large room, low ceiling, tables being set, some sort of restaurant. He knows the answer already. He draws it out slowly, savoring the reveal. A voice in the background. He replays the segment repeatedly until she distinguishes it. A woman, she says. A man imitating a woman, he corrects, yelling in Danish and American English. Danish, his native tongue, likely berating whoever sets the tables. Restaurant manager, almost certainly. She tests once more whether he guesses. Certainty settles in. His hearing must be unnaturally acute, his ear for language a rare gift. The tape resumes. Another prop plane, she ventures. He shakes his head. A smaller jet, shortly after the first. An airport with steady traffic. He leans back. Where else could an East Greenlandic hunter sit in a restaurant amid table setting, a Dane shouting in American English, while planes come and go in the background? She knows now, but lets him deliver it. Let him enjoy the moment. Only one place, he concludes. Thule Air Base. The officers' club there, the Northern Star. Restaurant in 2 parts with a dance hall. He starts the tape again. Strange, he murmurs. She stays silent. The music behind the voice. Remnants of the prior recording. Pop, naturally. There must be an angel by the Eurythmics. But the trumpet... He looks up. She cannot hear any piano. A Yamaha Grand, he says, loud, heavy, flashy tone. Rather clumsy bass, frequently off-key. Certainly no Bosendorfer. But the trumpet surprises him. There is more music at the tape's end, she points out. He fast-forwards, plays from just after the opening notes. Mr. P.C., he exclaims, then his face empties, absorbed. He lets it run to silence. When he stops the machine, he seems distant. She waits while he returns. He wipes his eyes. Jazz, he says softly. My passion. The admission slips out, unguarded. Then the mask returns, cocky as before. 3/4 of the Home Rule politicians and bureaucrats belong to his generation, the first Greenlanders to reach university. Some held on to their identity. Others, like this curator, fragile, yet inflated with intellectual certainty, became true Northern Danes in thought and manner. Identifying a musician from tone alone is difficult, he continues. Stan Getz in Latin American mode. Miles Davis with his stripped, precise, vibrato-free sound. Armstrong's meticulous crystallization of New Orleans style. And this one? He regards her, expectant and faintly accusing. Great jazz means the John Coltrane Quartet. McCoy Tyner piano, Jimmy Garrison bass, Elvin Jones drums. When Jones was imprisoned, Roy Haynes. Only those four, except for 4 nights at the New York Independent Club. Roy Luber on trumpet then. He absorbed European harmony and African incantatory nerve directly from Coltrane. They sit in shared silence, letting the thoughts settle. Alcohol, he says abruptly, has never been kind to music. Cannabis may help. Alcohol is a bomb ticking beneath jazz. They listen to the invisible fuse. Since 1964, Luber has been drinking himself toward the end. On the descent, musically and humanly, he passed through Scandinavia and stayed. She recalls the name now from old concert posters, from lurid headlines. One in particular, famous drunk jazz musician tries to tip over city bus. He must have been performing in the club restaurant. Same acoustics, diners in the background. Someone seized the chance for a pirate recording. He smiles, approving the audacity. A little Walkman, a little risk, and they walk away with a free live tape. Why Thule? She asks. Money, of course. Jazz musicians survive on what he calls bare-ass jobs. Imagine what it costs. What costs? She presses. She stands on the wharf as the last golden sunlight spreads thin across the flat stones, already fading toward the raw, damp chill that will claim the harbor in minutes. No one else moves in sight. She draws the key from her pocket, slits the white plastic wrapping the sign with a single deliberate tear, just enough to read the black letters on white beneath. Copenhagen University, the Polar Center, and the Cultural Ministry established the Arctic Museum. A list of sponsoring foundations follows. She does not linger on the names. The realization settles cold and certain. This is where Isaiah's ship was purchased. She draws the curator's receipt from a deep pocket. Impeccably formatted, a small miracle given his blindness. The signature scrawls illegibly, but the stamp beneath it reads clear. Andreas Fein Licht, Ph.D., Professor of Eskimo Languages and Cultures. Shock holds her motionless until it ebbs. She considers returning to the ship, then decides against it. The tape in her possession is only a copy. When hunting shy game, visibility can serve. Stop, stand tall, wave the rifle butt to draw curiosity closer. She walks away along the dock. She reaches H.C. Anderson's Boulevard almost precisely on time. The little blue Morris waits parked in front of Tivoli. The mechanic sits inside, face drawn, eyes fixed ahead as though he has spent the wait sinking deeper into private darkness. She slides into the passenger seat. The car holds the day's accumulated cold. He does not turn to her. Pain lies open across his features, unguarded. She feels no urge to press for confession. She carries no badge, no authority to demand one. The Baron, he says at last. He remembered. He never forgot. She has carried the same thought herself. Sometimes 3 weeks would pass without the boy coming down to the basement. When the mechanic was a child sent to camp for 3 weeks, he returned, having nearly forgotten his own parents. But the Baron performed small rituals. If the mechanic passed the playground where the boy played, the child would stop, run over, walk beside him a short distance, as though to affirm they still knew each other, then halt at the door, nod once, and leave. Other children forgot quickly, attaching to whoever appeared next and erasing the previous face. The Baron never did. He bites his lip. Grief admits few words. Language falters before it. She offers the only practical comfort she can summon. We're going to have tea. They drive through the city. She tells him nothing of birth 126, nothing of the curator's revelations. Instead, she recounts the telephone call placed afterward from a booth near Enkhav station to Benedict Clan. La Brioche d'Or stands on Streget near Amiger Square, second floor, a few doors past the Royal Porcelain Shop. Photographs in the doorway display the 3-foot cornucopia delivered to the royal court by Crane. Up the stairs, cream cakes preserved under what looks like hairspray gleam eternally in their cases. A life-sized boxer, Ayub Kalule, molded in dark chocolate to commemorate his European championship, guards the entrance. Inside, a long table groans under pastries capable of almost anything except levitation. Plaster curlicues swirl across the ceiling like whipped cream. Chandeliers hang heavy. The carpet sinks thick and spongy, the color of sherry-soaked angel food cake. Elegant women sit at small, white-clothed tables, chasing second helpings of sacher-torte with pint mugs of hot cocoa. A pianist in a toupee plays absent-minded Mozart potpourri from a platform, the notes turning sloppy when he attempts to wink simultaneously at the mechanic. In one corner, Benedict Clan sits alone. Certain voices never quite match the bodies that produce them. Smilla still recalls the shock of first meeting Lyan Guac Christensen. After 20 years of hearing his news broadcasts on Greenland radio, expecting a god, finding only a man barely taller than herself. Other voices align so precisely with appearance that recognition arrives instantly upon sight. 1 minute on the telephone with Benedict Clan had been enough. The woman wears a blue suit, keeps her hat on indoors, sips mineral water. Mid-60s, long, reddish-brown hair, partly pinned beneath the brim, straight-backed, pale, chin aggressive, nostrils flared. Beautiful, skittish, unpredictable. A thoroughbred poised at the gate. Smilla crosses the floor in seconds, decisions crystallizing. Earlier, from the Enghave booth, she had dialed and spoken of Berlin 1946. The woman's voice came deep, hoarse, almost indolent. Yet beneath the calm, Smilla sensed something volcanic, or perhaps only a mirage after an hour with the blind curator's uncanny ears. Clan had refused outright. Military secrets, impossible. And anyway, it had been Hamburg. Determination rang clear, yet curiosity flickered, tightly reined. Smilla had claimed to call from Svanemel Army Base, assembling a commemorative publication on Danish participation in the Second World War. The woman reversed instantly. From the base? Perhaps from the Women's Corps? A master's in history, Smilla had answered, editing for the Army's historical archives. A woman! Delight! She should consult her father first. General August Clan. The publication must remain a surprise, Smilla had insisted. Perfect understanding. When might she be free? Difficult? Calendar consultation required. Smilla had waited, catching her own reflection in the booth's steel wall. Big fur hat, dark hair beneath, a smirking smile. Perhaps this afternoon. Now, approaching the table, Smilla sees the general's daughter, the military confidant, the hoarse voice, the glance already lifting toward the mechanic, an explosive temperament waiting for ignition. She introduces herself. Smilla Jasperson. And this is Captain Peter Høeg, Ph.D. The mechanic stiffens beside her. Benedict Clan laughs, radiant, eyes fixed on him. How exciting! A historian as well? One of the best military historians in Northern Europe, Smilla says smoothly. His right eye begins to twitch. She orders coffee and raspberry tarts for them both. Clan requests another mineral water, declines cake. Her attention belongs wholly to Dr. Peter Høeg. So much to tell. Where to begin? Smilla takes the opening. Your collaboration with Johannes Lyan. Lyan nods. You've spoken with him? He and Captain Fogel are close friends. She nods archly. Natural that one eminent figure would know another. So long ago, she murmurs. The coffee arrives in a bistro pot, steaming, fragrant. The mechanic leaves his untouched. He has not yet adjusted to his sudden professorial rank, sits gazing at his hands. March 1946, she begins. The Royal Air Force had taken Dagmar House on Town Hall Square from the Germans in Copenhagen. Word spread that they sought young Danes fluent in German and English. Her mother was Swiss. She had attended school in Grindelwald, bilingual from childhood. Too young for the resistance, yet this offered a chance to serve Denmark. She speaks to Smilla, but every word directs toward the mechanic. Much of her life, Smilla senses, has oriented toward men. She laughs hoarsely. Honestly, she had a boyfriend, a second lieutenant who had gone south 6 months earlier. She wanted to follow him. Women needed to turn 21 within the first 3 months of service. She was 18. She lied about her age by 3 years. Perhaps, Smilla thinks, this also offered escape from General Daddy in lawful form. A colonel in RAF Blue-Gray interviewed her. English and German tests followed, plus reading Gothic script. They intended to verify her wartime conduct. Evidently, they did not, or her age would have surfaced. She pauses, eyes still on the mechanic, waiting for his reaction, his approval, his undivided gaze. She lifts the raspberry tart to her lips. The almond custard base yields first, smooth, rich. Then the fruit bursts sharp and bright, followed by the faint char of burnt almonds and the slow, luxurious slide of heavy cream. In this room, amid the thick carpet, the plaster swirls, the eternal cream cakes under glass, the scent of coffee and cocoa, the tart becomes something more, the distilled essence of the Danish middle and upper classes. Exquisite refinement layered over extravagant, almost anxious indulgence. Benedict Kahn continues, voice steady now, absorbed in the telling. A special train carried them to Hamburg. Germany stood divided among the Allies. Hamburg fell under British control. They lived and worked in a former Hitler youth barracks, Count Goltz Barracks in Rahlstedt. She describes the transformation she undergoes when the story takes hold, a law of attention most Danes miss. The speaker vanishes into the memory, leaving only the voice and the vivid past. Double rooms with opposing beds faced the work buildings. A vast hall held 12 at each long table. Uniforms came khaki, battle dress with skirts, shoes, stockings, cape, granting the rank of sergeant in the British Army. Each table had its tisch sortier, a monitor. Theirs was a British female captain. She pauses. The pianist drifts into Frank Sinatra. She pays no attention. Purple bowls, she says, her first drunkenness. PX goods traded on the black market. A carton of Capstan cigarettes bought a German family's monthly ration. Colonel Latini ran the operation. An Englishman, despite the name, mid-30s, charming face like a kindly bulldog. They read every outgoing and incoming letter. Envelopes opened, contents scanned, stamped, censored, taped shut, photographs and drawings removed and destroyed. Gossip about former Nazis, now in Reconstruction Post, reported. Sturmbannführer turned manager, common enough. The real hunt targeted the Edelweiss underground. German archives had burned during retreat. Allies needed intelligence. 600 Danes worked in Hamburg alone. Any mention of Edelweiss, pressed flour, underlined letters forming the word, stamp it, forward to the monitor. The pianist shifts to Lily Marlene, March Tempo, Marlene Dietrich's verse. Benedicta closes her eyes. Her voice softens, changes. That song. They wait through it. It flows into Ich hab noch einen Koffer in Berlin. The hunger was worst, she says. Hunger and ruin. 20 minutes by subway from Rahlstedt to Hamburg Center. Saturdays and Sundays free. Sergeants' uniforms granted access to officers' messes, champagne, caviar, Chateaubriand, ice cream. 15 minutes from the city core near Wandsbek, rubble began. Endless plain of destruction to the horizon. Germans moved past on the streets, pale, hollow-cheeked, never hurrying. 6 months there, never once did she see one rush. Tears thicken her voice. She has forgotten the room, the present. Her fingers clamp Smilla's arm. War is horrible. She looks at them, representatives of military authority, and for an instant, realities collide. Then she returns, bright, sensual again. She smiles at the mechanic. Her second lieutenant went home. She prepared to follow. Then Ottini summoned her, offered something. Next day she transferred to Blankenese on the Elbe. British requisitioned the grand mansions. 40 worked in one house, mostly British Americans, top-floor monitored telephone lines. Downstairs separate groups, never discussed, secrecy tighter than Rahlstedt, no shared jokes over amusing letters. There she met Johannes Lyan. Initially just her, an English mathematician, a Belgian expert in choreographic notation. They handled coded letters and calls, mostly letters. She laughs. Testing them at first, unimportant material. 2 cracked daily, often love letters. She arrived July. August brought change, letters from recurring senders. A new censor joined, a German formerly with von Galen. She never grasped why Allies absorbed parts of German intelligence. Kind man, gentle, Holzer. He possessed special knowledge of their case. Gradually, she understood it was one specific matter. The others knew, asked her repeatedly about phrases. A picture formed. She is gone again. Hamburg, Elbe, August 1946. One word repeated. Niflheim. She looked it up. Realm of mists, outermost hell, land of the dead. By late August, focus narrowed. Only letters between 4 people. No envelopes seen, only names. 8 letters at first, 2 new weekly, code amateurish, hastily learned, yet complex, built on agreed metaphors, ostensibly about goods transport and sales. Lyan joined then. In Germany as forensic medicine expert, closing concentration camps. Handsome, vain. Give him my greetings, she says to the mechanic. Tell him, I said so. He nods, crushes his napkin. Lyan resented forensic odontologists stealing the spotlight at Nuremberg identifications. He consulted on medical aspects, unneeded. Smilla realized Niflheim meant a Greenland expedition. Lyan knew the place, perhaps visited, never said. Strong German, soon worked as equal. Late September breakthrough, she cracked it. A letter gave bean prices rising daily peaking Friday. She checked her mother's almanac, full moon Friday. She had sailed the English Channel in her father's Colin Archer for the Admiral's Cup. The numbers resembled tide tables. British fleet almanacs confirmed Elbe, ebb, and flow. After that, straightforward, 3 weeks backward through letters. About securing a ship, sailing to Greenland. Operation Niflheim. For what? Smilla asks. Klon shakes her head. Never learned. Others probably didn't either. Letters discussed ship negotiation under emergency rules, sailing to Kiel through Danish waters, mineswept passages, British blockade of Elbe and Kiel Canal. Writers knew the purpose, never named it. They lean back together. Pastry shop returns, coffee aroma, satin doll on piano. Klon requests a small tart. It arrives like captured summer. Whipped cream, fresh, soft, pale yellow, as though a cow waits behind the bakery. Smilla waits while she tastes. Defenses drop when senses are pleasured. Have you spoken of this to anyone else? Indignation rises. Then memories, trust, raspberry sweetness intervene. Discretion was bred into her. They nod, reassuring. Perhaps she and Lyan discussed it once or twice over 20 years ago. 1966? Smilla ventures? Surprise flickers? Then she reassures herself. Of course they know from Lyan. He worked for a company planning a Greenland trip, wanted to reconstruct route details from 1946 letters, anchorages, passages, unsuccessful despite time spent. She believes she received a fee. And 1991? Klon bites her lip. Helen, his wife, is very jealous. What interested him? She shakes her head. He never said. Have you asked him? No opportunity yet, but we will. The reply unsettles her. Smilla searches for distraction. Klon finds her own. Are you married? The mechanic blushes, deep, helpless, rising from throat like shellfish allergy. Heat flashes along Smilla's inner thighs, brief, startling, as though something warm rested in her lap. Nothing there. No, she answers. Difficult to manage army archives and family. Klon nods sympathetically. She understands the clash between war and love. Later, on the mechanic's sofa beneath a wool blanket, Smilla speaks aloud. Two men meet, perhaps Berlin. Lyan knows something valuable in Greenland. Ving commands the Cryolyte Corporation. Real power there. His organization provides cover. Andreas Licht understands Greenland conditions. She keeps berth 126 secret. They mount a 1966 expedition under corporation auspices. Failure. Explosives. Accident, perhaps. 25 years pass. Another attempt. Different this time. External funding for transport. New allies. Failure. Again. 4 dead. One is Isaiah's father. The mechanic stands in the room's center, champagne bottle in hand. The luxury jars here. He sets it down, unopened. He spoke to Julianne this afternoon. Smilla had sensed the shadow at the pastry shop on the walk home. The Baron examined monthly at hospital, 1,500 kroner each time, first Tuesday. They collected him. Julianne never accompanied. The boy never spoke of it. He sits, stares at the cold bottle. Tall, fragile glasses wait before them. He washed them in hot water, no soap, dried until transparent. In his large hands they look thin as cellophane. In Nuuk housing waits 11 years, then a shed, a shack. Danish language and culture unlock money, positions. Mastery brings lucrative work. Others linger in fillet factories or unemployment. In a culture where murder rates rival war zones. She stands in the mechanic's dim apartment, the wool blanket drawn tight around her shoulders against the chill that has settled into the room and into her bones. The champagne bottle waits unopened on the low table between them, its surface already frosted from the cold he has kept it at. Precisely 32 degrees Fahrenheit, the temperature that turns the glass matte with condensation and sends tiny beads of carbonation rising in slow, perfect rows along the inner curve. Growing up in Greenland has severed something permanent in her regarding wealth. She sees it, registers its presence, but the impulse to pursue it, to revere it, to set it as any kind of destination has long since withered. The excesses of technological life have simply accumulated around her like debris in a tide pool. Differential equations learned in lecture halls, a fur hat from Jane Eberlein, and now this bottle of wine chilled to near freezing. Over time, the capacity for wholehearted enjoyment has eroded. If everything vanished in an instant, the education, the possessions, the small luxuries, she would feel no real loss. Europe, Denmark, they no longer require active resistance or desperate clinging. They drift in and out of her existence like seasonal ice, part of whatever shape her life has taken. She has stopped fighting their comings and goings. Night has deepened. The past days have stretched so thin and long that she has craved only the bed upstairs and a sleep as total as the ones she knew as a child, oblivion without residue. In a moment, after touching her lips to the wine just enough to taste it, she will rise and leave. He works the cork free almost without sound, pours with deliberate slowness until each glass stands a little more than half full. Frost blooms instantly across the crystal. He sets his elbows on his knees and stares into the rising bubbles, face softened, distant, childlike in its absorption. The same unguarded wonder she so often saw in Isaiah when the boy regarded the world. She leaves her own glass untouched and moves to sit on the low table directly in front of him, bringing their faces level. "Peter," she says quietly, "you know the old excuse, that she was drunk and didn't know what she was doing." He nods once. "That's why I'm doing this before I drink anything." She leans in and kisses him. Time dissolves while it lasts. Every sensation concentrates in her mouth, her whole body gathered there, alive and present. Then she pulls away. She could stay, she feels the pull, but she does not. Not because of him, not because of herself, out of respect for whatever has awakened inside her after years of absence, for the unfamiliar things she no longer recognizes, for the strangeness that has taken hold. She climbs the stairs to her own apartment. Falling asleep takes a long time, not from restlessness, but from reluctance to let go of the night. The silence, the heightened awareness that he lies somewhere below her, awake or sleeping, close enough to feel. When sleep finally arrives, it carries her to Sauropaluk. Several children lie together on the wide bed, stories told until the others have drifted off. Only her voice remains, speaking from outside herself, struggling to continue. It falters, sways, drops to its knees, spreads its arms, and lets itself be lifted into the waiting net of dreams. Morning brings her to Campman Street 1. The Trade Commission building stands well kept, fresh paint, efficient, without flash, reliable without arrogance. The young man who assists her cannot be more than 23. Double-breasted Harris tweed suit, tailored thin, white silk tie, white teeth, wide smile. "Where have I seen you before?" he asks. The annual report for the Cryolyte Corporation of Denmark fiscal 1991 arrives in a thick, spiral-bound notebook, heavy as an illustrated Bible. He turns pages carefully. His fingers brush hers. Control isn't stated outright, he explains, but corporate law requires any shareholding above 5% to appear on the first page. Was it a party at the business school? 14 lines list names, individuals, and companies. Ving appears, the National Bank, GU Inform. She asks for Go Inform's report. He taps at the computer, smiling while they wait. "I'll remember where it was." "You didn't study law, did you?" He has been reading a French newspaper. He notices her glance. Applied to the Foreign Service, he says, important to stay current. No report on geoinform. Likely not publicly listed. Board of Directors. He pulls a massive volume, Green's Danish Foundations, from the shelf. 3 names. She copies them. Katja Clausen, Rolf Seidenfaden, Turk Fied. Lunch? He offers. I'm walking in the deer park. I could come. She points at his loafers, 2 feet of snow. I could buy galoshes on the way. You're working. On your way into diplomacy. He nods, deflated. Maybe when the snow melts. In the spring. If we live that long, she says. She walks out to the deer park. Night snow lies fresh. Past the entrance, she changes into comics. Their thin soles wear quickly on rough surfaces. Childhood rule. Never dance in them on sandy floors. One night could ruin them. But on snow and ice, the friction suits them perfectly. They last astonishingly long. She wades far from paths, through light, cold powder among black branches heavy with white. She follows deer tracks until she matches the animal's rhythm. Sudden bounds every 100 yards, small scattered urine deposits slightly right of the trail, regular heart-shaped scrapes down to dark earth for hidden leaves. After 3 hours, she finds it, a buck, white, wary, curious. At Peter Leap's restaurant, she claims an out-of-the-way table, orders hot chocolate, spreads the paper with the 3 names before her. A group arrives, children and adults, skis and sleds parked outside, voices loud with snow's strange warmth. She pulls Moritz's envelope of clippings, searches for one in particular. An English-language paper, headline, partially missing, completed in green ballpoint. First Copenhagen seminar on neo-catastrophism. Professor Johannes Lyan, M.Di., member of the Royal Danish Academy of Sciences, presenting the opening lecture. Lyan stands on stage. No notes, no podium. Large hall. Behind him, 3 men at a curved table. Behind him, Ruben Giddens, Ove Nathan, and Turk Fied. The rest cuts off. No? In their typesetting, the odd spelling caught her eye before. Sunset glows as she heads home. Her heart beats hard. The telephone rings the moment she enters. Red tape seals the receiver. She peels it away slowly, expecting the mechanic. Dozens of calls unanswered. This is Andreas Licht. The voice sounds weak, congested. I suggest you come at once. Annoyance flares. Some people never learn not to issue commands. Today? A strangled sound? Suppressed laughter? You're interested, aren't you? He hangs up. She stands in full outdoor clothes. Apartment, still dark, light switch untouched. Where did he get her number? She hates being hurried. Plans for the day dissolve. She sets the comics down, steps back into the Copenhagen evening. On the stairs, she pauses outside his door. Temptation rises. Take him along. She recognizes it as weakness. Felt tip pen in pocket, no paper. On a 50 krone note, she writes, South Harbor, Svejer Wharf, berth 126, back later, Smilla. A compromise. Safety without sacrificing secrecy. Cab to the South Harbor power plant. Paranoia about telephones, his or hers, keeps her from leaving a direct trail. 15-minute walk. Machines sleep. City feels distant. Faint light lingers in empty streets. Scattered fireworks streak blue-black sky, explode softly. Booms arrive delayed. New Year's Eve. No street lamps. Cranes stand silent against paler sky. Everything closed, dimmed, resigned. Svager Wharf gleams white in darkness. New snow on ice catches scant light, reflects dully. One set of car tracks leads in, none out. No other roads, no car visible. The plastic-wrapped sign still bears her small tier. Dock, gangway, part of deck cleared. Crates shifted for a pallet of red barrels, otherwise unchanged from yesterday. No lights aboard. Gangway thoughts circle the tracks. Snow compresses under tires. Treads show slight backward slide. Tracks descend to harbor. No return, yet no vehicle waits. Lacquered door closed, unlocked. Faint light inside. She expects the fiberglass Inuit. Light spills from behind the screen. A small reading lamp glows on the desk. Professor and curator Andreas Licht sits behind it, head cocked, smiling broadly. She rounds the desk. The smile remains fixed. He grips the chair seat with both hands, holding himself upright, or so it appears. Close now, she sees lips drawn back in rictus from teeth, not gripping, hands bound with thin copper wire. She touches him. Warm, fingers to neck. No pulse, no heartbeat she can detect. He sits dead, still smiling. She kneels in the sudden dark, the curator's bound ankles warm against her shins beneath the desk. No pulse in the neck she checked moments ago. No heartbeat she could find, yet the body still holds heat like a recently extinguished stove. Curiosity has burned away. All that remains is the flat, urgent wish to be anywhere else. Home, bed, anywhere the world makes sense again. Above her head, the hatch over the companionway closes without warning. No footsteps, no creak of warning, only the soft, deliberate click of the latch. Then the unmistakable slide of a lock bolt. Darkness swallows the faint glow from the reading lamp. She thinks absurdly how logical it is. A blind man needs no light. The thought flickers and dies. She drops to all fours, crawls under the desk, perhaps foolish, perhaps the ostrich burying its head, but standing upright feels like offering herself as a target. Her hands brush the curator's ankles again, still warm, still wired to the chair legs. Something drags across the deck overhead. Slow, heavy, deliberate. She gropes in the black, finds a telephone cord, follows it to the ripped-out jack. Useless. Then the diesel engine wakes. Slow, deep throb at first. Idling. Patient. She scrambles toward where she remembers the bulkhead door. 24 hours ago, she mapped this space in daylight. Her palms find the metal, the latch turns. She steps through as the engine note rises. Small portholes high on the far wall admit faint dock light. A bedroom. His bedroom. Bed, nightstand, built-in wardrobe. The curator solved his commute by living aboard. The engine room lies behind the opposite bulkhead. Even through insulation, the thudding pulses like a heartbeat, too large for the space. She presses her face to a porthole. The ship swings gently away from the wharf, engine engaged. No figures on the dock, only black silhouette receding. A spark flares on the quay, brief like a match struck. The glow arcs upward, trailing embers, a firecracker. It bursts above her head with a dull pop. Then white light sears everything. The flash blinds her. Heat rushes in, sucking air from her lungs. She drops flat. Eyes burn as though packed with sand. Breath rasps through plastic. Gasoline, the red barrels on deck. They douse the ship. She crawls back to the main room. Skylight covers have burned away. The space blazes under artificial noon. Deck explosions thud in sequence. Blue flicker, then yellow. Burning epoxy paint fills the air, acrid and thick. She retreats to the bedroom. Sauna heat presses in. Smoke seeps past the portholes. For a moment, flames part. The soybean silo across the basin glows sunset orange, Iceland wharf windows molten. Reflected fire surrounds her. Cracks spider across one pane. View vanishes. Diesel burns, she thinks, depends on temperature. Then the tank detonates. Not explosion, whistle rising to shriek, loudest sound she has ever known. She presses her face to the deck. When she looks up, the bed is gone. The engine room bulkhead gone. A rectangle of black machinery hangs in fire, pipes tooled like veins. It sinks, tears free, hits water in explosive boil, disappears. Burning diesel weaves flames across the surface. The stern opens toward Iceland Wharf. The ship lists, water pouring in, dragging it backward, knee-deep already. The office chair rolls through the doorway, propelled by the list. The curator's body rides it, slams the bulkhead beside her, plunges into black water. She strips, suede coat, sweater, shoes, pants, shirt, panties, socks. Fingers touch her hat, only scorched fur rim remains. Scalp singed bald, blood sticky on her hands. 200 yards to the wharf. Fire blocks the other side. She jumps. Cold shocks her eyes open underwater. Green and red gleam, fire lit. She does not look back. Water below 42 degrees Fahrenheit. Minutes only. English Channel swimmers lasted longer, fit bodies. She is not fit. She swims nearly vertical, lips barely above surface. Weight of the body above water drags. Shaking begins after seconds. Body cooling from 98.6 to 95. Then shaking stops. 86 degrees. Apathy. Death. 100 yards and arms refuse to straighten. Past flashes. Useless. Isaiah. Useless. She feels herself leaning into wind on a slope, ready to stop. Water glitters, gold mosaic around her. Someone tried to kill her. They stand somewhere now, congratulating themselves. Got her, Smilla, the fake Greenlander. Rage carries the last stretch. 10 more strokes. 8th, cracks her head against a tractor tire bumper on the berth. Consciousness thins to seconds. Platform beside the tire, inches above water. She claws up. Voiceless scream. In Greenland, you run from cold water to stay alive. Here, air feels mild, summery, fire's warmth. She lies on the platform. Northern Light floats mid-channel entrance, black skeleton and white fireball. She crawls upstairs on hands and knees. Dock empty. No one. She nearly collapses in the heat, skin glowing, singed hairs curling black. Then she walks. Hallucinations fragment, childhood knotweed flower, worry over Eberlein's brocade for another hat, sick bed shame of wedding sheets. Headlights appear, car stops, blanket wraps her. She lies down. Roof holes overhead. Mechanic's Morris, his neck in front driving. Smilla, he says. Smilla, damn it! Shut up, she answers. In his apartment, he swathes her in wool blankets, massages until pain flares. Milk tea after milk tea. Cold clings to her skeleton. She accepts liquor at some point. Tears come, self-pity mostly. She tells him everything. Isaiah's hiding place, the tape, the professor, the call, the fire. Mouth moves while she watches from elsewhere. He says nothing. Later, he fills the tub. She sleeps in the water. He wakes her. They lie side by side in his bed, sleep in snatches. Warmth returns only as light begins. Morning, they make love. She is not quite herself. She changes cabs twice, exits at Farham Road, walks the path through Uttersleff Marsh, looks back 250 times. From Tuborg Road, she calls. What is neocatastrophism? Why always from those wretched phone booths, Smilla? Money trouble? Disconnected line? Shall I have it reconnected? Moritz's New Year's delusion. Fresh start possible. Resolutions meaningful. New Year's Day headache pounds through the receiver. Even payphone static. A conference, March 92, Copenhagen. He groans, forces thought. Her question touches him personally. That starts his mind. I was invited. Why not go? Too much reading. Years he has claimed to have quit reading. Lie. Also a boast, world has nothing left to teach him. Neocatastrophism, collective term. Schindewolf, 60s paleontologist. Natural scientists joined. Earth, biology evolved not steadily, but in leaps driven by catastrophes, meteors, comets, volcanoes, chemical disasters. Core debate, regular intervals, what sets frequency? International association formed. First meeting, Copenhagen, Falconer, Center. Queen opened. Lavish. Money from everywhere. Unions think environment. Industry thinks not environment. Research councils lured by big names. V would mean anything. Turk, V. Composer named Vaid. Not him. I can't remember names, Smilla. True. Bodies, titles, golf strokes, he recalls. Names fade. Symptom of self-centeredness. World blurs, becomes nameless. Why skip the conference? Too much politics, mixed interests. He avoids politics. They even avoided catastrophe, called it Center for Developmental Research. Can you find who whoever it is? Deep breath, sudden power. Then I can count on you tomorrow. She almost refuses, almost tells him to mail it. Weakness softens her. You can meet me and Benja at the Savarin tomorrow. Order phrased as compromise. One of the children opens the door. Cold climates turn unpredictable. She knows this. Still, the sight startles. Outside, 5 o'clock. First stars in navy blue sky, cloudless. Inside, around the child, snow falls. Fine layered dusts, red hair, shoulders, face, bare arms. She follows the woman through the doorway into the living room, where flower dust hangs in the air like fine snow after a sudden gust. 3 children kneel on the hardwood floor, small hands buried in pale mounds, kneading dough directly on the boards. Their movements are serious, absorbed, fingers leaving shallow tracks in the white. In the kitchen beyond, their mother greases cookie sheets with steady strokes of a brush. On the table, a little girl works her own lump of pastry, now attempting to fold in an egg yolk, hands and bare feet both pressing and turning, yolk smearing across knuckles and toes in bright yellow streaks. The bottom fell out of the flour sack in the living room, the mother says without looking up. I see. The floor will be wonderfully clean. He's out in the conservatory. I've forbidden him to smoke in here. The woman carries an authority that feels ancient, like the childhood image of God. Unquestionable, vast, yet softened by an unshakable gentleness, the kind Santa Claus wore in old Disney reels. If history has real heroes, Smilla thinks, they stand here, in kitchens, wielding cookie sheets, while men retreat to toilets, hammocks, conservatories. He brushes cactuses in the glassed room beyond. Cigar smoke thickens the warm air. A narrow brush, long bristled, curved, toothbrush-sized but 12 inches long, moves delicately over spiny green skin. So the pores won't clog, he explains. They need to breathe. All things considered, she says, that might be an advantage. He glances up. Guilty? My wife won't let me smoke around the children. He holds up the cigar stump for inspection. Romeo y Julieta! Classic Havana. Tastes damn good. Especially the last inch when you're about to singe your lips, saturated with nicotine there. She drapes her yellow down jacket over the back of a white wrought iron chair, unwinds the scarf from her head. Beneath it, a square of gauze. She peels that away, too. The mechanic had cleaned the burn earlier, rubbed chlorhexidine ointment into the raw patch. She bends her head forward so Moritz can see. When she straightens, his eyes have gone hard. A burn? He says slowly. You were in the vicinity, perhaps? I was on board. He washes his hands at the deep stainless sink, thorough, methodical. How did you survive? I swam. He dries, returns, touches the wound lightly. Pain lances straight into her skull, as though his fingers reach through bone. Superficial, he says. You're probably not going to be bald. She had telephoned him at University Hospital earlier. No name given. Unnecessary. The ship that burned in the harbor. A man on board. Lead story on radio. Front page in papers. Night photograph under fire department spotlights. 3 charred masts rising from black water, rigging and yards gone. No mention of casualties. He speaks very slowly. Is that right? I must have the results of the autopsy. Long silence. Hell and damnation. I have a family to feed. She has no reply. This afternoon, after 4, he sits across from her, strips cellophane and paper ring from a fresh cigar. Extra long matches. He bores a small hole in the conical end with one, lights carefully until the leaf burns even. Then he fixes his gaze on her. It wasn't you by chance who killed him, was it? No. While he speaks, he keeps staring, as though reading her conscience through her eyes. If a person drowns, first they hold their breath. When they can't anymore, they gasp. Deep, desperate. Water floods the lungs. That creates whitish protein foam in nose and throat, same principle as beating egg whites. Froth. This person, whom I ought not discuss, especially with someone possibly involved in the crime, had none. So he didn't drown. He taps ash from the cigar with precision. He was already dead when I went on board. He barely registers her words, mind still on the morning's work. They tied him first. Copper wire. He fought hard. Strong man, elderly but strong. Must have been several of them. Then they bent his head to the side. Sodium hydroxide. Lye. Extremely caustic. One held him by the hair, clumps torn out. They dripped it into his right ear. Nice and easy. He regards the cigar thoughtfully. You can't do my work without encountering torture now and then. Complicated subject. Hell of a subject. Legal definition requires an organization key for the torturer. Find the weak point. This man was blind. I didn't know until medical records, but they knew. So they targeted hearing. Inventive, psychopathic, but creative. Makes you wonder what they wanted. She thinks of the telephone call, the voice weak, what she had taken for muffled laughter. They had already broken him. He had cotton in his ears. Glad to hear it. Gone when he was pulled out. But I guess small burns. They reached the end. Moistened cotton, maybe with lye. Split an electrical cord, 1 pole each ear, plugged in, switched on, dead instantly. Quick, cheap, clean. He shakes his head. Doctor, not psychologist. The world beyond comprehension. Couple of fucking professionals. If I believed in New Year's resolutions, mine would be to make them pay. She wakes at 1 a.m, 1 second asleep, the next wide awake. He lies beside her on his stomach, hands at his sides, one cheek flattened against the sheet, mouth and nose fluttering gently as though he sniffs a flower or prepares to kiss a child. She watches him in the dark in a way she has not allowed herself before. Hair-brown gray threads woven through, thick as broom bristles. Burying fingers in it would feel like gripping a horse's mane. Happiness rolls through her, not belonging to her, but a wheel of fire turning across the room. The world. For a moment, she believes she can let it pass, lie aware of what she has, ask nothing more. The next moment, she wants to cling. Tomorrow, too. This is her chance. Only. Last. Panic rises. 37 years, avoiding precisely this. Practiced renunciation, the one skill worth mastering. Stopped hoping long ago. In the Olympics of experienced humility, she would medal for the national team. She has never tolerated other women's love stories, hated the weakness. Watched them find their rainbow man, bear children, push royal blue silver cross prams along spring embankments, laugh down at her. Poor Smilla doesn't know what she's missing, doesn't know real life with babies and certificates. 4 months later, prenatal reunion. Ferdinand relapses, lines up hits on a mirror, caught rolling on bathroom tiles with another radiant mother. In a second, the proud sovereign mama collapses to spiritual gnome, below Smilla's level, an insect, a worm, a centipede. Then they drag her out, dust her off, listen to single mother hardships, post-divorce, stereo fights, youth drained by a child that takes and gives nothing. She has never listened. "What the hell do you want?" she would say. "Think I run a lovelorn column? Your diary? An answering machine?" On sled journeys, one rule stands absolute: no whimpering. Whining spreads like virus, lethal, epidemic. She refuses it. Refuses these orgies of emotional smallness. She stands on the hardwood floor beside his bed, the faint dawn light filtering through thin curtains, and hears it clearly now. A sound rising from inside her chest, soft and involuntary. A whimper, not loud enough to wake him, but unmistakable to her own ears. The thin, keening fear that what has just been given will slip away again. It is the same sound she has always refused to hear from others, the chorus of unhappy love stories she has shut out, dismissed, despised. Now they live inside her, all at once, pressing against her ribs. She could still escape. Gather her clothes in a bundle under one arm. No need to dress, just walk out, run up the stairs to her own apartment. Pack the bare minimum or nothing at all. Call a moving company to haul the furniture into storage. Slip the money box into one pocket, Isaiah's tape into the other. Check into a hotel before he wakes. Never meet his eyes again. He opens his eyes. Lies still, orienting himself, then smiles at her. Slow, sleepy, unguarded. She remembers she is naked. Turns her back, edges sideways to the pile of clothes he folded while she slept. They have not been folded so neatly since the day she bought them. She steps into her underwear first. Modesty, she thinks, is fundamental to being human. The European notion that all sexual neuroses can be cured by stripping bare and examining every inch under bright light makes her faintly ill. She moves into the living room, uncertain what to do with herself. He follows a moment later, wearing white boxer shorts that reach his knees, loose enough to have been cut from a comforter cover. He looks like a half-naked cricket player stepping off a damp field. She notices the scars now, narrow black lines encircling wrists and ankles. She saw them yesterday too, but let the sight pass without question. She does not ask now. He comes to her, kisses her. They have never been drunk together, yet this feels like their first truly sober embrace. Only then does yesterday return with perfect clarity, the glow of fire reflected on apartment walls, the smell of burning epoxy still clinging to memory. They set the table together. He juices apples and pears into tall glasses. Apple runs green with a reddish undertone. Pear glows pale yellow. For the first few minutes, the colors hold. Then they begin to shift, deepen, change. They eat almost nothing. Sip juice, stare at china, butter, cheese, toast, marmalade, raisins, sugar. No traffic moves in the harbor. The bridge carries only a whisper of sound. Holiday stillness. He sits several yards away, yet feels as close as if their bodies still entwined. When she kisses him goodbye and climbs the stairs in her underwear, clothes bundled under her arm, not one word has passed between them that morning. In her apartment, she decides against a shower. So many reasons not to wash. In Quannock, a mother once left her child's left cheek untouched for 3 years because Queen Ingrid had kissed it. She dresses, walks down to the square's phone booth, calls University Hospital, the Institute of Forensic Medicine, the Autopsy Center of Copenhagen, asks for Dr. Lagerman. He has aired the conservatory. Fresh, cool air drifts among the cactuses, enough oxygen to ensure the next cigar burns cleanly. For a brief moment, the room feels almost innocent. Can they stand all this fresh air, the cactuses? With Lagerman, irony yields no return. In the Sahara, in the hollows of Niger, it drops to 20 degrees Fahrenheit at night. Daytime sun hits 122. Greatest 24-hour swing on Earth. Sometimes no rain for 5 years. But does anyone breathe cigar smoke at them? He sighs. In there, I can't smoke because of the family. Out here, guests harass me. He returns the cigar to its flat wooden box, Romeo kissing Julieta on the balcony lid. Now, he says, I want an explanation. Damn it. She gathers her thoughts. They snag briefly on the kiss on the box. Do you know Euclid's elements? Then she tells him everything. Isaiah's death, the police, the Cryolyte Corporation of Denmark, the Arctic Museum, Andreas Licht, a little about the mechanic. As she speaks, he forgets himself, fishes a cigar from the box. 2 cigars burn down before she finishes. When she stops, he moves away, putting distance between them. He strolls the narrow paths among the plants, smoking each cigar to the last glowing fraction, then drops the ember flecks into the soil beds. He returns. I've broken confidentiality. I'm committing a crime if I don't report this to the police. I'm up against one of Denmark's most influential scientists, the district attorney, the police commissioner. People have been fired for thinking half of what I've done. I have a family to feed. And the cactuses need watering, she says. But what pride would children have in a father who lets his ass get kicked the first time his job is threatened? She says nothing. Assistant chief pathologist can't be the only decent way to make a living. My grandmother was Jewish. Maybe I can clean toilets at the Mosaic Cemetery. He thinks aloud, but he has already decided. In the kitchen, he stops. Year and date of the 2 expeditions. She gives them. It might be informative to look at the forensic medical reports. The first pastries emerge from the oven, one shaped like a naked woman, raisins for nipples and pubic hair. "Look," a little boy says to her, "it's supposed to be you." Yes, another says, "Take off your clothes so we can see if it looks like you." "Shut up," Lagerman says. He helps her into her coat. "My wife thinks no circumstances warrant giving your kids a couple of swats. In Greenland, she says they don't hit children either." He looks disappointed. "But it must be damned human to feel tempted." The mechanic waits on the sidewalk. The two men shake hands. Lagerman stretches upward. The mechanic hunches down. They meet awkwardly in the middle, like figures in a silent film. She wonders again why men manage precision at autopsy tables, in kitchens, behind dog sleds, yet collapse into childish helplessness when greeting a stranger. "Lyan," Lagerman says. He turns away from the mechanic, shielding the name as though to preserve some last shred of professional discretion. He went in early that morning. Comes and goes as he pleases. Security guards saw him. I checked the schedule. No other reason to be there. He took that biopsy. Couldn't fucking resist. Guard says cleaning staff was present too. Maybe that's why he was so sloppy. How did he know the boy was dead? Lagerman shrugs. "Ving," the mechanic says. Lagerman shoots him a hostile glance. "Ving," Julianne called him, and he must have called Lyan. The little Morris waits outside. They sit in silence. When he speaks, the stutter is heavy. "I followed you out here, stopped near Tuborg Road, and saw you go through the marsh." She does not need to ask why. In some ways, they share the same fear. She opens their clothes, straddles him, guides him inside her. They sit like that a long time. He tapes her front door, opaque white graphic artist tape. 2 thin strips over upper and lower hinges, nearly invisible. If you know to look, you can just see them. Just for now. Every time you go inside, check they're intact. If they've come unstuck, wait for me. But best to spend as little time here as possible. He avoids her eyes. "If you want to, you could stay with me for the time being." The phrase hangs unclear what "for the time being" might mean. At university, they traded ethnological cliches. One claimed European mathematics owed much to ancient folk cultures. Look at the pyramids, their geometry commanding respect. Idiocy dressed as praise. Technological culture defines its own superiority. Egyptian surveyors' 7 or 8 rules of thumb are abacus play compared to integral calculus. In The Last Kings of Thulijan, Mallory argued that studying polar Eskimos matters because it reveals human progression from Neanderthal to Stone Age. Written with affection, still unconscious prejudice, any people graded on a scale invented by European science will appear a culture of higher primates. Comparison is meaningless. Every attempt to rank cultures by development is only Western culture projecting hatred of its own shadows. One way exists to understand another culture. Live it. Move in. Ask to be tolerated as guest. Learn the language. Understanding may arrive, always wordless. The moment you grasp what is foreign, the urge to explain it vanishes. Explanation creates distance. When she speaks of Quanok to herself or others, she begins to lose what was never truly hers. Like now, on his sofa, feeling the impulse to explain her connection to Inuit ways, their certainty that life holds meaning, their ability to hold irreconcilable contradictions without despair or cheap resolution, their short path to ecstasy, their capacity to meet another human without judgment, clarity, unclouded by prejudice. The need presses, heart, throat, forehead. Happiness does this. Nothing corrupts like happiness. It convinces us shared present means shared past. If he can meet her now, he can contain her childhood too. She releases the impulse. Tension rises, passes through the ceiling. He will never know it existed. He cooks bananas, leaves them in the oven until peels blacken. Roasts hazelnuts in the toaster oven. Claims even roasting that way. She feels no urge to laugh. He is solemn as a priest. Cuts one slit in each banana, yellow, viscous insides, heather honey and a few drops of liqueur inside the cut. The world could end here. No need for more words. He dabs his lips with a napkin. Sensual lips, wide mouth, rather thick upper lip. They go up there in 1966, quiet 25 years. Go again, quiet 2.5. Then the Baron dies. Police take interest. Museum burns. They each wait for the other to speak it. Seems like something's up, Smilla. You're right. They're getting ready to go back up there. Winter's the time for preparations, so they could sail in early spring. That is what she has been thinking, too. She stands beside him in the darkened bedroom, the city's faint glow seeping through the window in a different, softer way than in her own apartment. The stars feel closer here. She reaches for the light switch and turns it off. Darkness settles gently. The Pleiades appear, barely visible, 7 faint points. How are they doing it? She asks. They can't organize the trip, the ship, the equipment through the Cryolyte Corporation. It's practically shut down. Lyan, Licht, Ving, they discovered it. Whatever it is, found out it existed. Maybe in Hamburg. They ran the first expeditions, but they're old now. Couldn't do it again. And someone killed Licht. Behind the 3 of them stands something else, something bigger, more ruthless. He moves behind her, slips an arm around her waist. She leans back, rests her head against his armpit, the warmth and faint scent of him steadying her. They need a ship, he says quietly. I have a friend who knows something about ships. She feels the impulse to ask, to peel back one small layer of all she still does not know about him. She stops herself. I was at the Trade Commission. GeoInform has 3 people on its board. She lists the names. He shakes his head. Outside the window, the Pleiades hang faint and cold. She points. In my language, they're called Quilut Tuzat. He repeats it slowly, carefully, the way he cooks, the way he does most things. His breath brushes her skin, aromatic and tangy from hazelnuts roasted in the toaster oven. They stand in the middle of the room and undress each other. His touch carries a light, fumbling brutality that several times makes her think this time it will cost her sanity. In their dawning intimacy, she guides him to open the small slit at the head of his penis so she can press her clitoris inside and move against him. They enter the salon first. Brass portholes, mahogany walls and ceiling. Chairs upholstered in pale leather, bolted to the floor with brass rivets, fitted with bronze gimbaled holders for whiskey glasses. So deep that even in an Arctic typhoon you could sit and listen to the clink of ice in a triple Lafroig. Next comes an 80-foot promenade along the keel. More mahogany, more polished portholes, ship's clocks, opulent desks bolted down. A dozen people work as though 30 seconds remain to finish everything. Women type on word processing keyboards. Men speak into 3 telephones at once, ceiling lost in cigarette smoke and frenzy. Then the reception area. A middle-aged woman sits there. Makeup, lace blouse, tailored jacket. Forearms of someone who once signed on as a blacksmith. She would have frightened Smilla if the mechanic had not been beside her. He knows her. They shake hands. It looks like arm wrestling. They pass on into the captain's cabin. Glass cabinets display models of tankers so long the crew must camp 3 times on a voyage from bow to stern. Inside, portholes large as well, covers sit low enough to show the shrubs of the small park in Sankt Denai Plats. The entire maritime mirage occupies the 3rd floor of a mansion backing Amalienborg Palace, the worst architectural extravaganza she has ever seen. Behind a desk rimmed to keep gold ballpoint pens from rolling during imaginary storms sits a boy who looks 14 at most, newly confirmed, sandy hair plastered down, freckles on his nose. When he speaks, his voice carries thin, light alto, full of dignity. I know what you want to say, honey. You want to say, "Where's your father, little boy?" because he's the one we've come to talk to. But you're mistaken. I'll be 33 next month. If a child molester accidentally happened to kill me, there would be 25 million kroner for my wife and my 3 kids after the business was sold. He winks. His name is Burgo Lander, the mechanic's friend, owner and director of this shipping firm. Youth spent in nearly every Danish reform school. Orphan, rich, utterly unscrupulous, more dyslexic than the mechanic, gambling addict, drunkard, face that could ride the bus on a child's ticket, unnecessary since he owns a custom Jaguar. Part of this she already knows from newspapers and magazines. The mechanic supplied the rest on the drive over. Lander takes the mechanic's hand in both of his. No words, only a look, as though reunited with a long-absent older brother. They sit. The mechanic eases his chair back, withdraws from the conversation. She will explain. If I wish to rent a ship of about 4,000 tons to transport a cargo, I have no intention of discussing, to a place I will not reveal either. How would I go about it? And if I were already searching for the right ship, could anyone trace my efforts? He stands. High-heeled cowboy boots do little for his height. From a wall cupboard, he takes a double bottle of clear fruit brandy. She and the mechanic decline. He pours himself a tall tumbler. The room smells of fresh pears. He sips 7 times in succession, watches her reaction. I'm drunk from 10 in the morning on, he says, and I can afford it. Eyes swim, voice clear. If you tried to find a ship, you could be traced, but only by someone friends with a shipbroker. And you're friends with one now, honey. She likes him already. A throwaway child. Someone who never quite learned to deal with the world and never wanted to. He places a 1,000 krone bill on the desk. Everything has a front and a back, normally equal size. He turns the bill over tenderly. But in shipping, the back is much bigger than the front. He gestures wide. The front is this location on this expensive square. All the cigar box, wood, and sweets you walked through to reach this office. He taps his thin hair. The back is inside here. But you don't rent a ship, honey. You charter it. From a ship owner, handled by contract. Contract has a front side, if worst comes to worst, presented in maritime court. On the front, it says where the ship sails and with what. He sips brandy, but you're reticent about destination and cargo, so you request a contract listing destination as the entire world, freight as unspecified, makes any ship owner unhappy. Ships are his children. He wants to know where they play, preferably avoid bad company, but no trouble so great you can't buy your way out. So you suggest a side letter, side contract. Danish shipping full of side contracts. Past 15 years, practically every Danish company transported coal from South Africa, ammunition to Middle East, against the law. Side contracts yards long, not for maritime court, sensitive to light as undeveloped film. That's what you ask for. says you pay the shipping company a bonus to remain discreet and secretive young lady. He plays a game. Let's say I'm the ship owner you want to charter from. 98% of deals private. So you confide to Uncle Burgo in confidence where your little boat really goes. To the west coast of Greenland. Makes it harder for the charterer, easier for the tracer. Ship must be ice class to sail Greenland. Maritime Inspection Board requires classification every 4th year for hull, yearly for safety equipment and engines. Not approved, no sea. Since last year, Greenland ships need double hull. The crew? Normally chartered with crew, or go to international firms supplying full crews. But in this situation, you'd prefer bareboat charter. Hire ship and nothing else. Fine captain, special kind, take a side, over full glass, tell wages out of ordinary. On other hand, need all his tact, sensitivity. With him, find rest of crew. 4,000-ton ship needs 11 to 12 men. She must ask. If a customer put out feeler for that sort of ship and captain, would you find out about it, Uncle Lander? He looks at her sadly. Headline at top of page for everything in this business, any negotiations whatsoever to be kept strictly private and confidential. Shipping most discreet in world. He wraps hands around glass solemnly. But for you, my little sweetie pie, I would go to great lengths. He looks at mechanic, back to her. If I may call you that? You may call me whatever comes into your little shrunken head. He blinks once, unused to opposition, forgotten what it feels like. Hides face in hands briefly to collect thoughts. This business may not look good on front side, but on back, full of what they call ethics. 2 most important rules: don't cheat customer, never cheat fellow ship owner. Takes drink. They face his philosophy of life. Screw state authorities when opportunity presents. With big smile break, Minister Esperson's currency legislation, travel Cape Town with briefcase million cash bribe, Bushman harbor master holding 500,000-ton tanker shipyard under quarantine pretense, by 5 Panama companies, 1,000 apiece yearly, avoid Danish flag, regulations, reroute cargo, allergic customs officials, Spanish port, paid local officers, re-invoice crates, but don't cheat customer, need customers return. Above all, never cheat broker. We shipping folks stick together. Way works. I have customer with ship, you have customer with cargo, we bring together. Next time, other way around, ship broker lives off other ship brokers who live off other ship brokers. Filled with emotion. One big brotherhood, honey? Takes drink. Waits regain control voice. Means we have network. No other brokers Guadeloupe to Tierra del Fuego, Rangoon to Outer Hebrides. Talk each other. Little conversations after years talking. If flare. Make 100,000 kroner every time pick up. Phone open mouth. Every large port, Lloyd's, big companies have observer reports, all arrivals, departures, after while to no observers. If anyone tried, hire 4,000-ton ice class, carry secret cargo, secret destination, and if interested, who, how, then you come. Bright man, honey, because Uncle Burgo going find out for you. They stand. He shakes hands across desk. Nice meet you, honey. Means it. They pass lace blouse. In next office, she turns. Forgot something. He sits at desk, still laughing. She approaches, kisses cheek. What would Fogel say? She winks. Any negotiations whatsoever to be kept strictly private and confidential. Every other day, Moritz collects Benja after afternoon rehearsals. They eat at Sovereign in Nijhaven. Moritz goes for food, Prices that stroke ego, plate glass windows, full height facade offering good view of street people. Benja goes because through same windows, street people have good view of her. Own table by window, own waiter, always same thing. Moritz lamb kidneys, Benja bull rabbit fodder. Today family near them sneaked small child into otherwise child-free zone. Moritz looks at child. You've never given me grandchildren? Little children smell of pee, Benja says. Moritz looks astonished. Lamb kidneys do too. She thinks of mechanic waiting outside in car. Won't you sit down, Smilla? Someone waiting for me. Through windows, Benja sees Morris, not who, inside. Looks like someone your own age. Somewhere, 40s. Judging fancy car. If she answers, she hurts Moritz. Let's pass uncontested. Leans over table edge. Always like this. Benja and Moritz sit comfortable, leaning back. Belong here. She stands overcoat on. Feels come in from street peddle something. Moritz holds 2 envelopes. One, gray spotted, looks like red wine. Silence between them, he tries force her chair with them. Doesn't succeed. Makes me uncomfortable, he says. Doesn't know what means. Vyed, not ordinary name. Composer Jonathan Vyed. Called Victor Halkamvad. Benja lifts head. Even she heard name. Didn't know still alive. Not sure either. Hands her envelope. She holds nose. Spots red wine. Moritz sticks finger inside turtleneck collar. Moves around. She stands in the quiet street outside Sovereign, the second envelope still warm from Moritz's hand. The gray paper bears faint red wine spots. The handwriting inside is almost illegible, a scrawl that fights the page. It wasn't pleasant. He's not the man he used to be. At one point, he slammed down the receiver while I was in the middle of a sentence. But he did write, after all. Moritz rarely shows discomfort. Only when she reaches the car does she understand why he hurried after her with the envelope. He wanted distance from whatever lived in those lines. She catches up with him at the door. You forgot this. The second envelope, a single clipping about Turk Vid from the Danish press service. A subscription service he pays for. Every mention of his name clipped and sent. He wants to touch her. Doesn't dare, wants to speak, cannot. In the car, she reads the letter aloud. The handwriting twists like a man trying to escape his own words. Dear Jorgen, you cheap little barber's assistant. The mechanic looks disoriented. My father's first name is Jorgen, and Victor has always been temperamental. 15 years since she last saw him. Honorary residence on Store Kanneke Stride, courtesy of the opera. He sat in an armchair beside the piano, dressing gown open, legs naked and swollen, over 300 pounds. Everything sagged, hammocks under the eyes. He looked at her, not Moritz. I don't like women. Move farther away. She moved. You were cute when you were little. That time has passed. Signed an album cover for Moritz Gurrelieder, still unforgettable. She has thought sometimes that the body sets a limit on how much pain the mind can bear. On that recording, Victor Halkenvad reaches the limit, so the rest of us can listen, travel the journey without going there ourselves. Even without knowledge of European cultural history, anyone can hear a world collapsing in that music. The question is whether anything replaced it. Victor thought not. She has looked it up in her journal. That's all that remains of memory. 10 years since Moritz last visited. I've looked it up in my journal. That's all I have left my memory. It's 10 years ago that you last visited me. Let me tell you that I have Alzheimer's. Even a money doctor like you must know what that means. Every new day, a piece of my brain peels away. Soon, thank God, I won't even be able to remember all of you who betrayed me and yourselves. His indifference did it. While he sang, trembling, ready to burst, unbearably romantic, distance remained. A place inside him that didn't care. Jonathan Wyatt and I went to the conservatory together, started in 1933, year Schoenberg converted to Judaism. Same year, Reichstag fire, Jonathan, just like that. Awful timing. Composed piece for 8 flutes called Silver Polyps. Amid flatulent post-war Danish narrow-mindedness, even Carl Nielsen too controversial, wrote brilliant piano concerto. Piano supposed to have old-fashioned iron hot plates on strings, special sound, never performed, not once. Married woman, even I struggle to find negative word about. Early 20s, when had boy lived Bronshøj, neighborhood gone now, garden sheds tin roofs, visited them, Jonathan no income, boy neglected, holes, clothes, red-eyed, no bicycle, beaten local proletarian school, 2-week hunger, defend himself. Because Jonathan, great artist, you all betrayed children. Takes old queen like me, tell you. The mechanic has pulled over to listen. Sheds in Bronshøj, I remember them, behind movie theater. He broke off ties with me. Heard they went Greenland. She teacher. Provided family while Jonathan composed polar bears. After return, visited once. Son there, handsome God. Some scientist, cold, talked music, asked money whole time, permanently scarred, like you, Moritz, haven't visited 10 years. Hope fortune suffocates you. Certain stubbornness boy, too, like Schoenberg, 12-tone music, pure stubbornness. But Schoenberg not cold. Boy ice. Tired. Started peeing bed. Can stand here that, Moritz? Happen you someday, too. Unsigned. The clipping. Single paragraph. On October 7th, 1991, police Singapore arrested Tork Wyatt, Danish citizen. Consulate behalf foreign ministry lodged protest. Means nothing to her. Reminds her Lyan once Singapore, too. Photograph mummies. They drive North Harbor. Outside Cryolyte Corporation, slow. Look each other. Leave car near Svonimula power plant. Stroll toward harbor along Sunkrog Street. Dry wind carries barely visible ice crystals. Sting face. Now and then hold hands. Now and then stop kiss. Cold lips, warm mouths. Now and then walk separate. Boots, snowdrift sidewalk, yet feel 2 dancers glide in, out embrace, swoop lift. He doesn't hold back, doesn't weigh down, doesn't urge forward. One moment side, next little behind. Industrial harbor, honest. No royal yacht clubs, promenades, energy facades, silos, raw materials, warehouses, container cranes, open doorway steel hull, up wooden ladder to deck, sit bridge, look white deck, lay head shoulder, sailing, summer, sailing north, maybe along Norway coast, not far shore, afraid open sea. Past mouths, great fjords, sun shines, sea blue clear deep, huge mass fluid crystal beneath keel. Midnight sun, reddish, leaping disc light, faint song wind guy wires. Walk, marina. Men smocks bicycle past, turn stare, laugh, knowing radiant. Wander quiet docks until frozen stiff. Eat small cafe built onto smokehouse. Outside, clouds bow, brief, extraordinary red sunset. Colors, hulls, fishing vessels shift blue, white, rose, purple. He tells parents, father never says anything. Carpenter, last Denmark. No make winding staircase twists, sky-perfect wooden spiral. Mother test bakes, cakes, women's magazines, food pages. Can't taste. Diabetic. When asked how new Burgolander shakes head, falls silent. Across table caress side jaw, marvel life suddenly allows happiness, ecstasy, complete stranger. Outside night fallen, even dark, even winter, wealthy suburb heller up. Another dimension. Copenhagen. Parked quiet, hushed road. Snow gleams, white curb, high walls, villas. Gardens, evergreen trees, shrubs, dense black surfaces like forest edge, mountainside, above white carpet snow. No streetlights, yet see house. Tall white villa, road dwindles lane. No hedge fence, sidewalk step, directly lawn. Upstairs third floor light window, well kept, newly painted, expensive, discreet. Few steps, sidewalk, sign lawn lit lamp, says GeoInform. Just drive by, look building, hour now. Nothing. House? Could parked anywhere? Any length? Time? Police car stops alongside, passed twice before. Curious now. Officer addresses mechanic across her. What's going on here, buddy? She sticks head window toward patrol car. We live one-room apartment, Mr. Commissioner. Basement, Yogersborg Street. 3 children, dog. Sometimes need little private life. Can't cost anything. Drive out here. All right, ma'am. Drive somewhere else. Private life. Embassy district. Gone? Mechanic starts car, puts gear. Light goes out, house front. Slows. Creep toward lane, headlights off. 3-figure stairway. 2 dark spots night. Third, instinctively seeks light. Fur coat, white face, catch light. Woman saw talking Andreas Licht, Isaiah funeral. Tosses head. Dark hair flows night. Gesture repeated. Realize not vanity. Self-confidence. Garage door up. Car out, floodlight. Headlights sweep them. Gone. Door slowly closes. Follow car. Not close. Lane deserted, but not far. Drive Copenhagen dark. Allow surroundings. Slip focus. Blur. New pattern appears. City moving field light. Spiderweb red-white pulled retina. Mechanic relaxed driving, almost introspective. Asleep. No sudden movements, no sudden braking, no real acceleration. Float. Streets, traffic. Whole time ahead, wide, low silhouette. Car leading. Traffic sporadic. Finally vanishes. Way Calvabad Wharf. Drive wharf slowly, headlights off. Several hundred yards ahead dock, pair red taillights wink off. Mechanic parks, dark wooden fence. See relative warmth created mist, swallows light. Visibility 100 yards. Opposite harbor, vanish darkness. Waves, languid slap, wharf. Something moving, no sound, black crystallization point night. Field blackness systematically moves. Parked cars. 25 yards away, movement stops. Person stands next light-colored refrigerated trailer. Above, figure lighter spot like white hat halo. Doesn't move long time. Mist thickens. Disperses. Figure gone. He feeling car hoods. See warm. Whisper as voice could heard night. See cautious man. Sit quietly. Let time pass through. Despite place, despite unknown weight, flood happiness. By watch, half hour passes. She stands motionless in the doorway, the mechanic close behind her, the apartment air cold and still as though it has been waiting. The swiveled desk chair faces the window, a wide-shouldered coat draped over its back, a hat resting on the shoulders like a crown, polished black shoes propped on the sill. No sound betrays them, yet the shoes lower slowly, deliberately. The chair turns. "Good evening, Miss Smilla and Mr. Foyle." Robin's voice carries the groggy thickness of prolonged sleeplessness. His face ashen, cheeks shadowed with stubble, the district attorney for special financial crimes would never tolerate. Eyes heavy yet sharp. "Do you know the first requirement for a career in the Ministry of Justice?" She glances around. No one else. The mechanic leans against the desk. She takes a chair opposite. "Loyalty. Exams help. Ambition, too. Far beyond ordinary. But in the long run, loyalty matters most. Common sense? Not required. Might even hinder." He speaks without looking directly at either of them, words measured, as though reciting something rehearsed many times in empty rooms. At some point, choices must be made. Some become deputy judges, eventually judges, often with natural faith in justice, in the system, in healing and rebuilding. The rest become assistant detectives, investigators, later assistants to the district attorney, perhaps assistant prosecutors, the suspicious ones. Statements, confessions, incidents, seldom what they seem. Suspiciousness served well, so long as never turned toward the work itself, toward the ministry. A bureaucrat in the prosecutor's office must never doubt he is right. Impertinent press questions referred upward. Any published article, even a hint of criticism, read as disloyalty. In some ways, you cease to exist as an individual. Most comply. Most secretly find relief. State relieves them of trouble, of independence. Few cannot comply, separated early. She has seen it on long journeys. Burnout suddenly reveals cheerful cynicism beneath. Yet occasionally a slippery character remains, hides true nature until too late, made relatively indispensable, difficult to dispense with, never reaches top, but climbs part way. Perhaps investigator for district attorney. Too old, too expert to discard, too troublesome for promotion. Pebble in ministry shoe. Not painful, merely annoying. Over time, placed in niche. Draw on stubbornness, memory, keep out of public eye. Special assignments? Intelligence work, where staying out of spotlight part of job. Complain about little boy's death might land in such lap, if report already filed. He does not look at them. Word comes from higher up. Person who filed complaint must be reassured. Pacified. Ministry term at Slochholm. Experience in this. But case difficult. Child's death. Photographs. Footprints. On roof. Could become embarrassment. So idea voiced. Irregularity in boy's death. No backup from police ministry. He rises slowly. Joints protesting. Then deplorable fire, unfortunately tied to Greenland. Name of gentleman perished, listed in report. Yesterday morning taken off case due to complex nature, etc. He straightens hat, moves to desk, taps red tape on telephone. Very clever. No end trouble these apparatuses cause innocent citizens. Better not answer at all, or not give number. Ship almost totally destroyed, but telephone non-flammable. Lay on floor, built-in memory, stored last number called, last number yours. Guess soon, invited little talk. Wasn't it risky coming here? He holds up key. Borrowed from custodian initial investigation. Took liberty, make copy, went through basement rooms, plan return, same way. For a fleeting moment, something shifts. Light flares behind fatigue. Fossil memory of pumice stone, when everything hot, flowing. Humor, humanity, briefly surface. Who is Torque Viad? Light extinguishes. Face expressionless. Soul departed. That someone's name? She picks up coat, helps him into it. He's slightly shorter. Brushes speck dust from shoulder. He looks at her. Home number in book. Think about calling, Miss Smilla. From phone booth, if wouldn't mind. Thanks. Already gone. Our Savior's chimes ring. She looks at mechanic, hands behind back. Room full. What Rom brought, left behind. Candor, bitterness, insinuations, human warmth. And something else. He was lying, lied at end, knows who Torque Viad is. They look into each other's eyes. Something wrong. She stands in the doorway, the mechanic close enough that she feels the warmth of him behind her. The apartment air cold and settled as though it has waited hours for their return. The swivel desk chair faces the window, wide-shouldered coat draped over its back, hat resting atop, like a crown, polished black shoes propped on the sill. No sound betrays them, yet the shoes lower slowly, deliberately. The chair turns. Good evening, Miss Smilla and Mr. Fall. Robin's voice carries the groggy thickness of prolonged sleeplessness. Face ashen, cheeks shadowed with stubble, the district attorney for special financial crimes would never tolerate. Eyes heavy, yet sharp. Do you know the first requirement for a career in the Ministry of Justice? She glances around. No one else. The mechanic leans against the desk. She takes a chair opposite. Loyalty. Exams help. Ambition, too. Far beyond ordinary. But in the long run, loyalty matters most. Common sense? Not required. Might even hinder. He speaks without looking directly at either of them, words measured, as though reciting something rehearsed many times in empty rooms. At some point, choices must be made. Some become deputy judges, eventually judges, often with natural faith in justice, in the system, in healing and rebuilding. The rest become assistant detectives, investigators, later assistants to the district attorney, perhaps assistant prosecutors. The suspicious ones, statements, confessions, incidents, seldom what they seem. Suspiciousness served well, so long as never turned toward the work itself, toward the ministry. A bureaucrat in the prosecutor's office must never doubt he is right. Impertinent press questions referred upward. Any published article, even a hint of criticism, read as disloyalty. In some ways, you cease to exist as an individual. Most comply. Most secretly find relief. State relieves them of trouble, of independence. Few cannot comply. Separated early. She has seen it on long journeys. Burnout suddenly reveals cheerful cynicism beneath. Yet occasionally a slippery character remains, hides true nature until too late, made relatively indispensable, difficult to dispense with. Never reaches top, but climbs part way, perhaps investigator for district attorney, too old, too expert to discard. Too troublesome for promotion. Pebble in ministry shoe. Not painful, merely annoying. Over time placed in niche, draw on stubbornness, memory, keep out of public eye. Special assignments, intelligence work, where staying out of spotlight part of job. Complaint about little boy's death might land in such lap, if report already filed. He does not look at them. Word comes from higher up. Person who filed complaint must be reassured. Pacified. Ministry term at Slotholm. Experience in this, but case difficult. Child's death. Photographs, footprints on roof. Could become embarrassment. So idea voiced, irregularity in boy's death. No backup from police ministry. He rises slowly, joints protesting. Then deplorable fire, unfortunately tied to Greenland. Name of gentleman, perished, listed in report. Yesterday morning, taken off case due to complex nature, etc. He straightens hat, moves to desk, taps red tape on telephone. Very clever. No end trouble these apparatuses cause innocent citizens. Better not answer at all, or not give number. Ship almost totally destroyed, but telephone non-flammable. Lay on floor. Built-in memory stored, last number called. Last number yours. Guess soon invited little talk. Wasn't it risky coming here? He holds up key. Borrowed from custodian initial investigation, took liberty, make copy. Went through basement rooms, plan return, same way. For fleeting moment, something shifts. Light flares behind fatigue. Fossil memory of pumice stone, when everything hot, flowing. Humor, humanity briefly surface. Who is Peter Høeg? Light extinguishes, face expressionless, soul departed. That's someone's name? She picks up coat, helps him into it. He's slightly shorter, brushes speck dust from shoulder. He looks at her. Home number in book. Think about calling, Miss Smilla, from phone booth, if wouldn't mind. Thanks. Already gone. Our Savior's chimes ring. She looks at mechanic, hands behind back, room full. What Ron brought, left behind, candor, bitterness, insinuations, human warmth, and something else. He was lying, lied at end, knows who Peter Høeg is. They look into each other's eyes. Something wrong. Smilla watches the man at the high roller table, perhaps 50, features sharpened by years and habit, and sees the quick, practiced motion as he draws another tall column of chips toward himself. The plastic clicks softly against felt, a sound that carries the same muted satisfaction she has heard in other places where certainty briefly wins. The voice beside her explains the mechanics of the place with calm detachment. Each chip represents 5,000 kroner, freshly minted just last month. This table demands the steepest stakes, a minimum of 1,000 per hand, up to 20,000 with the option to double. Deals move fast. 90 seconds on average, and in 5 minutes a player can gain or shed 100,000 kroner. The arithmetic hangs in the air like smoke, precise and indifferent. She asks whose money fuels the man's streak tonight, sensing already the answer will sting. The reply comes easily. Uncle Lander's funds, nothing more. The words settle over her with the faint burn of cheap liquor. He guides her toward the bar, their backs to the polished wood. A tall glass appears at his elbow, frosted from the freezer, sheathed in a thin, glistening film of ice that begins to weep and slide in slow, clear trails. The liquid inside glows amber, transparent. He describes it without flourish: bullshot, vodka, and beef bouillon in equal measure. She smells the cold meat and alcohol rising from it, sharp against the warmer haze of the room. He studies the crowd, pointing out the mosaic of faces without raising his voice. Lawyers in careful suits, contractors with calloused hands, young men living off family money, the quiet muscle of the city's underworld. They exchange cash for chips without scrutiny, no serial numbers logged, no questions asked. The casino functions as one of the capital's principal laundries for drug profits. Among them move the small, composed women who orchestrate prostitution rings, trafficking girls from Thailand and Burma. Businessmen, doctors, professional gamblers who chase tables from one continent to the next. A Norwegian shipowner had sat here only last week, walked away 4.5 million richer. The papers had carried the story. The next day, he lost it all. That detail stayed off the record. He drains the glass. Another arrives instantly. Identical. Chilled. She feels the rhythm of the place. Relentless replacement. No pause for reflection. All these people, he says, share one unbreakable truth: they lose. In the end, the House and the state collect everything. Tax inspectors rotate through in shifts, 8 at any moment, reconciling accounts deep into the early hours. Plainclothes officers and revenue agents watch the dealers as closely as the security staff do, guarding against marked cards or side bets. The tax on turnover is among the harshest anywhere, yet the operation employs nearly 300 in the gambling rooms alone: managers, croupiers, technicians, and another 250 in the restaurant and nightclub. Cooks, waiters, bouncers, hostesses, even the controlled prostitution that operates under the same roof. The profit margin is obscene enough to sustain it all. To the government, this glittering drain is the modern equivalent of the ancient toll on ships passing the Sound. A young entrepreneur who built a painting business from nothing now feeds it to the tables. The entire complex cost 100 million kroner to construct and outfit. A gilded sewer, he calls it. She points out the obvious. He has money in it, too. He concedes the possibility with a shrug, admitting he may be as rotten as the rest. The melancholy ease with which Danes tolerate the chasm between their clear thinking and their choices has always unsettled her. He mentions Lucas, a gifted seaman who once captained his own small coaster through Greenland waters, later spearheaded a major Scandinavian aid project building a fishing fleet off Tanzania. Sober, expert in the North Atlantic, perhaps even fond of its brutality. Yet the gambling compulsion has hollowed him out. No family, no home, only the itch that must be scratched. Now he is for sale, provided the price is right. They move to the table. A butcher-faced man sits beside Lucas. In 10 minutes, the butcher loses 120,000 kroner. The sight of it, the casual sweep of chips vanishing, tightens something in her chest. 1 year's net salary for an ordinary Dane? 5 times that for an Enoch. A new dealer replaces the woman with red nails. She finishes her hand without glancing back, then steps aside. Lucas wins, perhaps 30,000. The butcher's last chips disappear. He rises without expression and walks away. The new dealer announces himself with smooth courtesy. The offer comes. Would she like to play? A stack of chips balances between thumb and forefinger. She thinks of the butcher's vanished fortune, the disrespect for money so absolute it borders on contempt. She tells him he might as well flush the chips down a toilet. At least, there would be the satisfaction of hearing the water rush. He shrugs. For the first time, Lucas lifts his pale feline gaze from the green felt. He gathers his chips, stands, and leaves. They follow at a distance. She asks if he is doing this for her. His grip on her arm tightens, his face sobering. He likes her, he says, but he loves his wife. This is for foil. He lists his own failures. Too much drink, too many cigarettes, too many hours away, a family neglected. Yesterday, his eldest child had stared at him in the bathtub and asked where he lived. His life holds little value, but whatever remains he owes to the boy. Lucas waits on the glassed-in veranda that overhangs the water. She sits across from him. The mechanic appears silently and settles beside her. Lander leans against the table. A waitress slides the door shut. The small enclosure feels adrift on the sound. Lucas keeps his face turned away. A cup of bitter coffee steams in front of him. He smokes continuously. The words come out reluctant, edged with acid, carrying a faint Polish cadence. Late last November, a man and woman had approached him here. They asked how he felt about the sea north of Gothob in March. He told them what everyone knows: hell. They left. Last week they returned. His circumstances had shifted. They asked again. He described the pack ice, the iceberg cemetery, the coastal waters choked with drift ice, calving bergs, and avalanches plunging straight from glacier to sea, so treacherous that even the Americans' nuclear-powered Northwind ventured through only every third or fourth winter. They listened without surprise. They already knew. They wanted to know how good he was. He countered. How good was their checkbook? No names, no company. Only the ship, a 4,000-ton coaster called Kronos, docked in South Harbor. Recently purchased, freshly overhauled at the yard. He would hire the crew, 10 men. The cargo? He looks at Lander, who remains motionless. Uncertainty flickers through her. Until this moment, she assumed Lander had coerced the information. Now, seeing Lucas up close, she understands no one coerces him except the compulsion gnawing inside. He does not know the cargo. The mechanic breaks the silence. Equipment? After a long pause, Lucas answers. An LMC, one of the Navy's discarded landing craft. He stubbed his cigarette into the coffee. The yard had fitted the ship with heavy booms, a crane, reinforced forward hold. He stands. She rises too, trying to draw him farther from the others, but the glass box is too small. They reach the window almost at once. Their breath clouds the pane in brief, fading rings. She asks if she can come aboard. He pauses, then misreads her. He still needs a stewardess. The door opens. A broad-shouldered man in gray fills the frame. Rav. Authority radiates from him. No one would dare ask him to check his coat. He addresses her formally. Miss Smilla. A few words, if possible. She follows several steps behind, careful to show no familiarity. He leads her down a wide corridor lined with plants and deep leather sofas into a hall where slot machines flash and chime. Every seat is taken. A young man surrenders his machine without protest and retreats to a distance. Raven feeds coins into the slot, his back to her. He would appreciate the return of his wallet. He has a regular shift here once a week, he murmurs beneath the machine's hum. Were they followed? At first, he does not answer. Then the word went out 15 minutes ago. They're looking for her. Silence stretches between them. A dozen plainclothes officers work the floor, plus casino security. If she stays, her freedom lasts minutes. If she leaves now, he might buy her a little time. She slips the wallet to him, along with a photograph and a clipping. He takes them without looking away from the spinning reels. The wallet vanishes into a pocket. He glances at the photo and clipping, then passes the clipping back. The photo is gone. He has done what he could, he says. What she has not been given, she has taken. Now it must end. She insists she wants to know. She will do anything, even sell him to the toenail. He laughs once, briefly. The flat, hard detective, she explains. The smile disappears as though it had never formed. His reflection in the glass is flat, lifeless against the whirling colors. But her words have struck something. Chiang Rai, he says, the borderlands where Cambodia, Laos, and Burma meet. Feudal princes rule there. The strongest is Khum Na. 6,000 men under arms, offices across the Far East and Western capitals. They control the global heroin trade. Torqueville worked in Chiang Rai. As what? A microbiologist expert in radiation-induced mutations. The region's opium processing is concentrated there, modern laboratories hidden in the jungle. Wyatt experimented with irradiating poppy seeds to increase yield. Rumors circulated that he had engineered a new strain, Mayim, twice as potent as standard heroin in its raw, boiled-down form before crystallization. She asks how this concerns him. Is the fraud division suddenly interested in narcotics? He does not answer. Katja Clausen? Originally an antiques dealer, around 1990 or 1991, authorities realized that for much of the 80s, the majority of heroin entering the United States and Europe had been concealed inside antiques. Smilla presses the question again. Seidenfaden? And Ram answers without turning, his voice steady beneath the mechanical chatter. Transport specialist, an engineer who orchestrated shipments of antiques out of the Far East for various firms. For a stretch, he ran what amounted to an air bridge from Singapore through Japan to Switzerland, Germany, Copenhagen, routing around the volatile airspace over the Middle East. She asks why none of them ever faced prison. His reply carries the weight of long observation. The powerful and the gifted rarely answer for anything. He urges her to leave now, Miss Smilla. She remains rooted. She asks about Freya Film. His hand stills on the chrome lever of the slot machine. A tired nod follows. A production company that masked German intelligence operations before and throughout the occupation. Under the guise of filming material to bolster Horbinger's Thule theory, they mounted 2 expeditions to Greenland. The true objective was to assess the practicality of seizing the island, particularly its 2 Cryolyte mines, vital for Germany's aluminum production and therefore its aircraft industry. They also mapped potential airfields that could link supply lines for an invasion of the United States. Was Lyan a Nazi? Raven dismisses the notion with quiet finality. Lyan has always been consumed by the pursuit of renown, never by ideology. What did he find in Greenland? Raven shakes his head. No one knows. She should put it from her mind. He meets her eyes at last. Go stay with a friend, he tells her. Invent a believable story for why she was on that boat. Then surrender to the police. Hire a competent lawyer. She would walk free in 48 hours. Forget everything else. His hand extends behind him. In the open palm rests a cassette tape. He removed it from her apartment, he explains, to shield her in the event of a search. She reaches for it. He closes his fingers. Why is he helping her? He stares into the whirling reels. Let us say, simply, that he has no tolerance for the unexplained deaths of small children. Nothing more follows. She turns and walks away. Behind her, the machine erupts in victory, a harsh, metallic cascade of coins spitting endlessly into the tray. She collects her coat from the cloakroom. Her temples throb. Every face in the room seems to track her now. She scans for the mechanic, hoping he has already mapped an escape. Men like him understand evasion, excuses, sudden departures, but the foyer lies empty except for her and the attendant, whose expression has grown unnaturally grave for someone whose sole duty is to hang coats for 50 kroner. Then the laughter reaches her, booming, ragged, resonant. It bleeds straight into a trumpet blast, wild and high before dropping to a gravelly register, better suited to the dim room. Recognition hits her instantly. Time is short. She threads between the tables, crosses the vacant dance floor. 3 white musicians in pale yellow tuxedos stand behind him, faces soft and doughy. He towers in tails, enormously obese, skin gleaming with sweat, eyes bloodshot and bulging as though straining against the alcohol poisoning his system. A giant propped on a foundation already melted away. Yet the music holds its power. Even muted, The trumpet pours out a thick, golden warmth, searching, deep, playful amid the layered lines. She stops at the edge of the low stage, a miniature circus ring. The number ends, he smiles down at her. A practiced, liquor-soaked grin meant for the room, likely worn even in unconsciousness, if he ever truly sleeps. She seizes the microphone and angles it away. Behind them, Forks pause mid-air, waiters halt. She speaks his name, Roy Luber. The smile widens. He lifts a heavy glass and drinks. Thule, she says. He once performed there. Tool. He tests the word, groping through fogged memory. In Greenland, on the American base, at the Northern Star. What year? He keeps smiling, shaking condensation from the trumpet with mechanical rhythm. She has so little time. She grips his lapels and draws the massive face close. Mr. PC. He played Mr. PC. They're dead, darling. His Danish comes thick, almost American. Long gone. Paul Chambers. What year? What year? His gaze drifts behind bloodshot glass, distant and sealed. Dead and gone. Me too, darling. Any time now. He smiles again. She releases him. He straightens, empties spit from the horn. Then gentle hands lift her down to the floor. The mechanic stands behind her. Start walking, Smilla. She moves. He disappears once more. She presses straight toward the foyer door. Smilla Jasperson. Memory latches first to clothing, to context. The dark blue suit and silk tie clash so sharply with the face she almost misses it. Then recognition snaps into place. The toenail. No hysteria in his tone, only low, authoritative calm. In minutes, his discreet colleagues will close in, escort her to a car. She quickens her pace, mind blank to everything but forward motion. Two more figures converge from the sides, self-assured, insistent. She reaches the foyer. The heavy door closes behind her with a solid thud, vault-like, ornamental, yet functional. The mechanic leans against it casually. All sound dies. Only faint impacts register from the other side. Shoulders testing the barrier. Run, Smilla! Lander's waiting on the road. She glances around. The foyer is deserted. A clerk yawns behind the magazine kiosk. A girl at the information desk droops toward her screen. Behind her, a tall man holds a steel door steady against determined thumps. Casino Oresund remains composed, elegant, cultured thrills at the green tables, new acquaintances, familiar faces. She bolts, breathless by the time she reaches the parking lot. Your car, madam. The same attendant from earlier. She has decided to scrap it, she tells him, after the look he gave it. No pedestrian path exists. The architects never anticipated guests arriving on foot. She runs along the roadway, ducks beneath two white crossing gates, emerges onto Sund Lane. 100 yards ahead, a red Jaguar idles, taillights glowing. Lander keeps his eyes forward as she slides in. His face is drawn, pale. Night presses down, bitter cold. She has never seen Copenhagen so seized by frost, vulnerable, almost fragile, as though a new ice age creeps closer. What is an LMC? He drives with rigid caution over the crystalline sheen the cold has laid on the asphalt. Landing mobile craft. A flat-bottom vessel, the sort deployed during the Normandy invasion. She directs him to Harbor Street. He parks between the hydrofoil pier and the old Bornholm ferry dock. She asks for his shoes and cap. He hands them over without protest. "Wait, 1 hour," she says, "no longer." The ice gleams dark bottle green under the night, dusted with fresh snow. She descends a vertical wooden ladder fixed to the wharf. Cold bites through the mirror surface. Her Burberry stiffens. Lander's shoes feel paper thin, but they are white. Coat, cap, shoes, she blends into the ice. In case anyone watches from the White Palace, small ridges of pack ice cling to the bulwark. She judges the thickness at more than 4 inches, enough for the harbor to declare an ice rink. The channel itself remains choked with dark, congealed slush. In northern Greenland, people live pressed close, many to a room, every sound and movement shared. 600 souls scattered across 12 settlements the last time she returned. Nature, though, is vast. Any hunter, any child, feels a wild surge the moment they step beyond the houses. First, a rising energy verging on frenzy, then an extraordinary clarity. It seems absurd, yet here, 2 a.m. on Copenhagen harbor, the same clarity washes over her, drawn perhaps from the ice, the sky, the comparative openness. She reviews everything since Isaiah's death. Denmark stretches before her like a frozen spit, drifting yet locking everyone in place, immobile relative to the world. Isaiah's death cracked the surface, an eruption, a fissure. That fissure freed her. For a fleeting interval, she has been set loose, a foreign object gliding across the ice. Just as she glides now, in borrowed shoes and a ridiculous cap. From this vantage, a different Denmark appears, one composed of those who have partially broken free. Lyan and Andreas Licht, propelled by varieties of greed. Elsa Lubing, Lagerman, Raven, bureaucrats bound by loyalty to institution, profession, state, yet who, through sympathy, quirk, or some obscure impulse, have bent those loyalties to aid her. Lander, the wealthy man, driven by thrill-seeking and an enigmatic gratitude. A rough cross-section of the country begins to form. The mechanic represents skilled labor. Julianne, the bottom rung. And she, what is she, the scientist, the watcher? Granted a momentary exterior view, compounded of isolation and detachment? Or merely pathetic? In the channel, the grease ice clings to a fragile, darkening crust, rotten ice dissolving from beneath. She follows the dark margin toward the White Palace until she finds a flow large enough. She steps across, then to the next. A gentle current carries the ice down harbor at half a knot, rocking, treacherous. She leaps the final gaps. Not a drop wets her feet. The White Palace windows are black. The whole compound sleeps. Walls, playground, stairwells, bare trees alike. She approaches from the canal side, behind the bicycle sheds, slow and watchful. She stops. She studies the parked cars, the shadowed entrances. Nothing stirs. Then she examines the snow, the thin, fresh veil. No moon. So it takes time to see. A single line of footprints. He crossed the bridge, circled behind the building. On this side of the playground, the tracks show clearly. Vibram sole, heavy tread, a large man. They pass under the shed roof ahead and do not emerge. She senses him then. No sound, no scent, nothing visible. But the prints have tuned her to his nearness, to the certainty of danger coiled close. They wait 20 minutes. When the cold sets her trembling, she eases away from the wall to keep silent. Perhaps she should retreat, retrace her path. She stays. She loathes fear. She despises being afraid. There is only one way to become fearless. Walk straight into the heart of the terror. For 20 minutes, nothing but silent endurance at -9 Fahrenheit. Her mother could endure it. Most Greenlandic hunters can. She manages it rarely. For most Europeans, it would be inconceivable. They would shift, clear their throats, cough, rustle fabric. Smilla remains motionless in the freezing dark, every instinct screaming that the man less than a yard away believes himself utterly alone, unseen, unheard. Yet his silence is absolute, as though he has already dissolved into the night. She refuses to yield to the cold's clawing grip, even as her body begs for movement. Her senses form one prolonged internal alarm. He waits there, for her. She never catches the sound of his departure. The cold forces tears from her eyes. She blinks them shut for a second. When she opens them again, a shadow detaches from the shed roof and glides away, tall, moving with quick, effortless grace. Above his head floats something pale, perhaps a hat, catching faint light like a crown or halo. The sight triggers a memory sharp as frostbite, tagging polar bears on Svalbard, the Viking way, from snowmobile, no helicopter roar. A custom Neon Dom air rifle from southern Jutland. You close the distance, under 50 yards preferable, 25 ideal. The bear halts, turns, no zoo specimen, but the real creature from the Greenlandic coat of arms. 3/4 of a ton of sinew, bone, fang, capable of detonating into lethal motion in an instant. A species evolved only 20,000 years ago, knowing just 2 kinds of mammals, itself and its food. She never missed. The darts carried Zolatil. The animal collapsed almost at once. Yet the terror never left her. The electric dread that the bear might explode forward before the drug took hold. The same dread prickles her skin now, raising every hair despite the numbing cold. The figure receding is only a stranger, unaware of her. Still, her body reacts as though facing that same colossal predator. She reaches the basement stairway, checks the mechanic's door, locked, tape intact. Julianne's apartment door stands ajar. As Smilla passes, the woman steps out onto the landing. Julianne's voice trembles. She knows Smilla is leaving. Smilla feels a surge of loathing despite the woman's fragile appearance. Why didn't she tell me about Ving, that he collected Isaiah? Julianne begins to weep. Ving arranged the apartment through his influence at the housing authority. He could revoke at any time, he said so himself. Won't Smilla come back? Of course she will. The promise is genuine. Julianne remains the last living trace of Isaiah, just as Smilla is Moritz's sole remaining link to her mother. She climbs to her own floor. The tape on her door undisturbed. Inside, the apartment waits exactly as she left it. She packs essentials, clothes that fill 2 heavy suitcases, then repacks under the dim glow reflected from city lights on snow outside. She dares not switch on a lamp. In the end, she settles for one large duffel, though the choices feel like amputations. Standing in the center of the room, she surveys the space one final time. She lifts Isaiah's cigar box and tucks it into the bag. A quiet, wordless goodbye to the place that has been home. The telephone rings. She should ignore it. She promised the mechanic she would not return here. She has no wish to speak with police. Everything else can wait. The call promises only risk, nothing to gain. Yet she peels the tape free and lifts the receiver. The voice that answers is languid, almost absent-minded, yet rich and resonant. The timbre of a polished advertisement. She has never heard it before, but the hairs on her neck rise instantly. She knows, beyond doubt, that it belongs to the man who stood less than a yard from her moments ago. We are now end of this part 1. Tap the video in front of you to watch part 2 of the story. See you there.